Chapter 761, Suppressing Ancient Saint with One Hand. 1. Black Line City, in Levi's mansion. On this day, Levi received the meat of the phosphor beast and rift sky insects sent by Monka. He used the rolling crystal to test them. Ancient rock lizard bloodline 57%. Gloomy lamp dragon bloodline 1.3%. Giant dragonfly bloodline 79%. Jade dragon bloodline 1.6%. Sure enough, just as I speculated, all the ferocious beasts in this world, traced back to their origins, are descendants of the four ancient kings. The two dragons that can be basically confirmed now are the gloomy lamp dragon and the jade dragon. As for the other two dragons, Levi still needed to collect more ancient saint techniques and ferocious beasts to find out. In an instant, Levi felt a sudden clarity. As for the traces of the ancient wizard who entered this place, he learned from Monka that a few years ago, it seemed that ancient ruins had emerged in the Indus Mountains. After that, many ancient saint-level experts from the three major empires entered to explore. Some died in it, and some found some miraculous items from the relics. For example, a magic ring that could hold many things. At that time, in order to compete for this so-called magic ring, the ancient saints fought fiercely, and the blood flowed like a river. For these primitive crawlers, who wouldn't want a space to carry ferocious beast meat and other items? Actually, there were many other miraculous items that came out of ancient ruins. However, other miraculous items seemed to be unusable and incomprehensible to the ancient saints, and the only one they could use was this magic ring. After learning about this situation, Levi had an idea. The crawler civilization doesn't know what a wizard is or has seen a wizard tool. In that case, I might as well use this spatial ring as a bait, let those ancient saints who don't have a ring kill each other, and then intervene when they are almost done fighting, directly suppressing them. Those who obey me will offer their souls, sign a soul contract, and those who resist will all be killed. After the Scarlet Dragon advances, I will enslave one of the most powerful ancient saints with the Scarlet Contract, support them to become the Lord of the Ancient Saint Empire, indirectly control the Ancient Saint Empire, and achieve unity. Next, I will use the Ancient Saint Empire as a stepping stone, move south to suppress the traitorous Sea Crawler tribe, and go north to subdue the Feather tribe in the Indus Mountains. From then on, the explored areas of this world will be completely under my control, becoming my own resource secret realm. Levi contemplated and found it feasible. The current Ancient Saint Empire was not chaotic enough. The 13 ancient saints were wary of each other and unwilling to easily take action. Levi needed to ignite this fuse, let them fight each other, and then take advantage of the situation. In the following days, Levi quietly cultivated in Black Line City. The concentration of elemental power in this world was excellent, much stronger than the current earthly realm. Levi's practice of the meditation art progressed much faster compared to the human realm. He became even more determined to turn this place into his stronghold. He knew that with the intensification of the Dark Wave revival, more powerful races and forces would come to the Nora plane in the future. By then, if he wanted to preserve this plane, he would need the strength of high-level primordial soul wizards. He still had to strive. 1 month later, Monka led a large army and completely conquered the White-Scale clan and Swift tribe. According to statistics, this battle incorporated 15 snake-level experts, over 100 lizard-level experts, and tens of thousands of ordinary insect-level experts. Now, Black Line City directly dominated this borderland of the empire, becoming a local powerhouse. Monka's reputation began to spread, and some small tribes began to join. The overall strength of Black Line City was growing day by day. When Levi saw the statistics, he was also slightly surprised. These lizardmen seemed weak, but in fact, they represented a force that could not be ignored. A lizard-level expert was basically equivalent to a first circle wizard. Of course, in terms of overall strength, they were not comparable to wizards of the same realm, but they were enough to contend. Nowadays, in the wizard world, even the Jostar family would be somewhat inferior to the Black Line City in terms of first circle and second circle combat power. If Levi could bring all three major empires under his command in the future, the crawler civilization, despite lacking fifth circle strength, would be stronger than most fifth circle wizard organizations. All of these would be Levi's reliance for facing the Dark Wave revival in the future. One day, Levi was meditating when suddenly he felt a restless feeling, preventing him from entering a state of concentration. He opened his eyes, and looking at the hairs on his arms standing up, he sensed the danger. It should be the one coming. Levi muttered to himself. The only thing that could make Levi feel dangerous now was an existence above the 4th level. In this ancient saint empire, that meant an ancient saint. I thought that with the strength I showed, the Cyan Scale ancient saint would send his subordinates to conquer Black Lion City, but unexpectedly, he actually came in person. Thinking of this, Monka was summoned by Levi. Monka, I'm going out for a while. Strengthen the defense these days, the enemy is coming. Levi said. Monka's face changed, nervously saying, Lord, I haven't received any information about the Cyan Scale ancient saint mobilizing his troops. He was shocked. Could it be that the Lord also had the precognitive ability of foreseeing the future? Just trust me, Levi said, then turned and left. Monka felt a great sense of impending danger. He was completely convinced by Levi now, so he naturally followed Levi's orders. Chapter 762, Suppressing Ancient Saint with One Hand. 2. Attention, spread the word. Implement martial law throughout the city. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Monka ordered. Before long, the entire sky over Black Lion City was covered with dark clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lord Monka, is there really an enemy approaching? Cain asked. I don't know. Let's wait patiently, Monka replied. Lord, is that powerful fire lizard from the fire lizard clan a secluded ancient saint? Cain whispered. Monka glanced at Cain and coughed before saying, don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll understand later. Old Cain, a new era is about to dawn, and you should consider yourself fortunate to have boarded my ship because you will witness history with me. Old Cain felt that Lord Monka's recent state was a bit unusual, like being injected with, and yet, it seemed as if he was being brainwashed. All of this might be related to that powerful fire lizard from the fire lizard clan. Could it be that another initial ancient saint will be born within the fire lizard clan? Cain mused, finding himself unexpectedly looking forward to it. In the wilderness thousands of miles away from Black Lion City, a massive army marched forward, consisting of tens of thousands of individuals. While the crawler civilization's population was nowhere near that of the human world, every citizen was a potential soldier. Therefore, at least half of a tribe's population could be mobilized as warriors. In the center of this army, a colossal beast resembling a dragon moved forward. A luxurious sedan chair was fixed on the dragon's back, carrying a tall lizardman with cyan scales. This figure exuded a domineering presence, and it was the Cyan Scale ancient saint. After the defeat of the White Scale clan and Swift clan, the Cyan Scale ancient saint originally intended to send his subordinates to conquer Black Lion City. However, considering the current crucial moment for hunting, he couldn't afford to fail again. Allowing the authority in the western region of the empire to decline would be an embarrassment, especially in the eyes of neighboring ancient saints. Therefore, this time, he personally led the charge, intending to eliminate the Lord of Black Lion City with thunderous means and serve as a warning to others. Lord, the other two tribes have already advanced from both the east and west sides towards Black Lion City. According to our current marching speed, we should be able to converge tomorrow, reported a nearby general. The Cyan Scale ancient saint revealed a confident smile. This time, with 3 armies converging and my personal intervention, how long do you think it will take to destroy Black Lion City? Half a day is sufficient. Too conservative. It'll take no more than the time it takes to eat a meal. The might of an ancient saint is like a natural disaster. Crushing cities and mountains is just child's play. The generals flattered and praised their lord. However, Lord, we should be particularly cautious about the nameless expert from the Fire Lizard clan this time. I suspect that he might be a peak-level ancient serpent, akin to a half-step ancient saint, one general voiced concern. What half-step ancient saint? Nonsense. There's no such realm. As long as it's not an ancient saint, they won't last 3 moves in front of me, replied the Cyan Scale ancient saint confidently. Enjoying the compliments, he continued, speaking of which, the ancient saint of the Fire Lizard clan is indeed extraordinary. In the last battle at the ancient ruins, he single-handedly confronted 2 ancient saints and even obtained the ancient magic ring. It's a pity, having such a portable space would make things much more convenient in the future. No need to envy, Lord. The ancient ruins manifest periodically, and there is more than one ancient magic ring. There will be other opportunities in the future. As these individuals were exchanging pleasantries, a massive hand suddenly descended from the void above the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint's head. Accompanied by endless crimson flames, the giant hand slammed down, sweeping across the area. The colossal dragon was pounded into the ground, its body bursting apart. Generals, who moments ago were flattering, either managed to escape the descending hand or were instantly crushed. They didn't comprehend what had happened before meeting their demise. Indestructible armor. With a roar of anger, the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint looked up at the sky. Beneath the celestial dome, a towering figure ablaze with hellfire gazed down on them from a commanding height, resembling a dragon overlooking ants. The figure, draped in crimson scales, remained silent. With 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a sword, it descended upon the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint, slashing through his army with sword lights spanning tens of meters. The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint leaped into the air, using his gleaming cyan fists to shatter the sword lights one by one. He cultivated the ancient saint art of cyan steel, relying on the formidable cyan steel beast to form an unyielding armor that defied blades and resisted fire and water. I don't care about your relationship with the Fire Lizard clan. Today, even if the ancient saint of Hellfire comes, he won't be able to save you, the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint roared, his ancient saint aura sweeping across the battlefield with an ancient and primitive vigor. Among the army, the ordinary crawlers submitted one after another. At the moment when this invisible majesty swept over, Levi sensed it immediately. So, this is the aura of an ancient saint. I have it too. At that moment, Levi's 5 dragon bloodlines within seemed to sense contempt, as if triggering some kind of switch. The Golden Snake, Crimson Emperor, Scarlet, Sky, and Death Ember dragons all awakened one after another. All the dragon majesties converged, forming a more powerful and irrational tide of ancient saint, surging against the current. Boom! As this aura swept across the battlefield, occasional lizardmen fell suddenly, astonishing the onlookers. This is the collision between ancient saints. Is this the ancient saint of Hellfire? No. No, I've seen the Hellfire Ancient Saint in action, and it's definitely not like this. The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint grunted, and his inner turmoil became uncontrollable. What? What level of Ancient Saint is this? Even if the first Ancient Saint were to come, wouldn't it be just like this? The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint felt as if he had returned to his weak childhood, facing an Ancient Saint high above, just like this moment. After becoming an Ancient Saint, this feeling surfaced for the first time. Cyan Steel Break. The boundless power of Cyan Steel converged around the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint. In his hands, a spear materialized. With the spear, he broke through the imposing aura, rising against the heavens, charging towards the arrogant crimson figure. Levi activated the sea-swallowing whale and giant dragon warrior states. Abundant power surged as the 9 swords Azura law body rotated behind him. 9 swords merged into one. Slash. Both the Golden Cross Slash and Grey Destruction Cross Slash were simultaneously unleashed by Levi. The forces of the Golden Revolving Slash and Grey Destruction power intertwined, forming a black airflow. The airflow coiled around the 9 swords. Crack! The Cyan Steel Spear shattered without suspense. The power of Cyan Steel disintegrated. Cyan Steel Shield. The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint exerted all his strength, letting all the Cyan Steel power within him burst forth without reservation, forming a shield considered the strongest in the Ancient Saint Empire. The massive Cyan Shield protected the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint. Boom! The shockwave created a vacuum in the army, leaving the crawlers within it in ashes. The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint, along with the giant shield, was cut down to the earth by the 9 swords, and the shield shattered with a crack. Lying in the pit, the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint was exhausted, the giant shield saving him but leaving him with no strength to continue the fight. The expressionless Crimson Giant continued to look down on him. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? The Crimson Giant asked succinctly. Without hesitation, the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint replied, I want to live. The figure chuckled lightly. An ancient saint, just so. Chapter 763, The Greatest in the World. 1. The battle with the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint was easier than Levi had imagined. He had initially thought that beings like the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint could rival Fourth Circle wizards in strength. However, it turned out that he had overestimated these ancient saints. They were not on par with 4th Circle wizards or even the level 4 demon incarnation he had defeated before. These ancient saints were lacking in certain aspects. Firstly, ancient saints couldn't fly, and Levi, being at an advantage, easily countered their close quarters attacks. Secondly, besides their formidable defense, the other qualities of the Scion scale ancient saint were roughly equivalent to a 3rd circle transcendent creature. They hadn't reached the true level of the 4th circle, and their attack methods were too simplistic compared to the spells of a wizard. Levi took out the contract slate and said, "Don't entertain any thoughts of resistance. Leave your soul imprint on this slate, and you'll live. I have no interest in killing you." The Scion scale ancient saint hesitated, never having experienced such intimidation as an ancient saint. However, he understood the art of compromise and survival. "I'll do it." After signing the contract, as the contract information flooded his mind, the Scion scale ancient saint's face turned pale. "Who are you?" the Scion scale ancient saint asked. This kind of soul contract was definitely not a method crawlers could master. "The one who came to save you from a dire situation. Bring your people, leave this place, and continue to be an ancient saint in your city-state, awaiting my orders." "Fine." The Scion scale ancient saint glanced back at his army, feeling bitter in his heart. They had not yet achieved victory and had almost lost their lives. Although he had saved his life, he was now at the mercy of someone else. The nameless ancient saint of the Fire Lizard tribe was too powerful. From the current performance, even the Hellfire ancient saint was inferior to him. "Go back to the city, tell the other 2 tribes to withdraw." The Scion scale ancient saint gave the order but found that most of his generals had either died or been severely injured in the recent battle. Those who remained were in a daze, still recovering from the terror of the ancient saint's majesty. The instinctive fear induced by the suppression at the bloodline level had left them petrified. Sigh. The ancient saint empire is about to change. I wonder which ancient saint will be unlucky next. Within Black Line City, Monka's expression turned grim. Just as the ancient saint lord had warned, a large army was preparing to sandwich the city from both sides. "Lord, all defensive fortifications are in place. Lord, all ancient serpent-level powerhouses are ready." With the urgent deployment orders echoing, Black Line City took on the appearance of impending doom. Before long, a crimson figure abruptly appeared beside Monka. Monka's expression changed, and he breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it was Levi. "Lord, as you predicted, what should I do now?" Monka asked, as if grasping at the last straw of salvation. "Wait. Before long, an emissary from the Scion scale ancient saint will come to us to form an alliance. Keep this matter quiet. In short, the danger facing Black Line City will be resolved," Levi's voice echoed in Monka's mind. Monka's expression shifted from initial confusion to incredulity. The Scion scale ancient saint was withdrawing? A formidable ancient saint had been forced to retreat by Lord even before reaching the city? In the past, Monka would have considered it a fantasy, but after witnessing Levi's various methods, he knew that anything was possible. "By the way, have you found the whereabouts of those ferocious beasts I asked you to locate?" Levi inquired. "Lord, I have dispatched some experienced ferocious beast hunters from the tribe to investigate their traces. However, for creatures like the nightmare lizard, none of our tribe's elders, including myself, have ever heard of them from childhood to adulthood," Monka explained. "Never mind then. If there are other ferocious beasts or ancient beasts, notify me immediately," Levi said casually. With these lizardmen under his command, Levi delegated tasks that they could handle. He returned to his mansion. "After securing the ancient saint empire, I'll have to leave for a while. I've been here for quite some time, and I don't know what's happening in the mortal realm. Moreover, I need to finalize my innate spell, and I also need to return to the Endless Sea," Levi muttered to himself. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Destruction Sword Chi, 7th level, 7/50,000, Special Effect, Power of Destruction, Level 1. I didn't expect that in the midst of battle, I would break through the limits by fusing Golden Cross / and Revolving / In the battle against Scion Scale Ancient Saint, when Levi unleashed that overwhelmingly powerful strike, it was as if he had a moment of enlightenment. The power of Golden Revolving / and Grey Destruction power fused, forming a greyish airflow. The destructive force of that airflow was so strong that even Scion Scale Ancient Saint's renowned Scion Steel Shield was instantly pierced. Thus, Levi combined the two sword skills he mastered into a technique of his own creation. The power of destruction was unstoppable, and anything along the path of the grey airflow would be shattered. Next, it's time to cultivate my sword skills further. 1 month later, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint secretly sent someone to establish an alliance with Black Line City, ceasing hostilities. Afterward, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint and Black Line City joined forces to sweep through other tribes in the west of the empire, large and small. Moreover, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint sent a snake-level Cyan Steel Beast he had raised to Levi's mansion as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 764, The Greatest in the World. 2. Levi just learned that ancient saints in this world also cultivate ferocious beasts for their practice. In a massive cage, a Cyan Steel Beast lay lethargic. The creature had a body covered in cyan scales, resembling a gigantic turtle with a fierce appearance. Approaching, Levi intended to draw blood for testing its composition. Unexpectedly, the Cyan Steel Beast suddenly stood up and roared furiously at Levi. Levi coldly chuckled, unleashing the might of the 5 dragons. It formed spikes that pierced the spiritual essence of the Cyan Steel Beast. This skill was something Levi comprehended during his battle with Cyan Scale Ancient Saint, although it wasn't recorded in the proficiency panel. It was a basic technique that concentrated the dragon power within him to launch a spiritual attack. This type of attack had a potent effect on all crawling and dragon-blooded creatures. The Cyan Steel Beast instantly wilted as if 5 terrifying dragons were roaring in its mind. Levi then extracted the blood of the Cyan Steel Beast and tested it using the rolling crystal. Cyan Lizard Bloodline 68%, Marsh Crocodile Bloodline 45%, Huang Sea Dragon Bloodline 5.3%. Huang Sea Dragon? It turns out to be this dragon. Different from the mysterious Gloomy Lamp Dragon, Levi had heard of this pure blood dragon. It was a genuine legendary level pure blood dragon. The most recent sighting was thousands of years ago when a sub-adult Huang Sea dragon caused panic in the Endless Sea. The Star Tower had to use several high-level wizards to expel it but dared not kill it directly. Ordinary mixed blood dragons could be killed casually, and sub-dragons were not a big problem. However, pure blood dragons could not be easily handled. While a single pure blood dragon might not be a big deal, the problem arose when it involved more and more powerful pure blood dragons. Even the Wizard Council would have a headache. In the rising process of the wizard civilization, they inevitably provoked many enemies. Generally, civilizations like the Dragon Clan, which leaned toward neutrality, were not actively provoked. It seems that Earlness, the Ocean King, is the Huang Sea Dragon. With this, Levi had identified 3 suspicious dragons among the 4 ancient kings: Jade Dragon for Sky King, Gloomy Lamp Dragon for Underground King, and Huang Sea Dragon for Ocean King. These 3 were all pure blood dragons of the Dragon Clan. As for the Gloomy Lamp Dragon, it might have been related to the Black Snake. The reason Levi hesitated was that the Gloomy Lamp Dragon leaned towards fire, while the Black Snake seemed to be associated with water, and the disparity in their attributes was significant. Of course, it was also possible for the same type of dragon clan to control both water and fire simultaneously. Only one more to go, and the secrets of this world would soon be unveiled: the Holy Snake, the initial ancient saint, the ancient ruler. Who was the ancient wizard who had entered this place? Time flew, and another year passed. With the alliance of the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint and Black Line City, in 1 year, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint had become the dominant force in the western region of the empire. However, to continue expanding, he had to face the obstruction of 2 formidable enemies: the 10th Ancient Saint and the 13th Ancient Saint. Their territories had happened to block the way forward for Cyan Scale Ancient Saint. In light of this, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint also halted his advance. This year had seen rapid expansion, and he needed time to consolidate his gains. Most importantly, his main supporter, the nameless Ancient Saint, had been in seclusion throughout the year, too busy to attend to him. Cyan Scale Ancient Saint's rise undoubtedly drew the attention of his 2 neighbors. The 8th Ancient Saint was situated in the Black Swamp to the north of the Loki Great Grassland, while the 13th Ancient Saint was located in the eastern Moram mountain range. Cyan Scale's rise had put immense pressure on them. However, the strengths of these 2 ancient saints were comparable to Cyan Scale, with little difference, and they were wary of each other. In the end, neither made a move, fearing that a battle with Cyan Scale might benefit the other. In this tense situation, a tense atmosphere was brewing. At Loki Great Grassland, in Cyan Scale City, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint sat on the throne. His territory, larger than ever before, failed to bring him joy. The nameless ancient saint loomed over him like a mountain, casting a shadow on his heart. One day, he received a letter from the nameless ancient saint. After reading the letter, he fell into contemplation. The nameless ancient saint instructed him to host an unprecedented auction in Cyan Scale City. At the auction, highly coveted ancient magic rings that even ancient saints would flock to bid on would be featured. Additionally, other ancient treasures would make an appearance, and there might even be ancient secret techniques capable of breaking the shackles of ancient saints. What is the Lord trying to achieve? Isn't this pushing me into the center of a vortex? Cyan Scale Ancient Saint felt uneasy. Ranked 12th among the ancient saints, there were many stronger than him. If he attracted those individuals to Cyan Scale City, wouldn't it be disastrous? However, the nameless ancient saint assured in the letter that Cyan Scale Ancient Saint's life would be secure, urging him to proceed with confidence. Although reluctant, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint, fearing the nameless ancient saint's blame, had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to prepare for the upcoming auction. To prevent his stronghold from being affected and destroyed by the battles among ancient saints, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint chose a large city under his rule and began preparations. Days passed. Time flew. Another year elapsed. During this year, rumors about the ancient magic rings started spreading gradually among the tribes and city-states of the ancient Saint Empire. Chapter 765, The Greatest in the World. 3. It was said that Cyan Scale Ancient Saint had discovered another entrance to ancient ruins in the Indus Mountains, bringing out various items. Among them were surplus ancient magic rings. Cyan Scale Ancient Saint urgently needed to expand his influence and intended to auction these precious ancient magic rings to exchange for territory and cities. In addition to the ancient magic rings, Cyan Scale Ancient Saint also obtained an ancient secret technique. It contained information that could potentially break the shackles of ancient saints. However, deciphering the ancient secret technique was beyond the capabilities of Cyan Scale Ancient Saint alone. Therefore, he invited other ancient saints to come together and decode it. This news was fraught with loopholes, and those with keen insights could sense that something was amiss. Nevertheless, people tend to harbor a sense of optimism. Even though they knew the information might not be entirely accurate or could be a scheme orchestrated by Cyan Scale Ancient Saint, some daring ancient saints still prepared to venture forth. The third ancient saint, Skybreaking of the Winged Tribe, was one of them. On the cliffs south of the Indus Mountains, a great rift separated the territory of the Wind God Empire from that of the ancient Saint Empire. A towering city, Lonely Wind City, the city-state of Skybreaking, stood on the steep cliffs. Winged lizardmen flew in and out, soaring between the great rifts. The crawlers of Skybreaking, the ancient saint of the Winged Tribe, all had wings and could glide for long distances. Although their flying speed and agility were not on par with the avian tribe, their gliding distance was comparable. Thus, the crawlers of the Winged Tribe were frequently recruited by other city-states as messengers, scouts, and more. This highlighted the technological backwardness of the crawler civilization. Even ancient saints, despite possessing powerful physical qualities that allowed them to leap hundreds of feet high, were unable to fly. Skybreaking, the ancient saint, stood proudly on the cliff, gazing into the distance. A secret technique to break through the shackles of ancient saints. As the third ancient saint, his strength had already reached the ceiling of ancient saints. He continued to break through these constraints, pursuing a higher realm. He was not interested in ancient magic rings, but the idea of that secret technique intrigued him. Let's go and see. Even if it's a scheme by Cyan Scale, with my abilities, I can protect myself. Skybreaking, the ancient saint, was confident. He spread his shimmering black wings, leaped into the sky, and soared upward with the wind. Simultaneously, in other parts of the ancient Saint Empire, other ancient saints who harbored thoughts about magic rings or ancient secret techniques also set out for the Loki Great Grassland. On this day, Levi was immersed in cultivation when Monka sought an audience. "Lord, our scouts have discovered the tracks of the flame-blood earthly dragon beast," Monka reported. The flame-blood earthly dragon beast was an elite among flame beasts, possessing strength comparable to that of an ancient serpent upon reaching adulthood. "Take me there," Levi commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. The next day, Levi arrived at the location where the flame-blood earthly dragon beast had been sighted. It was the settlement of a small tribe under the rule of Black Lion City. The small tribe was now in ruins, with the bodies of crawlers scattered everywhere, most of them gruesomely mutilated as if torn to shreds. This flame-blood earthly dragon beast is exceptionally skilled at digging. After each attack, it burrows underground, making it elusive even for ancient saints. Capturing it is quite troublesome, Monka explained. Levi arrived at the site of a collapsed tribal structure, where there was a pit approximately a yard in diameter. The edge of the pit emitted hot steam and was charred, likely scorched by something with high temperature. We've found many entrances like this in the vicinity. Our scouts entered, only to be played with and ambushed by those ferocious beasts. None have returned, Monka lamented. Levi stood at the edge of the pit, placing his palm against the wall. Activating his level 3 intuition, everything within a radius of dozens of miles instantly flashed in his mind. Finally, hundreds of meters deep beneath a mountain peak, Levi discovered a creature resembling a snake with 4 limbs, peacefully sleeping in its nest, much like the stone dragons from his previous life. "I've found you," Levi exclaimed, leaping into action. He positioned himself above the flame-blood earthly dragon beast's nest, swiftly descending as the power within him flowed into Frostmourne, the sword in his hand. A grey-white energy enveloped and condensed around the sword's blade as Levi gathered his strength. Destruction Sword Chi. Swoosh. The airflow resembled a grey light beam. The ground tore open, and Frostmourne was inserted into the gap, with the grey-white energy driving forward in a rotating manner. Soon, a pit several hundred meters deep was formed. Pleb. When the flame-blood earthly dragon beast sensed the ground trembling, it was already too late. The airflow pierced through its spine, drilling it into the ground. Boom! Levi landed on the ground, stepping on the head of the flame-blood earthly dragon beast. This colossal beast, stretching dozens of meters in length, writhed in pain on the ground, roaring. A majestic aura of ferocious beasts swept over, and the next moment, it faced a resounding slap. Levi smacked it, directly causing its brain to shake. If not for sparing its life, this slap could have killed it. "Behave yourself." Levi's dragon's might attack resonated in the flame-blood earthly dragon beast's mind. "Submit to me, enter into a master dragon covenant." Among the underground flame beasts, this flame-blood earthly dragon beast was only second to the flame-blood rampage dragon in ferocity. With the rich bloodline of the gloomy lamp dragon within it, it should be capable of entering into a master dragon covenant, just like Gustav, unless it didn't want to live. At first, the flame-blood earthly dragon beast naturally resisted, but when it realized that no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the magical clutches above its head, it gradually gave up the resistance. Chapter 766, The Greatest in the World. 4. The Master Dragon Covenant took effect, and Levi opened Alice's ring. The prerequisite for containing an object within Alice's ring was that the contained entity submitted to Levi and agreed to enter willingly. Otherwise, Levi would have to render the entity unconscious before placing it inside. In such a situation, if the awakened entity possessed too much strength, Alice's ring wouldn't be able to contain it. There was even a risk of the entity destroying the spatial array within Alice's ring. In that case, both the ring and other creatures inside could be swept into the turbulent secondary space. Levi collected some blood from the flame-blood earthly dragon beast and tested it with the rolling crystal. The blood contained an astonishing 11% of the gloomy lamp dragon's lineage. Flame beasts, flame-blood earthly dragon beasts, and flame-blood rampage dragons essentially belonged to the same species. The differences in the concentration of gloomy lamp dragon's blood led to mutations or evolution. Unfortunately, no ancient beasts were found. Never mind, I shouldn't be too greedy. The bloodline of the Third Circle Fire Dragon clan should be satisfying enough. Anyway, the next cultivation elixir for the Crimson Emperor Dragon is settled. Levi left the area contentedly. Monka and his subordinates arrived at the large pit, only to see puddles of blood saturated with the intense flame blood energy. There was no doubt that this was the lair of the flame blood earthly dragon beast. "Hurry, collect it all, don't let it go to waste," Monka said, looking at the blood with a tinge of heartache. In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1093, during the month of flowers, the 62nd year of the Great Expedition, the Endless Sea. In the 8th area of the Outer Sea region, within the Giant Tree Secret Realm, this was the secluded area of the lush forest tower. It was under the protection of Riemann, a 4th Circle Star Supervisor Wizard. Over the past years, the lush forest tower remained stable. Inside a small herb garden, Marlene was gathering medicinal herbs. Unbeknownst to her, this elderly person was already over 270 years old. Under normal circumstances, a second circle wizard would have a lifespan of around 300 years without special longevity potions or unique constitutions. Even with considerable costs and the consumption of all available longevity potions, they might only gain an additional 50 years. However, for a low-level wizard like Marlene, this was clearly not practical. Nevertheless, Marlene didn't seem afraid of growing older. Mortal beings all face death, and wizards are no exception. Granny Marlene, there's new frontline news from the Great Expedition, Winnie said, holding a freshly printed Great Expedition annual report. It was a newspaper specifically dedicated to the Great Expedition. Winnie, currently a senior first circle wizard, was not far from advancing to a second circle wizard due to her exceptional talent. Winnie, read it to me, Granny Marlene said, sitting in her rocking chair, gazing into the sky of the secret realm. Deep Blue Sage Luther severely wounded the Father of Plagues. After 3 years of cleanup, the main force of the Plague Legion has been mostly eliminated. Currently, the Myriad machine plane has been partially reclaimed, and the battle groups sent there are either continuing to support other planes or returning with the Sky City under Deep Blue Sage Luther's command. Upon hearing this, a divine glow suddenly appeared on Granny Marlene's face. So, is there a chance for Herman to come back, she asked. It's not clear yet. The report doesn't include the list of returning personnel. I hope that old rascal comes back soon. By the way, have there been any updates on Levi lately? Granny Marlene inquired. No, there's no news about Levi. He seems to have gone somewhere. I asked a friend in Riptide City, and he mentioned seeing a death notice that might have had Levi's name on it, but he wasn't sure if it was the same person, Winnie replied in a somber tone. It definitely can't be. Even if it's a mistake from Riptide City, Levi wouldn't die so easily. I believe in him, and Tower Master won't die either. My old bones are still alive and kicking, so how could Levi, who's young, be dead? Granny Marlene spoke, her voice getting softer, and her eyes slightly red. 60 years of war, a few old friends still survive. Star Sea, the legendary Sea of 6 Towers. As the core of the Endless Sea, the situation here was relatively stable, with many high-level primordial soul wizards overseeing the region. Ordinary dark wizards dared not easily set foot in these waters. On a long and narrow island, within a wizard market, a seemingly inconspicuous wizard tool shop operated quietly. White Sands Wizard Tool Shop sold quasi-wizard grade magic wands, first circle and second circle wizard tools, accepted wizard tool customizations, and offered trade-ins for new ones. A wizard wearing a black windbreaker arrived, his features sharply defined. He gazed at the wizard tool shop and then stepped inside. What kind of wizard tool did you need? Xavier, the owner of the wizard tool shop, sensed a customer and came down from the wizard tower, smiling as he inquired. The man in the windbreaker coughed, his appearance changing, and Xavier's expression shifted slightly. Lord Sparrow. That's right. I wonder what brought Lord Sparrow here. I'd like to invite you to join the Starfire Wizard Academy as a professor in the weapon-making department. Lord Sparrow, my strength was modest, and my knowledge of weapon-making was only rudimentary. Taking on a professorship was beyond my capability. The Starfire Wizard Academy has flourished in recent years, surely, you could invite more qualified weapon craftsmen. Why insist on inviting me? Because you were recommended by an old friend. Who? Your old friend, Levi. Month of Flowing Fire, June in the Mortal Realm. Peacock Kingdom. In the past 2 years, the kingdom had experienced occasional outbreaks of plagues or flu on a small scale, but it quickly disappeared. Each time, it claimed some lives. Chapter 767, The Greatest in the World. 5. In the church's research facility, after treating several waves of plagues, holy water number 99 gradually lost its effectiveness. Peacock Capital, Holy Brilliance Cathedral, Heavenly Mountain. Have you found the people who went to the ghoul hut? Yelin asked softly while seated beneath the cross. Lord, not yet. This time, they were too discreet, and I suspect there's a mastermind behind them, said the saint. No need to doubt, it's the father of the unclean great ones causing trouble. Could it be that the ghoul hut summoned him to the mortal realm? This is troublesome. Continue developing the holy water. Before it's ready, use the 7th sealing sacred object to purify. Don't worry too much, if the other party acts so surreptitiously, they must fear us. By the way, if things get desperate, seek out the miracle Dr. Watson. If he's willing to formulate medicines for us and serve the church can grant him the position of saint, allowing him to be rejuvenated by divine power, enjoy 1,000 years of life, and be revered by the world, standing above all as a saint for millennia. Alright, this guy is really getting a good deal. This is the shaping of a saint. Ancient Saint Empire. Beat City, another city of Scion scale ancient saint. In the colossal arena, the roar of the crowd swept through. This day marked the eagerly anticipated commencement of the ancient auction. Countless strong individuals gathered, some to try their luck and others to witness the legendary ancient saints. Scion scale ancient saint sat nervously in the central grandstand. He could sense powerful auras lurking around. There must be some ancient saints concealing themselves with secret techniques, unwilling to reveal their identities at the auction. Ha ha ha, Scion scale, you dare to hold such an auction? I want to see what you're up to. A hearty voice echoed through the Colosseum. A robust figure leaped onto one of the platforms. He was bare-chested, revealing scales resembling armor. A menacing snake head with a flickering tongue adorned his upper body. Snake Demon Ancient Saint, the 4th Ancient Saint, he's here too. This trip is not in vain, remarked a spectator. Scion scale Ancient Saint felt a sense of regret. He hadn't expected this fellow to attend. This individual had once killed an ancient saint, devouring their life force, displaying extreme ferocity. Oh, the snake demon is here too. A figure appeared on an adjacent pillar, crowned spines protruding from his back, towering high at this moment. The 5th Ancient Saint, Spine Mountain Ancient Saint. Scion scale felt another chill in his heart. Damn it, both the 4th and the 5th have come. He didn't need to worry about the unnamed ancient saint, but could he really be at ease with the 4th and the 5th present? Subsequently, the 11th and the 8th ancient saints arrived, followed by many ancient serpent-level powerhouses eager to seize opportunities. So far, the top 3 ancient saints seemed absent, though they could be hiding in the crowd, biding their time. Let's get started, Scion scale, urged the snake demon ancient saint after receiving Levi's approval. Scion scale ancient saint immediately announced the start of the auction. The first item for auction is an ancient magic ring, containing a personal storage space, extremely convenient and practical. Starting bid is ownership of a city belonging to an ancient serpent level, with each increment not less than 1,000 slaves. The first item was a spatial ring eliminated by Levi. This spatial ring required neither incantations nor spell power and could be opened using spiritual force. Although these ancient saints didn't practice meditation art, opening the spatial ring with spiritual force was not difficult. In an instant, the ancient saints in the audience began to bid frantically. Levi, hidden among the crowd, watched it all, marveling inwardly. If he didn't know that it was just a storage ring worth 800 ether stones, other wizards might have thought they were auctioning some soul artifact, given the frequent bids of cities and thousands of slaves. 5 cities, declared the snake demon ancient saint in a cold voice, suppressing the entire scene. He ceded the title deeds of 5 cities to Scion scale and entered into an ancient covenant with him, a pact between ancient saints to prevent any disputes after obtaining the ring. Having acquired the ring, the snake demon ancient saint didn't rush to leave. The real highlight was the opportunity to break through to an ancient saint using ancient secret techniques. In the end, when the inheritance diagram representing ancient secret techniques was unveiled, various figures of people in different poses were drawn, with a jade-colored dragon spewing poisonous fog in the center. I've seen this. I saw it on the murals in the ancient ruins. This is the ancient king, Sky King Atheros, murmured Spine Mountain ancient saint to himself. Could it be that the secret to breaking through to ancient saint lies in the 4 ancient kings? Snake demon ancient saint also contemplated. The figures on the inheritance diagram somewhat resembled their ancient saint methods. At this moment, all the ancient saints present, including those hidden, felt a surge of excitement. Looking at it now, Scion scale ancient saint surprisingly didn't deceive them, the ancient secret techniques truly existed. Scion scale could sense the powerful hostility from all directions, scrutinizing him. He lamented inwardly, wishing he could throw the inheritance diagram away immediately. Esteemed colleagues, this time, I invited you all to jointly study these ancient secret techniques. Through collective wisdom, we can break the limits of ancient saints together, Cyan Scale said. However, the ancient saints in the audience each had their own thoughts. If everyone broke through to ancient saint, what difference would it make compared to the current situation? It might be better if no one broke through. Chapter 768, The Greatest in the World. 6. The ancient secret techniques should rightfully belong to him. Only by breaking through to ancient saint could he possibly reach the realm of the original ancient saint, standing out from the crowd and dominating all other ancient saints. Human nature was greedy and selfish, and it was no different in this case. Cyan Scale, I'll be frank. Give me the ancient secret techniques, and I'll ensure your safety. You should know these guys never intended to obtain what you have legally. The ancient secret techniques are not something you can dabble in, the snake demon ancient saint spoke. How dare you! Suddenly, from the crowd, a scream rang out. A figure exploded from the ground, soaring into the sky and reaching directly towards Cyan Scale on the platform. A fierce wind swept through, causing a sandstorm. Many lizardmen in the Colosseum were blown away. This distinctive strength rune caused the expressions of all ancient saints to change slightly. Sky-breaking. Others may fear you, but I don't. The snake demon ancient saint soared into the air, shattering stone pillars. The endless earthy strength converged in his right arm, transforming into an exaggerated rock serpent, wildly lunging towards Sky-breaking. Wind Fury Strike. Sky-breaking ancient saint's wings flapped, unleashing a slashing blow that tore through everything, heading straight for the snake demon. In an instant, chaos ensued in the arena. Cyan Scale quickly tossed the inheritance diagram to the snake demon ancient saint. Snake demon, I'm entrusting my safety to you. Cyan Scale spoke and immediately made his escape. There was no time to wait any longer. The strength of Sky-breaking ancient saint was something he couldn't contend with alone. His life was in danger here. At first, the snake demon ancient saint was ecstatic, but then he felt something was amiss. He realized he had been played, but giving up at this point was out of the question. Boom! The battle of ancient saints was earth-shattering. The Colosseum's structures collapsed, and the spectators panicked and fled. Levi, hidden in the crowd, watched the intense battle. Fight, fight! By the way, it seems the first and second ones haven't shown up. It's a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to take care of all of them at once. Well, let's capture these ancient saints first and then pay a visit to those two. Levi remained calm. After the battle with Cyan Scale, he realized he had overestimated these ancient saints. With his current strength, he could completely suppress them, it was just a matter of finding the right opportunity. The majority of the third, fourth, and so on ancient saints were in a chaotic battle in the Colosseum, shrouded in darkness, with no light from the sun or moon. Levi found a good spot to watch the spectacle and set up an array called Shadowless Maze, making himself invisible to the ancient saints. With their spiritual force, they couldn't discern Levi's array. He was completely unflustered. He even took out a bottle of snow beer from his storage space, sipping it while enjoying the show. Burp. This is the life. Levi couldn't help but sigh. Boom. Skydamine Slash. Sky-breaking ancient saint's hands formed a sword, and an endless stream of green energy circulated around him, converging into a colossal sword that cleaved through the ground. The snake demon was blasted into the ground, and other ancient saints scattered in all directions. The entire Colosseum was split in half by the terrifying sword, creating a shocking scene. If you force me to reveal my strength, why bother? Can't I continue to keep a low profile? Sky-breaking ancient saint muttered. He put away the breathing technique inheritance diagram and the ancient magic ring. You. The snake demon ancient saint was shaken to the core. Sky-breaking ancient saint's strength seemed much stronger than before. In their previous battle, he had been only slightly inferior, but now, he was easily defeated without any chance of retaliation. Even if Hellfire Ancient Saint came, he might not be able to surpass the opponent. Only the first Ancient Saint, Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Ancient Saint, could stand a chance against him. You're too weak. Do you know why that old guy Rex didn't come? Skybreaking shook his head and laughed, looking down from a high vantage point with ease. That old guy is on his last legs and is no longer my match. Before I came here, I specifically went to the capital and killed him. While you were all squabbling, you didn't know that the first Ancient Saint had long been me. After finishing his words, Skybreaking held a lizard skull resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex in his hand. The skull shattered into blood mist and broken scales, dispersing in the wind. Now, I, Skybreaking, possess the ancient secret techniques and the power to suppress all of you. I'll ask one question, does anyone dare to defy me? Skybreaking felt exhilarated and couldn't help but roar toward the sky. He had been lurking on the northern border for many years, always in the position of the third most powerful. Now, he appeared directly, stunning the world. The feeling was beyond description. I do not accept. As Skybreaking's words fell, flames swept out from the void behind him, creating a sky filled with rosy clouds. A pair of large hands reached around Skybreaking Ancient Saint's waist from behind. A colossal, red-colored beast that traversed the sky appeared, and suddenly exerted force. Crack! The nearly indestructible flesh of Skybreaking Ancient Saint was almost severed. Endless green energy burst forth, pushing the large hands away. The momentarily uncontrolled Skybreaking Ancient Saint stared in horror at what was behind him. A three-headed, six-armed flame giant showed no emotion. With a sudden movement, it kicked, and a torrent of energy swept Skybreaking into the ground. Dust and debris filled the air as rocks scattered. Afterward, the giant descended from the sky, and Skybreaking quickly withdrew. Boom! The ground beneath the entire Colosseum began to collapse. Skybreaking Ancient Saint, who had narrowly escaped death, hadn't had time to rejoice. From all directions, streaks of light shot straight into the sky. These were array flags. Heaven's net! Suppress! Levi was a wizard and wouldn't compete fairly with these guys. He used a third circle array without hesitation. Skybreaking, who wanted to escape, was temporarily blocked by the array. At this moment, the flame giant had already reached his front. Relying on his speed surpassing Levi's, Skybreaking dodged and lurked within the array. Darting around like a fly, quite annoying. With a single thought, Levi activated the power of the 5 dragons, Dragon's Might, surging like the tide. In the moment of Skybreaking's awe, Levi pointed a finger. Mixed venom. A swarm of deadly toxins enveloped Skybreaking, infiltrating his wounds and infecting him. Destruction Sword Chi. Levi's sword energy severed Skybreaking's wings. Then, the great black sky curtain completely suppressed him. Who are you? Skybreaking, bewildered, couldn't help but ask. Even Hellfire Ancient Saint wasn't his match, and now there was a powerful member of the Fire Lizard clan who surpassed him. With a shocked expression, Skybreaking realized something, his mind was in turmoil. You are the initial Ancient Saint. Levi frowned, then with an imposing aura, he calmly said, yes, I am the initial Ancient Saint. I have come to make the Ancient Saint Empire great again. Reviving the glory of the Ancient Saints was an undeniable duty. Chapter 769, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A conclusion. 1. The initial Ancient Saint. All the Ancient Saints present were shaken to their core. This name was resoundingly prominent. Without the initial Ancient Saint, there would be no subsequent Crawler civilization. The initial Ancient Saint has been in existence for countless millennia. How is this possible? However, the initial Ancient Saint is said to be the incarnation of Lord Holy Snake and may not have a limited lifespan. According to divine records, it is not stated that the initial Ancient Saint has fallen but merely disappeared. Could he really be the initial Ancient Saint? Regardless of whether this person was the initial Ancient Saint or not, the impact of his appearance was undeniably profound. The once arrogant Skybreaking Ancient Saint, who had just killed the first Ancient Saint, now found himself firmly grasped by the hand of fate, unable to move. This was the Skybreaking Ancient Saint, undoubtedly the strongest in the Ancient Saint Empire. Who would believe that he was now in such a pitiable state? None of the Ancient Saints present dared to escape. I mean no harm. I've said it before, I just want to revive the glory of the Ancient Saints and establish a unified Ancient Saint Empire. In the future, I will reclaim the Mosasaurus Empire and the Wind God Empire. Levi's tone was calm but weighty. Skybreaking Ancient Saint, at this moment, was barely holding on. The toxic swarm was corroding his body. If it weren't for his robust physique, he would have died long ago. Levi had already cultivated Clay's mixed venom true form to a level equivalent to a 7th rank 3rd circle wizard. Additionally, he regularly fed on various toxins. The current toxic swarm was even more potent than Clay's original version. For those willing to form an alliance with me to rebuild the ancient saint empire, stay. Those who do not wish to participate can leave on their own. Levi's expression was solemn, as if treating it as a sacred matter. I'm willing, Snake Demon Ancient Saint said tremulously. His worldview had been completely shattered today. First, Sky-breaking Ancient Saint appeared out of nowhere, single-handedly defeating other Ancient Saints. Just when the dust seemed to settle, another nameless Ancient Saint emerged, effortlessly suppressing Sky-breaking Ancient Saint with a snap of his fingers. Being Ancient Saints, why was there such a vast difference? After Snake Demon Ancient Saint made his statement, Ridge's Mountain Ancient Saint and others also expressed their willingness. Lord! I'm not interested in revitalizing the Ancient Saint Empire. I won't participate. Farewell, said one Ancient Saint. Oh, not interested? May I ask what kind of Ancient Saint you are? Levi asked with a smile. I am Blackstone Ancient Saint. Then, you may leave. I won't force anyone. Levi waved his hand, indicating for the other to depart. Blackstone Ancient Saint turned around and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Levi, with a casual demeanor, drew his bow and strung an arrow. Blood feather bow. Blood imprisonment all. Thud. The arrow flashed like a stream of light, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, a muffled groan emanated from Blackstone Ancient Saint ahead. Before long, Blackstone Ancient Saint unsteadily returned to his original position. The blood imprisonment all, resembling bone-penetrating maggots, was embedded in both of his legs. Following Levi, this blood imprisonment all had absorbed the blood of many strong individuals, and its power had subtly increased. Lord, I am also willing to join the alliance. Very well. To establish the Supreme Ancient Saint Empire, we cannot do without the assistance of all of you. Today, we form a covenant here in the name of Skybreaking Ancient Saint to establish a new Ancient Saint Empire. Lord? Why is it in my name? Weakly, Skybreaking Ancient Saint held in Levi's palm asked, looking confused. Because I believe you are more suitable to be the ruler of this nation than I am, Levi replied. In Skybreaking's heart, a glimmer of hope ignited. In the end, he would be the ruler of the empire. It seemed that his strength had won the recognition of the initial Ancient Saint. Levi's thought was to avoid using the title of the initial Ancient Saint. If the so-called initial Ancient Saint was still alive, it might lead to trouble for himself in the end. Therefore, it was better to let Skybreaking Ancient Saint be the ruler of the Ancient Saint Empire while he secretly controlled the situation. Afterwards, Levi and the other Ancient Saints formed a covenant, and a new empire rose from the battlefield. After completing all of this, Levi returned to Black Lion City, leaving Skybreaking Ancient Saint to handle the remaining matters. He left a bit of the toxic swarm within Skybreaking Ancient Saint's body to exert some pressure on him, reminding him of the serious consequences of disobedience. Of course, whether it was this covenant or the toxic swarm, it was not foolproof. The most secure method was the Scarlet Contract. Unfortunately, Levi's Scarlet Dragon breathing technique was still at level 14, leaving some distance. Therefore, this was a measure of last resort. In general, he believed that with the strength he demonstrated, those ancient saints should not turn rebellious so quickly. One day, Monka came to Levi's mansion with a serious expression. Lord, there is a distinguished guest outside. Who is it? Hellfire Ancient Saint. Let him in. Soon after, a lizardman with crimson scales, whose figure was not as robust as Levi's, arrived. Holen greet you, Lord, Hellfire Ancient Saint immediately said respectfully upon meeting. During the recent ancient auction, he did not participate. Firstly, he had an ancient magic ring, and secondly, he learned that Skybreaking Ancient Saint had already slain Tyrannosaurus Ancient Saint Rex. Fearful of the news, he found a place to hide. Later, he heard the news of the establishment of the unified Ancient Saint Empire. Skybreaking Ancient Saint left Lonely Wind City and took control of the central Dragon City of the Empire. Using Dragon City as the core, he led other ancient saints and tribes to sweep away all forces, large and small, unwilling to submit. Chapter 770, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A conclusion. 2. Hellfire Ancient Saint knew the overall situation was grim, and hiding in the deep mountains and forests was not a solution. He decided to seek refuge with this seemingly initial Ancient Saint, a powerful figure who had suppressed Skybreaking Ancient Saint with ease, hoping to secure a prominent position in the new ancient saint empire. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that this powerful figure was residing in Black Lion City. He traveled day and night and finally met the formidable man who had effortlessly subdued skybreaking ancient saint. Levi looked at Hellfire Ancient Saint, nodded, and smiled, saying, "It seems that Hellfire Ancient Saint is also here to support the cause of our new ancient saint empire. Come, let's feast." During the banquet, Hellfire Ancient Saint was uneasy and apprehensive. As fellow member of the Fire Lizard clan, he had many questions in his mind but dared not ask. Eventually, after expressing his loyalty and allegiance to Levi, Hellfire Ancient Saint took his leave. This journey to the alternate plane should come to an end. This trip had been much smoother than I imagined. Conquering the ancient Saint Empire, Wind God Empire, and Mosasaurus Empire was only a matter of time. In addition, the traces of ancient beasts had still been being sought, and I had tasked Skybreaking Ancient Saint, with the power of the Empire, to find other Dragon Clan creatures I needed. I hadn't needed to worry about it anymore. I also helped the Twilight Knights to clear obstacles and take control here. When I return to the human realm this time, I can try to let the members of the Twilight Knights enter here in batches for training. As for the traces of the ancient wizard, the identities of the 4 ancient kings, and the holy snake, these secrets can be slowly uncovered in the future. Levi had been delighted with the outcomes of this journey to the alternate plane. Afterward, Levi spent some time in Black Lion City. Other ancient saints and major tribes with ancient saint arts had offered their respective ancient saint arts to Levi. Levi had only taken copies, as he hadn't wanted to sever the inheritance of these crawler civilizations. Honestly, he had also been curious about how far these creatures could evolve in the future. During this time, Levi had stayed in the city, studying these ancient saint arts: Rock Serpent Ancient Saint Art, Frenzied Blood Ancient Saint Art, and so on. The Rock Serpent Ancient Saint Art, the Frenzied Blood Ancient Saint Art. These ancient saint arts were all methods passed down through generations of ancient saints. It was said that they were created by the initial ancient saint, who could be traced back to the ancient era. The initial ancient saint was just a lizardman. How could he have such high intelligence to create so many ancient saint arts? Even I, attempting to create the night breathing technique from scratch, have not been able to do so until now. I don't believe he could achieve that. If he could, wouldn't that mean I'm inferior to lizardmen? These ancient saint arts might have been created by that ancient wizard. The ancient wizard likely had a profound understanding of the path of knights, so he plagiarized and modified the content of the night breathing technique to form these ancient saint arts. Levi speculated in his mind. He counted and found that the ancient saint arts he had collected could be divided into 4 categories: defense, constitution, speed, and strength. In comparison to the night breathing technique, these ancient saint arts lacked the 2 dimensions of endurance and perception. The defense-type ancient saint arts all traced their ultimate origins to the bloodline source of the Ocean King, the Sea Dragon. Similarly, speed pointed to the Sky King, the Jade Dragon, and strength pointed to the Underground King, the Gloomy Lamp Dragon. Regarding the constitution, Levi had already measured it using the rolling crystal. Its bloodline source was the immortal Banyan Dragon, the Forest King. According to Levi's extensive investigations, the immortal Banyan Dragon was a legendary serpent-shaped dragon that dwelled on the World Tree. Its body had fused with the World Tree, covered in the branches of the World Tree. The World Tree lived on, and the immortal Banyan Dragon remained undefeated. That being said, the World Tree, a colossal deity tree in many civilizations, was found in various myths, such as Pandora's Mother Tree in the Elven civilization. Thus, Levi was unsure which civilization the immortal Banyan Dragon's World Tree pointed to. The Jade Dragon, the Sea Dragon of Huang, the Gloomy Lamp Dragon, and the immortal Banyan Dragon, all 4 dragons under the Holy Snake, were pure-blooded members of the Dragon Clan, at least of the legendary 9th circle level. The Holy Snake, in particular, was guaranteed to be of mythological status, comparable to a legendary wizard. Thinking about it this way, the depths of this world seemed quite profound. Levi wondered if the stone he had cast into this world could make ripples. Based on my research over the years, whether it was weak lizard-like beings like Keku or ancient saints like Skybreaking, none had successfully communicated with the Holy Snake during sacrificial rituals. Did this imply that the Holy Snake might have perished? Levi pressed down his doubts. He collected all the ancient saint methods for future use. 1 month later, as Levi prepared to bid farewell, the current ruler of the Ancient Saint Empire, the sky-breaking Ancient Saint, came to Levi's residence. "Greetings, Lord," sky-breaking Ancient Saint knelt, showing deep respect. "What brought you here?" Levi inquired. "Lord, now that the Ancient Saint Empire had essentially achieved unity, those ancient saints who disagreed with serving the Empire had been slain by me. Shall we now lead the army to conquer the Mosasaurus Empire?" Those barbaric sea tribes frequently invaded the borders of the Ancient Saint Empire, and it was infuriating. Sky-breaking Ancient Saint eagerly expressed, full of fighting spirit. "No rush for now. Rest and recover first. When I return, we'll make plans. In the meantime, focus on stabilizing the Empire's internal affairs." That, in itself, was a victory, Levi advised. His departure was framed as going into seclusion according to Skybreaking and others left behind. "Understood." Skybreaking Ancient Saint nodded and presented an ancient magic ring. "Lord, according to your orders, these were some plants we had found." Levi's eyes widened as he accepted the storage ring, detecting a multitude of herbs, astonishing in both variety and quantity. Chapter 771, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A conclusion. 3. In the following period, Levi only needed to gather a few more medicinal herb resources not present in this world, and he could then refine a large quantity of meditation supplementary potions. With determination, continue collecting, and deeply comprehend the planting methods of the plants I shared with you. In the future, not only should you harvest, but also learn the art of cultivation, cultivating a path of sustainable and green cycles, Levi said. "Thank you, Lord, for passing down the seeds of knowledge." Levi had translated and summarized some wizards' knowledge of medicinal herb cultivation and low-level meditation art, as well as spell legacies. He left these to Skybreaking Ancient Saint and other ancient saints, instructing them to find individuals with talents and nurture them. Among the lizardmen, there was a probability of giving birth to spellcasters, and Keku was one of them. Levi felt that there was potential to be unearthed among these barbaric tribes. He also wondered how far this civilization could go in the future. In the end, Skybreaking, full of enthusiasm, left Levi's residence. As Levi was preparing to depart, old Lizard Kane hesitated at the mansion's entrance. "Lord, are you truly the initial ancient saint? I've heard rumors in the alleys," Kane's aged voice inquired. "Old Kane, do not blindly believe in the initial ancient saint. Everyone could be the initial ancient saint." Levi left behind mysterious words and went on his way. Crossing the vast ancient saint empire, he arrived at the sprawling Yuntas Mountains. Here, the wind roared, and at the mountain peaks, snow covered everything. Occasionally, humanoid creatures with wings, resembling large birds, moved among them. These were the feathered people. A powerful civilization evolved from the crawler civilization. A feathered people messenger traversed the treacherous mountains and eventually descended from the towering snow-capped peak. At the snow-covered mountain's zenith, there stood a magnificent palace shining in gold and brilliance. The messenger's face was solemn. Passing through guards, they finally reached the center of the grand hall. Feathered people ministers of various colors sat upright. On the high seat, a figure with an endless imposing aura, adorned with golden feathers and a feather crown, gazed sharply, like an eagle with an eagle eye. "King of Golden Feathers, a major event has happened." "So panicked, what lack of discipline is this? What happened?" "Your Majesty, the initial ancient saint has returned." "What?" In the vast southern sea, the colossal blue-scaled giant seated on the deep-sea throne, like a small mountain, also showed an incredulous expression. The mouth, wide open, revealed sharp teeth. "The initial ancient saint has returned." In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1094, on the first day of the month of beginning, marked the 64th year of the Great Expedition. Levi's birthday arrived again, and he silently cooked himself a bowl of longevity noodles, slurping them alone in the palace. After finishing the noodles and sipping the soup, Levi sighed, 104 years old. "Time flew by when I was busy. 10,000 years is too long, we must seize the day." The grand celebration of his centennial birthday still fresh in his memory, 4 more years had passed in the blink of an eye. Away from the ancient saint empire for nearly half a year, Levi returned to the Dusk Holy Temple and took his time digesting the knowledge gained from the ancient saint empire. On one hand, he needed to cultivate the breathing technique and the ways of a wizard. Additionally, the new destruction sword Chi required Levi's slow cultivation to enhance its power. Moreover, with his spiritual force reaching 120 points, Levi started learning the third rune language. He opened the book of Starforge runes and contemplated between the Strength rune and the Hermit rune, both of which he had cultivated to a significant extent. Choosing between increased strength and invisibility, Levi continued his contemplation. Levi instinctively felt that the rune language called Fool would undoubtedly be useful. However, even a brief glance at its structure made his head spin, feeling as if one more look would cause an explosion, turning him into a wild-haired baboon. With a spiritual force of 120 points, far from meeting the requirements to practice the Fool rune, Levi had to choose from the ones that his current spiritual force allowed. Lovers, Chariot. According to the Book of Starforge runes, the Lover's rune invisibly enhanced Levi's charm, luck, and favorability with the opposite sex, something mystical. I'm not in a relationship, so what's the use? As for luck, let's not mention it. Let's look at the Chariot. Levi believed that fate was unchangeable, and the unlucky ones would remain unlucky. He gazed at the Chariot rune. He gazed at the Chariot rune. The Chariot rune is suitable for embedding in auxiliary flying wizard tools, enhancing their flying speed. Levi found the idea of increasing speed quite fitting. When solidified on his legs, he could become swift as the wind. The attribute of speed was a tangible improvement, much more practical than the mystical attributes of luck and charm. Once my spiritual force is abundant, I can also practice the Lover's rune. It feels somewhat useful, after all, even in the worst-case scenario, I can still charm a few rich ladies and live an easy life. The charm attribute was one that even the night-breathing technique couldn't cultivate. The practice of the night-breathing technique would only decrease one's charm. Charm was related to appearance but wasn't the determining factor. According to the rune language, the Lover's rune could tap into the power of the Aries constellation, representing love, luck, charm, and fertility. Chapter 772, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A conclusion. 4. Casting aside distractions, Levi began constructing the Chariot rune in his mind, harnessing his spiritual force. 3 days later, above the gaseous magic ring in Levi's mind, a pristine rune language model appeared, rotating around it. Simultaneously, he opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Chariot rune, level 1, 1/1000, special effect, Power of Pegasus constellation, level 1. Power of Pegasus constellation, level 1 communicates with the Pegasus constellation in the rune language, amplifying your speed with a current increase of 5%. Pegasus seems to be paired with horned bull, Levi murmured to himself. Never mind that, solidify it directly on the legs. Drawing from the successful experience with the Strength rune, Levi quickly solidified the Pegasus rune on his legs. The fleeting white Pegasus pattern merged into Levi's body. With a single thought, without employing the scarlet power, Levi swiftly dashed from one end of the grand hall to the other. Speed has indeed improved, but the amplification is not significant, it needs cultivation. Probably, like the Strength rune, it will increase by 40% after reaching level 5. When paired with my Scarlet Escape, even a 5th circle wizard won't catch up. Cultivating the rune language was a gradual process, and Levi was in no hurry. He exited the Grand Hall, finding the Divine Light Knight waiting anxiously at the entrance of the Extreme Path Palace. Divine Light Knight, what brings you to me? Levi looked at her, seemingly able to penetrate her inner thoughts. Feeling Levi's gaze, the Divine Light Knight, despite her legendary knight mindset, became somewhat nervous. Her heartbeat noticeably quickened, and her chest, covered by the exaggerated pectoral muscles of a female legendary knight, heaved irregularly. There was no help, the chest muscles of a female legendary knight were too exaggerated. Commander, I recently visited the Peacock Kingdom, and it seems the mortal plague is resurfacing, the Divine Light Knight said anxiously. She had been to Peacock City, where her brother, King Boyka, informed her of the situation, hoping that, with her legendary knight abilities, she could find a solution. Even the Church of Holy Light hadn't managed to solve it. What could she do? After much contemplation, the only figure in the mortal realm that the Divine Light Knight thought of, with limitless capabilities and mysteriousness, was the commander. As far as she knew, the commander seemed to be a powerful wizard. Wizards possessed vast knowledge and expertise in potions, making them potentially capable of resolving the issue. Divine Light Knight, I'm aware of the situation you mentioned. However, the plague in the Peacock Kingdom is peculiar, shrouded in thick mist, and currently, I'm powerless, sighed Levi, speaking truthfully. It was true, even after Levi arrived in the mortal realm, Andrew had reported the plague situation to him. Upon personally investigating the Peacock Kingdom, Levi discovered that the sources of these viruses were all different, with various virus types. Even with Levi's pharmacist skills, developing so many antidotes wouldn't be easy. Clearly, the puppet master behind this was an expert in epidemiology and virology. This person might be a formidable figure from the Ghoul House, and Levi, with his current strength, didn't want to get too involved. His abilities were limited, he wasn't a savior, and he didn't rely on faith to live. In his current state, he couldn't do much for ordinary people. Moreover, with the presence of the Church of Holy Light, as challenging as the plague was, it wouldn't wipe out the entire population. That would defeat the purpose of the Church's existence. I understand, Commander, Divine Light Knight Denise said, turning away with a hint of reluctance. Denise, Levi called. Commander? Is there anything else? Divine Light Knight Denise inquired. I just want to say, there are limits to human power. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We are just knights, not gods. We don't have the ability or qualification to save the world. If you truly want to be the savior of mortals, then focus on your training, Levi calmly advised. Denise looked momentarily stunned, then wore a bitter smile. I understand, Commander. Thank you. Levi watched Denise's retreating figure. The mortal realm is becoming more chaotic. Various gods and demons are making their moves. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. With the secret medicine made from the flame blood earthly dragon beast bloodline, the Crimson Emperor dragon's breathing technique training speed had noticeably increased. In addition, Levi's chariot rune had finally reached level 3, providing a 20% boost to speed. Level 3 was a threshold in the rune language, and subsequent training speeds would gradually slow down. However, the magnitude of the enhancements after level 3 continued to grow. After reaching level 3 with the chariot rune, Levi began preparing to return to the wizard world. Although he acquired many medicinal herbs in the ancient Saint Empire, it wasn't enough to refine meditation supplementary potions. He needed to purchase more from the wizard world. Besides, he wanted to find some contract-based wizard tool blueprints in the wizard world. He planned to craft a contract item that could be used to bind members of the Dusk Holy Temple. As the Twilight Nights expanded, it was only a matter of time before internal conflicts arose. Suddenly, the Greenfield Immortal House, which Levi hadn't paid much attention to, showed some activity. Levi promptly used his spiritual force to investigate. Something is happening with the Zerg. As Levi became busier, he paid less attention to the Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders. They were mostly left to roam freely. Chapter 773, Immortal Banyan Dragon. A conclusion. 5. Levi wasted no time disposing of the enemy's corpses, immediately tossing them into the enclosure to feed the Zerg creatures. Within the Greenfield Immortal House, the two types of Zerg creatures, the Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders, freely reproduced and multiplied. Their numbers had now reached tens of thousands. However, at this moment in the Greenfield Immortal House, scattered corpses of Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders were visible everywhere. More infighting among themselves. Levi maintained a calm expression, having grown accustomed to the creatures killing each other. After all, they reproduced rapidly, and Levi considered it a form of nurturing. As he examined the corpses, he noticed a monstrous creature about the size of a wild dog with golden armor and red spots devouring the bodies of the Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders. Sensing a gaze, the creature lifted its head, revealing a scorpion-like face with a somewhat human appearance. What kind of creature is this? In the next moment, the creature opened its mouth, emitting a slightly childish, sharp, and unpleasant voice in Levi's mind. Mom! Mom! Levi quickly tested his insect-controlling spell, the Spider and Scorpion Song. The spiritual force connection remained, indicating that he could control the creature. Mom! Mom! I'm not your mom! Levi frowned. Dad! Dad! I'm not your dad either, call me master. Levi was perplexed. Based on his knowledge of entomology, he couldn't explain the current situation. Could it be that some of the bodies I fed them earlier were problematic? Did some Saint Scorpions mutate after eating them, or were they possessed? Levi pondered, unable to find a clear answer. Why did you eat your brothers and sisters? Levi asked. The Saint Scorpion seemed capable of communication, displaying rudimentary childlike thoughts. Mom, I'm hungry. Levi released the surviving Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders from the corners of the Greenfield Immortal House, where they had hidden. He had kept them there, giving a home to the surviving Zerg creatures, all bearing scars but exhibiting great strength. In the Greenfield Immortal House, only the mutated Zerg creature remained. Levi took the creature out and examined it closely. From its features, it appeared to be a stitched-together monster combining the traits of Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders. Out of all the Zerg creatures, only this one had been born. I'm hungry. This creature, still not satisfied, roamed the grand hall in search of food. Despite its fearsome appearance, the creature showed no signs of aggression towards Levi. It seemed the insect-controlling spell was still effective, indicating no betrayal from the creature. If there were any signs of a backlash, Levi would not hesitate to eliminate the creature. Levi tossed some sea beast meat from his storage bags to the creature, allowing it to feast. Approaching the creature, Levi touched its tough exoskeleton. Though not extremely hard, it felt sturdy, with a rubbery texture. Testing its defense, Levi found it surpassed that of a level 12 golden snake, far superior to ordinary Saint Scorpions. Next, Levi retrieved a second circle transcendent creature, an armored woolly ox, from Alice's ring and placed it before the creature. The monster immediately pounced, its size comparable to a small mouse. However, with razor-sharp mouthparts, the creature effortlessly tore through the ox's armor resistant to second circle spells. Injecting venom and wrapping it in silk, the creature immobilized the ox completely. Subsequently, the creature burrowed into the ox's body. Levi observed the ox writhing in pain, its surface occasionally bulging as the creature traversed within. Facing a second circle transcendent creature alone, it was instantly slain. It should possess strength close to that of a third circle being. Soon, Levi noticed a phantom image of the ox's soul struggling at the creature's mouth, on the verge of dissipating. The creature swiftly sucked in the soul, consuming it. Satisfied. Mom. Having finished its meal, the creature approached Levi, nuzzling his leg with its peculiar head. Eventually, it lay down, falling asleep like a kitten. Witnessing this scene, Levi felt an odd sensation within. I'm afraid even the most senior insect-controlling wizards in the School of Insects wouldn't be able to explain what's going on. Taking advantage of its slumber, Levi used a dream entry spell to hypnotize the creature and alter its memories. I am your master, not your mom or dad. Creatures like you are born to be loyal to your master. Otherwise, your master will be unhappy and might abandon you, leaving you hungry. The dream entry spell allowed Levi to implant subconscious suggestions, making the creature more loyal. While such a method might have modest effects on mature human minds, for this immature creature, the results should be satisfactory. From now on, I'll call you Leon. Levi placed the peculiar creature, Leon, into the Greenfield Immortal House, keeping it in solitary confinement for exclusive nurturing. Leon, exhibiting abilities amalgamated from Saint Scorpions and red-faced sea ghost spiders, displayed increased strength in all aspects. Levi anticipated significant growth in the future. After completing these tasks, Levi proceeded to the volcano where the sub-dimensional portal node was located. The volcanic eruptions had ceased, and Levi followed the passage he had previously created. Deep underground, at the center of a lava lake, he found the spatial vortex. Surrounded by a heavy water barrier and protected by golden snake scales, Levi entered, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the midst of a molten sea. Before he could recover from the disorientation caused by the teleportation, danger signaled through his spider sensing ability. Levi was abruptly sent flying as he collided with an immense force. The heavy water barrier shattered, and the golden snake scales were torn apart. Levi's formidable fire dragon true form suffered damage but quickly regenerated with the aid of Death Ember power. Enduring the pain, Levi focused on the adversary. A flaming phoenix, about 100 meters long, composed of flames and molten rocks, stared menacingly at him. Seeing the elusive and powerful opponent, Levi's expression froze. A fire elemental spirit? And it's at the 5th level. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Levi's Scarlet Dragon Seed ignited, releasing all scarlet power within. The chariot rune glowed, and a blood fog enveloped the molten sea as Levi transformed into an unparalleled streak of blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the fiery bird, leaving only residual blood chi that quickly dissipated. If it were a 4th-level adversary, Levi might have fought, but against a 5th-level fire elemental spirit, even with the fire dragon true form's flame resistance, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Life only offered one chance. Observing the disappearing enemy, the fiery bird's gaze remained cold, choosing not to pursue. It withdrew its attention and continued lurking in the depths of the molten sea, absorbing the fire elemental power to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in a deep-sea cave within the 100-eyed demon territory, Levi, having set up a concealed array, hid within and consumed a potion for vitality restoration. After eating plenty of food, he began to recuperate. This marked his first use of Scarlet Escape, and he hoped it would be the last. In that lava sea, encountering a 5th-level fire elemental spirit is too dangerous. If it crossed the spatial vortex and reached the mortal realm, the church would face a formidable adversary. Chapter 774, The Witch's Family, 1. Year 1094 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, month of Wheatfield. In the Endless Sea. 100-eyed demon territory. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since Levi arrived in the wizard world. The side effects of Levi's Scarlet Escape were also gradually fading. Now, there was finally no problem. This side effect is really not minor. After staying in the human world for so long, I wonder how the situation in the wizard world is now. Let's find a place and gather some information first. Levi stood up and put away Tyrant 2 and the array that was protecting him. Then, he left the sea. The flying shark was flying in the air. He quickly rushed towards the places in his memories. In Riptide City. In a small tavern in the chaotic outer city area. The strippers were doing a little dance, and the leader of the strippers was a beautiful furry woman with rabbit ears. I still remember that when I broke through to the second circle, I invited a dancer from the Fur clan to celebrate with Grimm and Tommen. Time has passed, Tommen and Grimm have already died in the war. The cruelty of the wizard world is evident. Levi changed his appearance and sneaked into Riptide City with the Hermit Rune. He then hid his realm as a first circle wizard and wore a grey robe. He went to the tavern outside Riptide City to gather information. According to the information he had gathered over the past few days, in the current wizard world, the flames of war had yet to cease. The war between the dark and righteous wizards had been going on for 60 years. Black Sun Adam and the 100 Beast Berserk Witch were both at the peak of the 8th Circle realm. They were only one step away from becoming a 9th Circle Grand Wizard. In this war between the dark and righteous wizards, the 4 great wizard organizations of the Black Wizards, Black Sun Steeple, Boiling Beast Blood, Immersed Ancient Castle, and City of Unrighteousness, all had 8 circle wizards in charge. Although the Star Tower was stronger, it would not be able to achieve victory in the short term. Actually, the realm of Azure Cloud was still in a good state. According to the information, some of the small guilds in the realm of the unbelievers had completely fallen and become the territory of the Dark Wizard. A new Dark Wizard regime had been established there, and the righteous wizards had become stray dogs. This included the realm of Ice's School of Ice. Although the School of Ice had risen to prominence because of the Frost Witch Gullwig, the legendary witch had already left the wizard world and headed to the faraway Federation of the Five Planes. She was now engaged in a legendary game with the evil god under the command of the Lord of Chaos, Lady Famine. Apart from the Frost Witch, there was not even a single Grand Wizard in the headquarters of the School of Ice. This allowed some dark wizards to take advantage of them. Now, the School of Ice was facing a serious crisis. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council was currently transferring manpower from various major factions to support the righteous wizards of the School of Ice. Meanwhile, the war in Riptide City had stopped. Other than the demons that were hiding in the mortal world, the dark wizards in Area 6 have been eliminated. Therefore, many wizards from Riptide City were dispatched to the realm of Ice to fight on the front lines. In terms of the Great Expedition, the myriad machine plane had been recovered, and the legendary wizard had led their troops back to soothe the internal strife in the wizard world. This was one of the few good news in the wizard world in recent years. It seemed that the legendary wizard was the one who was stronger in the end. The Father of Plagues was no match for him. In that case, I wonder if the Tower Master will be able to return. However, the Father of Plagues was only heavily injured and not dead. Killing an evil god is still very difficult. Levi thought of the plague that suddenly appeared in the human world and felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two. After gathering some information, Levi left the city. His identity was a bit special, and he couldn't stay in Riptide City for long. Otherwise, he would be caught faking his death and be sent to serve in the army. Half a month later, Levi arrived at the Yellow Earth continent. In Lion King City, Levi saw the old golden lion, Leon. In the past few years, the situation on the Yellow Earth continent has been relatively stable. After recuperating, the Golden Lion Jostar family had also become much stronger after annexing the inheritance of the Al-Hid family. Sir Levi, long time no see. Leon smiled, his face beaming. He had just mastered his second innate spell and became a third circle senior wizard. He was in a good mood. Sir Leon, where are Dinos and Emperor Mui? Asked Levi. Dinos is in seclusion. It's said that he's going to break through the shackles of the legendary realm. As for Emperor Mu, he left the Yellow Earth continent a few years ago and went to the Inner Sea region. Which district did Emperor Mu go to? I think it was Area 7. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Sir Leon. Levi walked out of Lion King City. He originally wanted to take Emperor Mu and Dinos away, but now it seemed that he could only put this matter on hold for now. Emperor Mu actually went to the Inner Circle area. He's only a second circle wizard knight. It's not easy for him to survive in the Inner Sea region. And he went to Area 7, which is the territory of the Thunder Dragon family. Li Wei pondered, everyone has their own destiny. Forget it, let's go and see Ms. Marlene. Giant Tree Secret Realm. Granny Marlene. Levi is back. Winnie quickly brought Levi to Marlene's treehouse. Ms. Marlene's aged face looked at Levi, whom she had not seen for a long time. I knew it. I knew it was impossible for Levi to be dead. Marlene muttered as she saw the burly figure in her memories. Teacher, how did you know I was dead? Levi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 775, The Witch's Family, 2. Winnie asked her friends in Riptide City to find out, said Marlene. All right then. Oh right, that bastard Tower Master might return in the future. If he didn't die in the Myriad Machine Plane, said Marlene. I also heard that with the Tower Master's abilities, he shouldn't die in battle. He's basically an alchemical creature. As long as he keeps his brain, he can reassemble his body. I hope so. Teacher, if you had the chance to leave the wizard world in the future, would you choose to leave? Asked Levi. To the human world, asked Marlene. Yes, I know of a place with elemental power that is not inferior to the wizard world. However, that place needs to be kept a secret. I can only bring some of my most trusted people there. Levi nodded. He felt that the wizard world was too dangerous. Although the Giant Tree Secret Realm was temporarily safe, it could not guarantee eternal safety. Therefore, he wanted to bring those teachers and companions from the Grey Tower who he had a good relationship with to the human world. I want to wait for the Tower Master to return before we talk about this again. If we all leave this outer sea region, how will he be able to find us when he returns? Replied Marlene. I understand. Levi sighed. Tower Master Herman was Wizard Marlene's guide, and he was like a teacher to her. Teacher Marlene probably wouldn't leave this place in a short period of time. Levi left some second circle meditation supplementary potions for Ms. Marlene, as well as an extra portion of the Lake Fairy potion that he had previously refined. It would be best if his teacher could break through to the third circle in the remaining decades of her life. If she couldn't, then Levi had done his best and would not leave behind any regrets. If the Lake Fairy potion was sold outside, it would definitely be snatched up by other second circle and even intermediate wizards. Even if it was sold for 100,000 ether stones, there would still be people who wanted it. Levi had previously refined 4 of them. He used one for himself and gave one to Ms. Marlene. There were still 2 left, and Levi planned to keep them for himself or give them to some important people in the future. The main reason was that he had already used up the evil spirit Dream Fairy's dust. Otherwise, Levi could still mass-produce the potion. Before leaving, Levi went to Manla's grave. This good friend he had known as an apprentice had also died of old age. Old friend, I hope that you are doing well in the underworld. In this chaotic era, which was filled with blood and fire, being able to die of old age was also a kind of luck. Manla's daughter had become an official wizard and was now teaching in the lush forest tower. The little girl, Leah, whom he had left behind for his teacher, had become a wizard. However, she had not seen Levi for a long time, so she seemed a little distant. Levi felt helpless about this. After all, in Leah's memories, the one she was most familiar with was Grandpa Keg, who forged iron and bragged while drinking beer in the blacksmith shop. Leah's mother, the lady boss of the tavern, was already an old granny. Although her hair was white, she was still full of energy. However, Levi could tell from her ashen eyes that she was surrounded by a death aura and was not far from her death. Levi gave her some ordinary potions that could strengthen her constitution and slightly prolong her life. Finally, Levi saw Horman, whom he had not seen for a long time. This good brother who had helped him get through the difficulties in the early days, its life seemed to be coming to an end as well. Horman's bloodline was relatively thin, so it would be difficult for it to advance to a third circle transcendent creature in its lifetime. From the first tower master until now, it was already 500 years old. It was also an old snake and its time was almost up. Old friend, come with me. I'll see if I can help you take another step in the future. Levi stroked Horman's head. Horman shook its head. Levi understood what it meant. It wanted to stay by Granny Marlene and Winnie's side. All right, take care. Live a few more years. When I've developed the bloodline potion for the mixed blood dragon race, I won't let you die so easily. Everything in the mortal world could not escape from birth, aging, illness, and death. In fact, it was good to let nature take its course. However, Levi was unwilling. He wanted to live forever, but he did not want to live forever alone. As far as he could, he also wanted those who had helped him to live as long as possible. After all, they were one of the few beautiful memories on his boring cultivation path. After settling his worries, Levi left the giant tree secret realm. The things he was going to look for next were basically all in the inner sea region, or even in the Star Sea. Therefore, he might not return for a long time. Levi secretly went to Area 9. The situation there was no different from when he left. The black-eyed crow, Modi, occupied his own Black Fire Island and controlled Area 9. The eighth on the dark list was a senior 4th circle wizard. He had mastered at least 2 3rd circle and 2 4th circle innate spells. His strength was not something that ancient saints who could not even fly could compare to. Therefore, Levi did not have any thoughts of revenge yet. It was just a loss of an island. Levi immediately set off for Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. 3 months later, Levi visited several wizard markets. However, he discovered that not only the Black Pearl Market, but the other markets had also become the property of the Thunder Dragon family. The medicinal herbs and materials he needed were not sold in the market. The Thunder Dragon family monopolized all the raw materials for the meditation supplementary potion and the realm breakthrough potion. Then, they would let the family's pharmacists make potions and sell them at a high price in the wizard market. Chapter 776, The Witch's Family, 3. Levi calculated that if he bought the finished product from the Thunder Dragon family, the cost would be 10 times higher than the cost of refining it himself. Even after deducting the cost of labor and time, the Thunder Dragon family was still making huge profits. They're not giving ordinary wizards a way out. They're forcing everyone to buy their potions. Helpless, Levi left indignantly. He swore that when he had the strength, he would definitely think of a way to destroy the Thunder Dragon family. They were simply a tumor in the wizard world, even more hateful than the dark wizards. Now, I can only head to the Star Sea. The higher he went, the more Levi could feel how serious the problem of resource monopoly and uneven distribution in the wizard world was. It was not without reason for the dark wizards to start a war. Under the fixed structure of the wizard world, those with benefits monopolized everything, and it was difficult for ordinary wizards to climb up. The giant ship left behind by Sauron had already decayed. All of this needed to be changed. Blood and sacrifice were inevitable. Sigh. All the unwillingness turned into a sigh. Levi, who had run into obstacles everywhere, finally arrived at the Star Sea, which was also the Sea of 6 Towers. The current 6 towers were the Seven Waters Steeple, the Witch's Family, the Ocean Abyss Alliance, the Letny Wizard Family, Lilith's Cabin, and the Hurricane Steeple. The Seven Waters Steeple was famous for building ships, the Witch's Family only accepted witches and was good at pharmacy, the Ocean Abyss Alliance was said to have many masters of the Sea Clan's bloodline and could tame sea beasts, and Lilith's cabin was relatively ordinary and had no special features. The four above were basically all from the Ocean faction. As for the Hurricane Steeple and the Letney Wizard family, one was from the Storm faction and the other was from the Lightning faction. The latter was the only organization in the form of a wizard family among the 6 towers. It was said that it had a very long history and had once produced a demigod-level Grand Wizard. Other than these 6 towers, there were many other large and small wizard organizations in the Star Sea. In fact, Levi's original intention was not to enter the Star Sea so early. This was the playground of the strong. He was only a mere 3rd circle wizard. He could barely contend with a 4th circle wizard by relying on his path of knights. In the Star Sea, although he was not at the bottom, he was not considered high level either. However, he could tell that the resources he needed now could only be found here. It would be a waste of time to find it in the inner sea region. In the boundless sea, Levi sat on the flying shark, feeling the rich elemental energy. The elemental energy in the Star Sea is several times that of the outer sea region. It's indeed a holy land for cultivation. He could not help but praise. Below him, there were islands arranged like stars. These were the private islands of the wizards who lived in the Star Sea. They were not cheap. Basically, the people who lived on these islands were intermediate wizards or even primordial soul wizards. Other than these small private villas, there were also some giant islands in the Star Sea. There were wizard markets or cities on the island, and Levi's destination was here. Speaking of which, old Xavier seems to have come to the Star Sea. I wonder how is he now? As Levi muttered to himself, he arrived on a huge island. This island was called Nether Island, and it was one of the 12 islands that guarded the Star Sea. On these 12 islands, there were 12 giant wizard cities, known as the 12 Wizard Cities. Nether Capital was one of them. Now that it was in a state of war, these cities were more strict with the identity of outsiders. Before Levi could enter the city, he was stopped by the guards. However, there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was because there wasn't enough money. In the end, Levi managed to obtain the identity token by relying on his money. The Nether Capital had set up a 5th circle no-flying array. Other than the respected high-level primordial soul wizards, other wizards could not fly here. This was also to make it easier to manage and prevent some wizards from escaping quickly after causing trouble. There were all kinds of wizards on the streets, as well as mortals who were wizards' servants, slaves of other races, and even some knights and guards. Levi needed potion materials, so he went straight to the largest potion shop in the Nether Capital. Witch's Family. This potion shop was probably opened by the Witch's family in Nether Capital. After Levi entered, he found a beautiful witch reading a potion book. She noticed Levi's arrival, but she did not take her eyes off the book. "If you need any potions, you can tell Little Witch," she said as she read. "I'm Little Witch Kelly. Mr. Wizard, may I know what potion you want to buy?" A little girl, who was about the size of Levi's palm, was flying in the air. She had a bow tied around her neck and was wearing a loose black wizard robe. Behind her, a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's wings were flapping rapidly. As expected of the witch's family. There's actually a servant like the little fairy. Levi's heart skipped a beat. During the ancient wizard era, little fairies often acted as butlers for wizards, taking care of medicine gardens, wizard towers, and all aspects of daily life. They were efficient and very powerful. Although they were small, they had already mastered powerful fairy spells. However, due to the over-capturing of this species, these little fellows were rarely seen in the wizard world. The flower fairy mentioned in the cantrip Flower Fairies tier that Levi had learned as an apprentice was a type of fairy. Chapter 777, The Witch's Family, 4. Levi estimated that the little witch in front of him should have the strength of a 2nd circle wizard. She was also considered a top-notch powerhouse among the little fairies. "Hello, Kelly. I need to buy potion materials. I wonder if you sell them here," asked Levi. The little witch hovered in front of Levi and rested her chin on her hand. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir. We don't sell medicinal herb materials now." "Why? I remember that you all sold it before, right?" Levi asked. At this time, the witch who was reading on the other side moved her eyes away from the book and looked at Levi calmly. She replied, "It's a time of war now. The resources of medicinal herbs in the wizard world are scarce. In addition, most of the wizards who look for and plant herbs have been sent to the military. Therefore, we have stopped selling materials and only sell potions. Even if you go to the shops of other wizard organizations, you won't be able to buy it. Levi felt depressed. He sighed and prepared to leave. Are you a pharmacist? The witch asked. Yes. How many circles? Third circle pharmacist. The witch thought for a moment and said, I do have a way for you to obtain the potion materials. Please tell me, Levi said gratefully. Our witch's family has recently received some large orders from the military. The pharmacists in the tower are too busy to handle them. We are currently recruiting temporary pharmacists. As one of the rewards for the temporary pharmacists, they have the right to purchase materials from the witch's family. If your pharmacist level is good enough, I can arrange an interview for you. Oh right, my name is Celia. The witch named Celia said. The witch's family only accepts female wizards. Otherwise, with Levi's pharmacist skills, it would not be difficult for him to join the witch's family. I'll take a look around. Thank you for telling me. Levi left the witch's family. For the next few days, he temporarily stayed in this city. There were many shops in the Nether capital, and there were also some wizards who set up stalls, but Levi was still unwilling to give up. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Levi had toured the Nether capital and even some of the surrounding cities. He had managed to collect some of the materials needed to refine the meditation art supplementary potion from the nomadic wizards and at the wizard markets. This cost him a total of 50,000 ether stones. However, just as Celia had said, the material stores of those large organizations no longer sold potion materials. This made the situation for many nomadic wizard herbalists even more difficult. It was getting harder and harder to earn money by relying on the pharmaceutical industry. All the resources were controlled by the wizard organizations and families. If one wanted to obtain them, one had to join them. This world. Helpless, Levi returned to the witch's family. Seeing Levi return, Celia looked as if she had expected this. Do you want to interview for the temporary pharmacist position? Yes, please help me arrange it. Several days later. After passing the interview, Levi signed a temporary contract with the witch's family. Celia smiled and said, Sir Levi, we'll need to use a teleportation spell next. Please hold my arm. After a moment of hesitation, Levi coughed and carefully held the witch's white, smooth, and soft arm with his big hand that could crush an ancient saint. Angwumokayan. Celia held a badge of the witch's family in her hand and chanted a spell. The next moment, Celia and Levi disappeared from the small pharmacy. When Celia opened her eyes from the dizziness of the teleportation, she found that Levi had already let go of her arm and was looking ahead in shock. In front of Levi, there was a towering tree that was thousands of feet tall. It pierced through the clouds like the world tree in myths and legends. Beautiful witches with their own merits flew around, coming in and out. On the trunk of the giant tree, there was a powerful and slender grey dragon that seemed to have fused with the giant tree. It was sleeping and snoring like thunder. Immortal. Immortal Banyan Dragon. Chapter 778, Flower Night, 1. Ms. Celia, is your organization really not recruiting male wizards? Levi looked at the sleeping dragon in front of him, unable to take his eyes off it. He did not expect that he would actually be able to see the real dragon clan so quickly. It wasn't a hybrid, nor was it a sub-dragon. It was a true pure-blooded dragon clan. Sir Levi, this is the rule set by the first witch. No one can change it, replied Celia. All right then. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Levi smiled and commented, I didn't expect that your witch's family would actually have a giant dragon. I've learned something. Actually, the 6 towers of the Star Sea all have their own guardians. These guardians and the 6 towers have a symbiotic relationship. Sir Levi, you're probably new here and don't know much about the situation in the Star Sea. You'll know more in the future. Celia smiled. Then, she looked at the sleeping dragon and said, This is Lady Yggdrasila, the guardian of the witch's family. She's a growing immortal banyan dragon. 3,000 years ago, she signed a guardian contract with the witch of that time. We provide her with a salary, and she would guard the witch's family and protect us. Celia said proudly. It was indeed something to be proud of for the organization to have a pure-blooded dragon. Legend has it that the immortal banyan dragon is staying on the world tree. Could this tree be the world tree? Levi asked. You can say so. This is the original root of the Pandora's mother tree that our first witch borrowed from Sorcerer. Later, the first witch and other masters of the ocean faction came to the endless sea and planted this root here using a secret technique. Tens of millions of years have passed, and the roots have grown into a towering tree. We call it the magic tree. The magic tree can only grow 1 centimeter a year, 1 meter 100 years. From the height of this magic tree, you can see the changes in the growth rings of time. Levi looked at the magic tree and estimated that it was about 3,000 meters tall. In other words, it had been 300,000 years since the end of the Antiquity Age. Wow, the Emerald Kingdom has disappeared in 1,000 years. According to the estimation of a kingdom in 1,000 years, during the growth of this magic tree, there may have been 300 Emerald Kingdoms in the human world. What was the meaning of the vicissitudes of life? This was it. If it was my previous life, I would have developed advanced technology long ago. However, this transcendent world can only repeat the cycle without any improvement. At the very least, the wizard civilization has made great progress in the past 300,000 years. Compared to the ancient era, which has a longer period, it has developed faster. Levi sighed inwardly. Follow me, Sir Levi. I'll bring you to report for duty, said Celia. Thank you. Levi no longer looked at the dragon. Although it was only a sub-adult immortal banyan dragon, its strength should be at the level of a high-level primordial soul wizard. In front of this dragon, Levi was extremely insignificant. Not long after, Levi followed Celia to the root of the magic tree. Around the magic tree, there were wizard towers of various shapes surrounding it, like stars surrounding the moon. According to Celia, these wizard towers belonged to high-level primordial soul wizards. They spent most of their time cultivating in the tower, living in seclusion, and rarely appearing in public. However, in recent years, a portion of them had gone out to fight with the dark wizards. Now, only a few stayed behind to guard the headquarters of the witch's family. What dense elemental power! Levi could not help but sigh. Of course. The Pandora's mother tree itself is a divine tree. It can absorb the waste energy released by wizards and some transcendent creatures during their cultivation and transform it into pure elemental power for cultivation. Celia was proud of it. The disparity of the world. Levi felt bitter. If the density of the elemental power in the outer sea region was 1 standard unit, then the elemental power in the inner sea region was 2, and the star sea was 3. In the witch's family, it was above 5. If some high-level elemental convergence arrays were added, the difference would be even higher. In the future, I'll plant the roots of the entire Pandora's mother tree in the plain where the ancient Saint Empire is located. I want to plant trees too. In fact, when I build a wizard tower, I might as well use this kind of divine tree as the main body to build a wizard tower. Levi suddenly thought of a bold idea. Of course, without the roots of Pandora's mother tree, it was all nonsense. Potion Hut. This was the place where the pharmacists of the witch's family were in charge. A temporary pharmacist like Levi was also managed by the Potion Hut. The interior of the house looked similar to the mortal world. It was very warm and simple, and there was even a fireplace. On the table, there were a few books that were casually placed. Levi glanced at them. Introduction to Advanced Potionering, Ancient Potionology, 100 Herbs Comprehensive Mirror etc. It was said that some wizards preferred to read books on paper, and Levi guessed that the owner of the witch's hut was the same. However, even though they were paper books, they were still protected, so Levi could not casually check them. Madame Triss, I brought a newcomer, said Celia. Wait a while. An elegant and magnetic female voice came from the attic. All right, madam. Sir Levi, let's take a walk outside. I'll take this opportunity to tell you some things to take note of, said Celia. Chapter 779, Flower Night, 2. All right. Naturally, Levi was happy to do so. Outside, they chatted as they walked. When you see Madame Triss later, don't call her senior, said Celia. It will make her unhappy, even though she is one of the few high-level pharmacists in the witch's family and one of the vice-presidents of the Pharmacist Association of the Endless Sea. I'm just here to be a temporary worker. Is there a need to be so grand? Levi complained inwardly. He suddenly remembered some small, run-down units in his previous life. There were many rounds of interviews, and in the end, the boss had to interview them. However, considering the current situation in the Endless Sea, it was understandable. Following that, Celia told Levi about some of the taboos, including the fact that he could not extract dragon blood without permission or steal the roots of the magic tree. It could be seen that these things had definitely happened in the past. When they were almost done chatting, Celia received a notification from Madame Triss. They returned to the cabin. A blonde, curly-haired witch in a nightgown, who looked a little casual and had disheveled hair, was leaning lazily on the chair. "I've read your information. You're from the human world, and you joined a wizard organization in Area 9 of the Outer Sea region. You're now a nomadic wizard. At your age, it's not bad for you to become a third-circle pharmacist. That's why I chose to meet you alone," said Madame Triss. "To be able to get Madame Triss' attention, I am in awe and trepidation," Levi quickly said. The information collected by the witch's family was all about him in the early days. Later on, because of the damage to the heart of Skynet, the information was not updated, and Levi had to make it up himself. Other than hiding some key secrets and events, Levi basically provided the witch's family with all his actual information, including his talent as a pharmacist. Exposing some of his talent appropriately would make things easier for him. Now, it seemed that the reason why Celia treated him so well was probably because she knew about his talent as a pharmacist. "Unfortunately, you're a male wizard. If you were a witch, I could let you join the witch's family. Why don't you learn a sex change spell? Although the witch's family is strictly prohibited from recruiting transgender witches, considering your talent, we can make an exception for you." Triss smiled playfully. For a moment, Levi could not tell if she was joking or serious. "I still want to be a male wizard," replied Levi. To be honest, he did not want to join a high-level wizard organization. That would be too restrictive. It was already good enough to be able to work part-time and maintain a cooperative relationship. "I'm not joking. This is a temporary badge. With the badge and spell, you can travel between our organization and Nether Capital as you wish. In the witch's family, male wizards are not allowed to stay overnight, so you can return to the Nether Capital after you accept the pharmaceutical missions here. Celia is your contact person. Your pharmaceutical missions will be assigned by her. Unless it's some special potions, the success rate of ordinary third-circle potions cannot be lower than 80%. Otherwise, we will terminate the temporary employment agreement. You will also have to compensate for the breach of contract and the corresponding cost of the materials lost." Triss handed a green leaf-shaped badge to Levi. This was the symbol of the witch's family. "There's nothing else on my end. If you have any questions, just look for Celia." Triss yawned and patted her lips with her slender and beautiful fingers. "Thank you, madam. We'll take our leave." Levi and Celia left. After receiving the potion-making mission and materials, Levi was about to leave with Celia when a witch dressed in gorgeous clothes walked up to him. "Sir Levi, why are you here?" The witch looked at Levi in shock. Levi took a look and saw that it was a familiar face. It was Rose Witch, Newt's partner, one of the 24 flowers. "I'm here to interview for a temporary job. Long time no see. How is Wizard Newt now?" Levi remembered that serious man. "Newt found a job as an appraiser professor in a wizard organization. He's doing his old job," replied Rose Witch. "Which organization?" "Starfire Wizard Academy. It is a recently rising 5th Circle wizard organization." Levi's memories suddenly returned to the Black Pearl Wizard Market. "It's the wizard organization that Garcia, Sparrow, and the others built. I didn't expect it to be doing so well now. This is quite unexpected." Levi pondered. "I still have some matters to attend to. Where are you currently staying, Sir Levi?" "The Nether Capital. When I'm done, I'll look for you to catch up." Rose Witch asked. "Yes, I'm temporarily staying in the Nether Capital. You can contact me at the witch's family," said Levi. After bidding farewell to Rose Witch, Levi returned to the witch's family pharmacy in the Nether Capital with a spell and a badge. It seemed that this was the teleportation point to the witch's family's headquarters. "Sir Levi, you know the Flower Witch?" asked Celia. "No. I don't know her. I just know Rose Witch. Is she also a temporary pharmacist here?" "No, the Rose Witch is also an official member of the witch's family," said Celia. "Isn't the Rose Witch a member of the Flower Witch?" I remember that Flower Witch is the leader of the Sword Flower Tower. Why is she here? Chapter 780, Flower Knight, 3. The Flower Witch came from the Witch's family. She's currently a high-ranking member of the Witch's family. The Sword Flower Tower is an organization she founded on her own outside. She can be considered a member of the Witch's family. I see. Your Excellency Celia, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. This is the list of potion materials I need. Please help me collect them from the Witch's family. I'll buy them at market price, said Levi. Okay, if you don't have enough money, you can deduct it from your remuneration. Celia looked at the list of materials that Levi needed. They were all materials for refining the Third Circle Meditation Supplementary Potion, and they were all very expensive. It would be very difficult for a nomadic wizard like Levi to gather enough money. After all, she was also a Third Circle wizard. She had been in the Witch's family for so long, but she could not completely use the Meditation Supplementary Potion. It was not bad to use a few in a year. Thank you. Goodbye, Sir Levi. Welcome to the Witch's family again. The little witch said sweetly. Goodbye, Kelly. Levi waved his hand and left. He had taken 10 sets of potion materials from the Witch's family. He had to complete the refining job within half a month and hand them over in full on time. I can increase my proficiency in making potions again. I even got a potion formula for free. Similarly, the formulas were all signed with confidentiality agreements. They could only be consumed by themselves and could not be used for any profit-making activities. Levi's current pharmaceutical skills were already at level 11. Perhaps he could even raise them to level 12 here, which was the standard of a Third Circle senior pharmacist. He rented a place in the Nether capital and planned to stay in the wizard world for a while to collect more resources and knowledge unique to this place and bring them back to the human world. A month passed quickly. Apart from refining potions, Levi was also in the Nether capital collecting a large number of low-level spellbooks in preparation for fusing with Third Circle innate spells. He had also received a few Third Circle spells, but not many. This was because spells, potions, and arrays knowledge above the intermediate rank were basically controlled by the wizard organizations and families. It was very difficult for nomadic wizards to obtain them. This was also the reason why Starfire Wizard Academy could rise so quickly. The threshold of the Wizard Academy was low, and at the same time, it also gave the nomadic wizard a way to obtain resources. In the afternoon, in a small tavern, Levi and Rosewitch sat opposite each other, drinking wine. Violet is currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the Third Circle. Otherwise, I would have brought her along to meet you. You were very memorable to her and she often mentions you. Even our master is interested in you, said Rosewitch. Levi said with a bitter smile, I'm just an ordinary wizard, I barely make a living in the wizard world. I'm homeless and don't even have an organization. I'm not worthy of being remembered by a big shot like the Flower Witch. By the way, is she also part of the Witch's family now? After Master advanced to a Primordial Soul Wizard, she first took the initiative to participate in several battles against the Primordial Soul Wizards and made many contributions. Later on, she was preparing to build her own divine tower. In order to collect some materials, she left the wizard world and traveled to other planes. She has been gone for more than 10 years. I don't know when she will return, replied Rose. It was common for primordial soul wizards to travel across dimensions for decades or even centuries. The lifespan of a sixth circle primordial soul wizard was as long as 2,000 years. As far as Levi knew, the Flower Witch was currently less than 300 years old. Moreover, after becoming an intermediate wizard, another wizard would become slower and slower in their cultivation, but she was getting faster and faster. As a result, there were many rumors in the outside world that the Flower Witch might be the reincarnation of a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard. Of course, the Flower Witch did not admit to this rumor. However, Levi felt that this was highly possible. Now that he had the proficiency panel, coupled with those elemental affinity talents and resources, his cultivation speed was basically not inferior to that of a conventional children of the elements. However, it had been 80 years since he started his journey as a wizard, and he had only managed to reach the third circle realm. Levi estimated that it would take 400 to 500 years to reach the higher levels. Although there were differences in talent between the children of the elements, and there were also some other variables that would affect the speed of cultivation, the difference was not that huge. In Levi's opinion, only those who had reincarnated and recultivated could soar so high. Sigh, when will I be able to catch up to the Flower Knight and take in knights? Levi was still thinking about recruiting Flower Knight. While he was daydreaming, Rose's voice sounded, "Sir Levi, are you still researching and collecting transcendent creatures?" She looked at the Alice ring on Levi's finger. "Yes. I wonder if Sir Levi is interested in the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow." Crimson Netherworld Sparrow? Wasn't this transcendent creature declared extinct in the wizard world 1,000 years ago? The reason why Levi had heard of this kind of bird was because he had seen its information when he was collecting the undying bird bloodline creatures. To tell you the truth, my two friends and I found a long-lost entrance to a secret realm in the Endless Sea some time ago. There is an ancient wizard relic inside, which seems to have been left behind by an intermediate wizard organization. There was a large botanical garden inside. There were many rare potion resources in the outer area. Unfortunately, there was a large black bird in the botanical garden. My two friends and I were both third circle wizards, and there was no lack of a third circle veteran wizard among us. Chapter 781, Flower Knight, 4. After a fierce battle, we weren't a match for that bird. We had no choice but to withdraw. We made plans again and came out to investigate. That bird was actually the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. This transcendent creature had an extremely strong self-healing ability. Coupled with the strange array in the botanical garden in the relic, it could almost reach the point of immortality. Unless a fourth circle wizard attacked and killed it instantly with its soul destroyed, the bird would be resurrected. However, if we found a fourth circle wizard, I think we won't have a share of those precious medicinal herbs. I thought that you're a transcendent biologist, so perhaps you should have a solution. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. After the matter is done, we can distribute the herbs in the botanical garden, as well as the other resources in the ancient wizard relic, according to our contributions. Isn't Wizard Newt also a transcendent biologist? Levi asked instead of answering. If we want to get those resources, there's a high chance that we'll have to kill the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. You also know that Newt hates these things the most. I didn't even dare to tell him about it, the Rose Witch said helplessly. Actually, I don't like to fight and kill transcendent creatures either. However, Lady Rose is my friend. I can consider it and give you an answer later. Levi explained. I understand, Rose covered her mouth and smiled. After catching up with Levi, Rose left. Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. It's actually this kind of transcendent creature. I've finally found the secret medicine to cultivate the dead ember breathing technique. The black flame demonic bird could no longer support Levi's cultivation. This caused his death ember breathing technique to stagnate at level 12, making it difficult for him to advance. However, there are certain risks in going to the ancient wizard relic and exploring the mythical realm, especially if you team up with others. Lady Rose is fine. From my danger perception, she doesn't have any ill intentions. However, it's hard to say about her friends. If I go, I have to be fully prepared. It's best if everyone signs a non-harm agreement before the exploration. The last time Levi teamed up with someone was when he was hunting earthly dragon beasts in the human world. At that time, he was backstabbed by his teammate. Fortunately, he was powerful and successfully counterattacked. He definitely had to go. After this village, there might not be this shop anymore. Besides, Levi could even kill a fourth circle wizard, so he would not be defeated by a few third circle wizards. However, he had to be careful. 3 days later, Levi replied to Lady Rose that he would participate in the exploration. Lady Rose said that she had an array wizard friend who needed to prepare some restraining circles against the relic in advance, so she tentatively decided to explore it in a year. Levi naturally had no objections. He also needed to prepare. In the Nether capital, the cooperation between Levi and the witch's family went smoothly. The quality and success rate of the potions he refined were recognized by the witch's family. On the other hand, Celia had also helped Levi collect all the potion materials and asked Levi to go get them. When he arrived at the witch's family, the little witch quickly calculated the cost. Kelly has done the calculations. A total of 105,000 ether stones will be needed. 3,000 ether stones can be deducted from Sir Levi's remuneration for the next 5 years. Levi took the goods and looked at them. The materials inside should be enough to make about 100 meditation supplementary potions, enough for him to cultivate for 10 years. The higher the level of the meditation supplementary potion, the longer the effect would last. There was no problem with the price. Levi handed over another 100,000 ether stones, and now he only had 250,000 ether stones left. Although he was still a wealthy man among the third circle wizards, he still felt insecure. Even Celia was surprised. She did not expect Levi, a nomadic wizard, to be so rich. Even the third circle wizard of the witch's family, excluding those with fixed assets, most of them could not take out so many ether stones. As expected, Sir Levi is not a simple wizard. Not only is he talented as a pharmacist, but he's also rich. It's just that his looks don't suit my taste, Celia was fantasizing. How could she not want to find a rich, talented third circle wizard with full of potential to travel together on the path of wizardry? Unfortunately, she did not like ordinary wizards, and the wizards that she liked did not like her. Therefore, even now, Celia was still alone. "Thank you, Miss Celia." Levi put away the materials and left. "Celia is a good person. She didn't kill me after she saw that I was rich. However, I have to be careful in the future. I can't show off my wealth." In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Year 1095 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of harvest. This year, Levi's pharmaceutical proficiency had increased more than in the past few years combined. Coupled with the materials that he already had, Levi had gathered 100 sets of meditation potion materials. In half a year, he had refined all of them, making a total of 86 successful sets, which was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. He estimated that after he digested all these potion materials, coupled with the dense elemental power in the star sea, his spiritual force would reach 150 points. As for the three arts of the wizardry, weapon refinement and array, due to the lack of higher-level blueprints and inheritances, they were still stuck at level 5, which was the level of the second circle. As for spells, the third circle spell, Sun Flame Explosion, Levi had already reached the maximum limit, level 9. Let's go test its power. Levi left the Nether capital alone and found an uninhabited sea area. Chapter 782, Flower Night, 5. His right eye was wearing a weird-looking single-rimmed glasses. The glasses seemed to be made of some kind of polished crystal, with extremely complicated miniature arrays and runes carved on them. Levi held the casting materials in his hand and chanted the incantation for Sun Flame Explosion. Soon, 5 golden flames grew in size in his hand, spinning and fusing rapidly. Finally, they turned into a golden sun with a diameter of about 10 meters. The golden flames were thrown out and exploded. The shockwave from the flames engulfed Levi. Boom, flames soared into the sky. At the same time, numbers began to appear on the lenses of Levi's glasses. Attack energy detected. Attack strength coefficient, 33 Ka. Sun Flame Explosion cultivated to perfection, its attack strength is 33 Ka. Not bad. After all, the upper limit of a third circle spell's attack power is only 39 Ka. This kind of power is enough to shatter most of the third circle defensive field. This wizard named Caslot is a genius. He actually invented this thing. Levi took off his glasses and put them away. These single-rimmed glasses were called Caslot's Eye. It was a small tool developed by a high-ranking wizard in the wizard world called Caslot a few years ago. So far, it had not been mass-produced, so most low-level wizards did not know about this thing at all. It was because Levi had gotten to know Rose that he had learned about this item from the witch's family. He then spent 3,000 ether stones to buy one to try it out. It was said that if it were not for the war, the Wizard Council would have been ready to promote the Caslot's Eye in the wizard civilization. At the same time, a system to classify the attack power of spells would be gradually applied. That was the Caslot's test. This test method would change the messy and inconsistent spell strength grading system of the previous wizard civilization. It would abolish the so-called S, A, B, C, and other general grades. From then on, all attack spells would be measured and judged by the Caslot's strength that could be achieved after the spell was cultivated to the limit, without any other amplification variables, or simply Ka in short. The standard of 1 Ka was based on the fireball technique as a basis of comparison. A perfection fireball technique would have an attack power of 1 Ka. The upper limit of the attack power of a first circle spell was 3 Ka, a second circle spell was 12 Ka, and a third circle spell was 39 Ka. The upper limit was the theoretical limit that a spell could reach. Generally speaking, only those standard S-rank spells could reach the upper limit when cultivated to perfection. The attack power of most spells was very far from their upper limit, and the further one went, the larger the range of spell attack power. Under normal circumstances, the power of the Sun Flame Explosion was only around 27 Ka, which was already very strong. Levi was able to reach a terrifying 33 Ka because of the Ether Dominance special effect and the amplification of the Fire Dragon true form. He was only 6 Ka away from the theoretical limit. But these 6 Ka stumped 99% of the third circle spell. With this wizard tool, it will be of great help to me in testing the power of my spells and in choosing a suitable innate spell for myself. If I can synthesize an offensive spell with an upper limit of 39 Ka, then with the addition of the special effect, my actual attack power will definitely exceed 40 Ka, reaching the lower limit of a fourth circle spell. In other words, if Levi had a full set of top-grade third circle spells that could reach the upper limit of his attack, he would be able to fight against an ordinary fourth circle wizard even without relying on the Path of Knights. After all, the highest quality third circle spell was not much different from the most trashy fourth circle spell. Of course, top-grade spells were extremely rare. For ordinary wizards, it was much more difficult to obtain a top-grade third circle spell than an ordinary fourth circle spell. It was not worth it. However, for Levi, with the proficiency panel, as long as he had enough low-level spells, he could synthesize top-grade spells. To Levi, top-grade spells were like equipment that had no level restrictions in an old online game in his previous life. This allowed Levi, a level 3 player, to use level 4 equipment in advance. That's right. When I wear the glasses in the future, I can also detect the strength of the enemy's spell attacks. This way, the battle will be more number-based and it will be less likely to fail. It was worth mentioning that cast slots I could only test spells below high-level spells. As for high-level spells, grand spells, and legendary spells, there was no way to measure them at the moment. After reaching the high-level realm, the spell's strength would undergo a huge change compared to before. It would already exceed the range of the instrument's measurement. Levi tested the other third circle spell he had. The Glacial Sword Finger, which was at the maximum at level 8, had an attack power of 20 Ka, which was far inferior to Sun Flame Explosion. Thunderbird was 12 Ka, which was the theoretical limit of a second circle spell. Sword Blade Storm was 10 Ka, and Glacier Descent was 9 Ka. Oh right, let's see if I can test the strength of my physical attack. Levi revealed his normal Fire Dragon true form and punched out. Boom! It was accompanied by the pouring of energy. In the void before his eyes, the number began to soar. In the end, the intensity factor stopped at around 30 Ka. Under the normal Fire Dragon true form, an ordinary punch can actually produce a power of 30 Ka. If I use the serious punch of the Furious Dragon Lord and the Giant Dragon Warrior, I'm afraid it'll be more than 100. Levi tried the Destruction Sword Chi again. A grayish-white air current surged out from the longsword and shot out with a loud bang, piercing through gold and breaking rocks. Attack Strength Coefficient, 39 Ka. This has actually already reached the limit of the third circle. If this has the form buff, it would probably be able to reach 100 Ka as well. Looking at it, Levi felt that he had done it again. After all, the theoretical upper limit of a fourth circle attack was only 200 Ka. After testing his combat strength, Levi immediately returned to the Nether capital. In a few days, he would be going to explore the secret realm. He had to make some preparations. Chapter 783, Evil Spirit. 1. Realm of Ice. Lake Bega. This was the largest lake in the Realm of Ice. Due to the cold all year round, there was always a thick layer of ice on the lake. On the surface of the lake was an endless snowfield and a blizzard that connected the sky and the ground. 5-colored light filled the sky like an aurora. A team of wizards wearing frost-white robes that had fused with the ice was currently marching alone in the wilderness. In the team, a slender witch was carrying a heavy spear Eternal Night, and holding the hand of a little girl who was only as tall as Elsa's chest. "Sister Elsa, why do you always carry this spear on your back?" The little girl was an apprentice wizard, so she asked curiously. "Because I was once a knight," Elsa said softly. "A knight? What's that?" the little girl asked. It's a kind of faith. Elsa smiled bitterly. What else could it be? Even legendary knights couldn't make her settle down in the wizard world. She couldn't go to the polar cave and kill the enemy who killed her master and senior sister. Wizards believe in the truth, but what do knights believe in? Gods, the little girl asked. I'm not sure either. Perhaps. Elsa recalled the past. As the Snow Queen of the Evernight Kingdom, the so-called saintess seemed so ridiculous now. At the end of the day, she was just a tool of the church. She had never had the dignity of a queen. She couldn't even meet her own child. All right, I feel like you have a lot on your mind, Sister Elsa. The little girl looked ahead and said with heartache. Mina, where's your family? Elsa asked. I don't have a family. I was brought up by the wizards of the Silver Fox Cabin. They said that my parents were killed by dark wizards after I was born. I was picked up from the White Bear's den. Aren't you sad, then? Won't you miss them? I don't think so. After all, I've never seen them before. I'm already lucky enough. Because of my wizard talent, I was saved by the wizards. If it were those ordinary people without talent, children like me would have frozen to death on the streets long ago, Mina said. Elsa was silent. She only stroked Mina's head, feeling depressed and desperate. It was unknown how many children like Mina had lived through the flames of war from birth to death. In this world where transcendent power reigned supreme, being weak was the greatest sin. After Elsa left the White Bear Tower, she had been wandering outside and had yet to join a new wizard organization. She learned that the realm of Frost had completely fallen. An 8th Circle Peak wizard, the deputy tower master of the Winter Tower, a regional management organization like the Star Tower, betrayed the organization and led the way for the Dark Wizards. He backstabbed the Tower Master, who was loyal to the Frost Witch and became the Tower Master and the regional administrator. After he came to power, he massacred those who were close to the Tower Master and eliminated those who were dissident. Now, he was suppressing the Frost Giant Resistance. The Frost Giant Resistance was an underground resistance organization formed by the forces of the former righteous wizards. They kept fighting against the current rulers of the Dark Wizards, waiting for the support of the Parliament. The reason why they used the Frost Giant as a symbol was because the legendary witch who had made a fortune in the School of Ice and then went to the Central Realm was said to have the bloodline of the Frost Giant ancestor, Ygmir. Therefore, many spells and wizard tools created by the School of Ice liked to use the Frost Giant as a prefix. We're about to arrive. Everyone, buck up. Hold on for a while longer. The Parliament's army will come to support us soon, the leading wizard said. He was the only second circle wizard in this team. Exhaustion was evident on everyone's faces. It was late at night, and the temperature was even lower. It was no exaggeration to say that the water had turned into ice. Suddenly, cracking sounds came from the ice. Boom! The 10-foot thick ice suddenly wrinkled and cracked. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to the ears. Then, an ice-blue-fanged beast like a giant walrus, Blue Dye, pounced over ferociously. As the walrus split open the ice layer, the light of arrays lit up at the same time, forming a blizzard cover. In an instant, it surrounded the small team. The second circle array wind snow prison. Enemy attack, the team leader shouted. It's too late. On the back of the giant walrus, 2 second circle wizards stood side by side. One of them was controlling the array, while the other had already begun to chant spells. Elsa's expression changed. She patted Mina and said, "Run with me later. I'll think of a way to break the array." She knew that there was a high chance that someone had betrayed them. In short, this time, the odds were against them. A terrifying spell descended from the sky, and the team leader tried his best to resist it. The other teammates also used spells to deal with the enemy. Elsa protected Mina while thinking of a way to break through. The walrus charged straight through the team and attacked with ice-type spells from time to time. This was a second circle transcendent creature with extraordinary strength. After Elsa analyzed the situation and killed a few enemies, she took advantage of the chaos and went to a corner of the array. Ice Aurora. Ice runes flickered on Elsa's body. This was the result of the ice body tempering technique she had learned over the years. At the same time, the Aurora bird seed also burned. Chapter 784, Evil Spirit. 2. Accompanied by this extreme attack, a hole was torn in the array. Elsa grabbed the little girl Mina and threw her out. Then, before the hole closed, she squeezed out herself. Her protective spell was torn apart by the blizzard attack of the array. This was the power of the second circle array. Go, Mina! Elsa carried Mina and relied on the speed advantage of the Aurora breathing technique to fly into the distance. The enemy had come prepared and their strength was overwhelming. She could not die here. She still had a grudge to avenge. She still wanted to wait until she became stronger before going to the human world to see her daughter. Someone ran away. I'll go after them. You'll be fine dealing with them alone, right? No problem, but come back and support me. Yes, I'm just chasing after a little bug. It won't take long. A silver-haired wizard among the two second circle cultivators sneered. Then, he used his flying wizard tool to fly in the air and quickly chased after them. He was a second circle wizard. The other party could not escape. So fast, I can't catch up. After a while, the second circle wizard was a little shocked. He was flying in the air with a wizard tool, but he couldn't catch up with a witch who was running on her legs. What the hell? I'm getting serious. He chanted an incantation, and more spell power surged into the wizard tool. The next moment, the wizard tool turned into a stream of light and quickly closed the distance between him and Elsa. At the same time, he began to chant a second ring spell. Then, he pointed gently. A terrifying ice spear shot towards Elsa. Elsa barely dodged this second ring spell even though she used all her strength. In the next moment, another area of effect second ring spell attacked, and a dense rain of ice rain fell. Every attack was enough to injure Elsa. Mina tried her best to resist with her apprentice cantrips, but it was broken as easily as paper. Elsa's spear only blocked for a moment before being sent flying. There was still a huge gap between the second and first circle. She threw Mina out of the attack range. Mina understood Elsa's intentions and quickly distanced herself. Without Mina, Elsa fought the enemy with all her might. She was like a phantom as she swam through the icy rain. She was graceful and agile like a swimming dragon. The speed of the Aurora bird. Interesting. A body refining wizard? Your body tempering technique is not bad. The silver-haired wizard temporarily stopped attacking. Hand over the body tempering technique and become my servant witch. Make a servant contract and I'll spare your life, the silver-haired wizard said condescendingly. Elsa hesitated before asking seriously, if you can keep your promise, I can sign a servant contract. Becoming a slave was better than dying. If she died, there would be no hope for the future. As long as she was alive, anything was possible. That's right. I like people like you who know how to adapt to the situation. The silver-haired wizard drafted a contract and threw the slate to Elsa. Elsa took a deep breath and was about to sign the contract when a loud voice sounded. You can't sign it. A well-proportioned and muscular wizard descended from the sky, cracking the ice and sending shards of ice flying everywhere. He stood up and clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Elsa was stunned. Judging from the spiritual force fluctuation, he had just become an official wizard. Where did this hothead come from? Is a mere first circle wizard trying to learn from others to save a damsel in distress? Ridiculous. The silver-haired wizard waved his hand and shot an ice arrow at that person. The burly man raised his palm and held the ice arrow in his hand. Crack! The ice arrow shattered into pieces. At this moment, it was as if the snowstorm had stopped. Both Elsa and the silver-haired wizard were shocked. Did he just crush the ice arrow with his bare hands? Hehe, another body-refining wizard. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. The silver-haired male wizard didn't expect that a second circle wizard like himself would be looked down upon by a first circle body-refining wizard. He immediately began to chant a new spell. At this moment, the burly wizard suddenly stomped on the ground. The ice shattered, and his body rose from the ground. His body began to expand, and his robe bulged, looking like it was about to tear. Golden misty light lit up around his body like golden fur. At the same time, golden power gathered on his palm. Ape King Kigong, City Crusher. The silver-haired wizard didn't care at first until the protective force field around him was shattered by this palm. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the problem. It was too late. Splat! The giant palm landed on the silver-haired wizard's chest, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The burly wizard, who was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a golden giant, followed closely behind and threw a punch. The silver-haired wizard immediately used a spell to resist the attack and narrowly avoided it. The ice layer directly cracked and floated on the surface of the lake. Elsa was even more shocked than him. Only Elsa knew that this was not a body-refining wizard. This was a legendary knight like her. How was this possible? How could a legendary knight defeat a second circle wizard? Could it be that a legendary wizard had become a body-refining wizard, just like her? Elsa was puzzled. Sister Elsa, who is that? Why did he save us? Sensing that the situation had changed, Mina, who had returned, suddenly asked. Elsa shook her head. She was also dumbfounded. She had never seen him before. Who exactly are you? The silver-haired wizard dodged as he prepared his spells. He had just been seriously injured, and it was very difficult for him to cast spells. Chapter 785, Evil Spirit. 3. Actually, with his strength, he shouldn't be in such a sorry state. He was too confident and did not expect the enemy to be able to break his protective force field. At this moment, Elsa immediately followed and beat him up. She relied on her advantage in speed to cooperate with the strange legendary knight. She also realized that although this legendary knight's attack power was unparalleled, his speed was a little insufficient. Compared to her extreme speed, he was still a little weaker. Even Mina used the few cantrips she knew to attack the silver-haired wizard. Under the encirclement, the silver-haired wizard fled in panic. Ape King Kigong, Moonshot. The burly wizard was fully focused. The Saint Ape seed in his body roared, and endless Saint Ape power surged into his palm. Boom! The ice shook with an earth-shattering strike. Then, the silver-haired wizard lay on the ground with his last breath, unable to believe it. What on earth defeated me? He closed his eyes, unable to die in peace. A huge foot completely crushed him, and his body shattered into pieces. The wizard skillfully picked up the storage bags and the wizard tool that had fallen to the ground. He looked at the female knight who was panting and drenched in sweat. You must be Goddess Knight Elsa. How do you know? Have you seen me before? My name is Emperor Mew. I've never seen you before, but I know you. Emperor Mew. I think I've heard of this name before. Are you Emperor Mew of the Tuva Empire? The Fist of the Empire. That's right. We can't stay here for long. Let's find a safe place to talk. Soon, Elsa and Emperor Mew fled this place and found a safe place. On the other side, the other second circle wizard temporarily retreated because he was missing the silver-haired wizard. In a hidden ice cave. I didn't expect you to step into the wizard world too. Elsa had yet to recover from the battle. I'm also very surprised to meet you here. I came with the Ocean School of Thought to support the Cold School's army. However, there was an accident during the teleportation and I was separated from my teammates. It's fate that I met you. I wonder if I can take up some of your time and introduce you to an organization with infinite light and future. After Emperor Mew left the Yellow Earth continent, he discovered a special characteristic of his ancestral breathing technique during his training. It was more suitable to cultivate in battle. The stronger one was, the braver one would become. Only in this way would one's cultivation be faster. Legend had it that the Saint Ape was a combative existence. He must have inherited this attribute from the Saint Ape. His commander, Levi, always told him not to fight and kill during cultivation. It was best to cultivate quietly. Safety was always the priority. Unfortunately, this path wasn't suitable for Emperor Mew. He couldn't cultivate at home every day like his commander. He had to fight and kill in the vast world to become stronger. He felt that it was more appropriate to change the name of the Saint Ape to Battle Saint Ape. However, he seemed to have accidentally killed a disciple of a fifth circle wizard family in the process of tempering himself in battle. Heaven took pity on him. He was forced. It was that kid who provoked him first. That kid relied on the fact that his father was a third circle wizard of a wizard family to bully him fearlessly. Emperor Mew couldn't take it anymore and punched his head. Although he was a first circle wizard, he was still a blood descendant of a wizard family. Emperor Mew was worried that the wizard family would take revenge, so he simply followed the army that supported the School of Ice to the Realm of Ice. He planned to hide here for a while and return after the matter calmed down. There was still a tracking mark on his body now. However, it was obvious that they were not in the same realm of the unbelievers even though they were so far away. That wizard family would not be able to track him. Emperor Mew, what organization are you talking about? Elsa asked curiously. Lady Elsa, do you think the legendary realm is the end of knighthood? Emperor Mew was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked a question. Right. It's been like this since ancient times, Elsa said. If I told you that there's still a way after legendary, would you believe me? Emperor Mew exuded a confident aura. Elsa looked at this man in a daze. At that moment, he was so tall. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing you, I think I believe it, Elsa said with a bitter smile. Emperor Mew nodded. That's right. The path of a knight has no end. A legendary knight is actually only the first step to becoming a transcendent knight. There are still the second and third steps. Elsa listened carefully and couldn't help but sigh. You're really a god. You can break through the shackles of legendary and start a new path of knighthood. Emperor Mew shook his head and looked into the distance. He said calmly, Lady, you're wrong. My path as a knight is only the second step. There's already someone ahead. He's our guide. What? Elsa was shocked. Emperor Mew's words had overturned her understanding. There's no need to be too surprised. There are always some talented people in this world. It's just that they're too low-key and don't reveal themselves. Our organization is like this. If you're interested, we can sign a simple confidentiality agreement first. I can continue to introduce you, Emperor Mew said mysteriously. Let me think. Elsa calmed down and began to wonder if Emperor Mew was fooling her. Chapter 786, Evil Spirit. 4. Emperor Mew did not rush her. Instead, he looked confident. Haha, Commander, you definitely didn't expect that I actually met the goddess knight in the realm of ice. Our Twilight Knights will finally have a woman. Emperor Mew was proud. He didn't know that the Divine Light Knight Denise had already joined them in the human world. A moment later, Elsa said, I'm willing to sign the agreement. Emperor Mew nodded and handed the agreement to Elsa to sign. Lady Elsa, the organization I want to introduce to you will be the lighthouse for all the knights in the world. Its name is the Twilight Knights. The vice-commander is the once famous legendary Blood Knight, and the commander is an unknown big shot who has already stepped into the supreme realm of knighthood. Who is it? The Supreme Knight, Levi. Endless Sea. Nether Capital. There was a tavern. Levi sat alone in a private room, drinking his wine. Nameless wine. Speaking of which, the grass on the grave of the Nameless Knight should be taller than me. The Blood Knight and the Black Knight have already been conquered among the 7 legends of the Shining Tavern. The Nameless Knight, the Golden Knight, and the Lionheart Knight were confirmed dead. My level is too low to conquer the Flower Knight. The only one left is Snow Knight Flare, who bravely charged into the world. He's already hundreds of years old. There's a high chance that he's dead unless he's born with the bloodline of a longevity species or became a wizard. Levi shook his head. At this moment, chatting and laughter came from outside the private room. It seemed that the Rose Witch had brought her friend here. Levi put away the nameless wine. Sir Levi, you're already here. The Rose Witch smiled. She was obviously in a good mood. There were 2 wizards behind her. One of them was a male wizard wearing a blue robe with a golden lightning pattern on it. Judging from his spiritual force fluctuation, he was similar to the old golden lion who had mastered 2 innate spells. It was very likely that he was a 3rd circle senior wizard. This wizard was extremely handsome and elegant. He had the demeanor of a big family. The other was a female wizard in a white robe with a daffodil pattern. When Levi saw this female wizard, he remembered that she had seen her before. As expected, the Whitewater Witch is still alive. Levi remembered that before Area 9 fell, she and the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard were chased by the Black-Eyed Crow and disappeared. It seemed that she had run back to the Star Sea. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, she was different from the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard was a nomadic wizard and did not have a backer, but she did. Naturally, the Whitewater Witch had seen Levi before. However, she did not greet Levi. At that time, she wanted to invite Levi to join the Monsoon Tower. Unexpectedly, the Monsoon Tower was destroyed by the Black-Eyed Crow and she almost died there. Sir Levi, let me introduce you. This is the Whitewater Witch. Like me, she's also one of the 24 maids of the Flower Witch. This gentleman-like wizard is Lager Leo Letney. He's the pride of the Letney family and a third circle array wizard. Of course, he's also the partner of the Whitewater Witch. After that, the Whitewater Witch smiled and said, Sir Levi, we're old acquaintances, although we didn't greet each other. Levi smiled and said, there was something urgent at that time. I hope Lady Whitewater can forgive me. Leo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He coughed and did not say anything. Your Excellency Lager Leo, it's our first time meeting. I hope our cooperation will go smoothly this time, Levi said kindly. Leo nodded and said with a smile, with Sir Levi's participation, this exploration of the ancient ruins should not be a problem. He looked at the Whitewater Witch and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to know Sir Levi. Such a young and promising transcendent biologist and a third circle pharmacist, he must be a descendant of a big family, right? Why don't you introduce him to me? We only met at that time and didn't even greet each other. How can I introduce you? Besides, Sir Levi is not a descendant of any family. The Whitewater Witch rolled her eyes at Lager Leo and said. I'm just joking. Let's get down to business. About the things to take note of during this exploration. Sir Levi, you must have a basic understanding of that ancient wizard relic, right? Lager Leo said and looked at the Rose Witch. That's right. I've been introduced to His Excellency Levi. That's good. I wonder if Sir Levi has a way to resist the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow's undying ability. Lager Leo asked. I have a way to stop its regeneration. Don't worry about that, Levi said. He had the Death Ember power that could suppress the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow's self-healing ability. Alright, because I was the first to discover this secret realm, and I'm also in charge of the most important array part of this secret realm. I'll take 40% of the gains from the secret realm botanical garden this time. Do you have any objections? Lager Leo said. No problem. This was previously discussed by everyone, said the Rose Witch. I'm fine with it too, but the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow's corpse belongs to me. I don't care about anything else, Levi said. That was why he had come. He would always be able to find medicinal herbs. An almost extinct transcendent creature like the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow was the most important to him. Leo nodded in satisfaction and said, yes, I'm very impressed that a nomadic wizard like Sir Levi can have such a mentality. After all, most nomadic wizards are poor and like to fight for trivial benefits. I've never liked them. Chapter 787, Evil Spirit. 5. Levi was still smiling. You're right. If there's a choice, who wouldn't want to be a disciple of a high and mighty family? He did not refute anything. That would be meaningless. A genius like Lager Leo was not from the same world as him. Alright, let's go. Let's not waste any more time. Rose felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. There were friends on both sides, so she could only come out and smooth things over. Alright, I know that you are a disciple of a large family clan. Rose and I are also nomadic wizards, right? If you look down on nomadic wizards, why are you with me? Lady Whitewater said with a slightly plaintive tone. Lager Leo smiled. You're different. Besides, I don't mean to look down on Sir Levi. Don't misunderstand. I'm just stating some objective facts. I agree with Sir Levi. Levi only smiled and did not say anything. He silently followed behind the group of people. After leaving the no-fly zone of Nether Capital, Levi took out the flying shark and prepared to enter. Leo took out a small model of a wizard airship from his storage bag. Then, he chanted an incantation. The model grew with the wind and kept growing larger. Finally, an exquisite and luxurious wizard airship appeared. There was also a fierce golden lightning pattern engraved on the side of the airship. It was the emblem of the Letney family. It was obviously custom-made. Sir Levi, your flying shark is a little slow. Why don't you take my lightning model? On the way, we can communicate with each other and discuss how to deal with the ferocious creatures in the ancient ruins. As far as I know, there is more than just the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. Lager Leo let the two ladies go up first. The Rose Witch frowned slightly. On the other side, the Whitewater Witch did not look too good either. She regretted saying that she knew Levi. Levi revealed his white teeth and smiled warmly. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you. Nothing happened along the way. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Somewhere in the Star Sea, on the surface of the sea, a golden wizard airship descended with a bang. The huge waves cleared the sky, and the runes on the surface of the airship flickered. It directly broke through the seawater and drilled into the sea, turning into a submarine. At the bottom of the deep sea, Levi suddenly saw a green light in front of him. He was always on guard. Danger perception had some warning. He did not know if it was because of the danger in the secret realm. There was nothing wrong with Lager Leo. Although his attitude was very arrogant, he shouldn't have any hostility. He just liked to show off. The entrance to the secret realm is up ahead. I'll put away the wizard airship later. Everyone, get ready to enter, Lager Leo said. At the bottom of the deep sea, there was a cave that was emitting green light. 4 wizards appeared at the edge of the cave, and a hideous strange fish rushed out. It was about the level of a first circle transcendent creature, but it was easily annihilated by the golden lightning chain on Lager Leo's fingertip. There are always some ants who overestimate themselves, Lager Leo said with a smile. He snapped his fingers. On his palm, golden electric arcs that were like spider webs danced, illuminating the deep sea bed, including everything in the cave. The spells of the Letny family are really something. Lady Rose could not help but sigh. The White Water Witch nodded in agreement. He can clearly use lumos or spiritual perception. To be able to cultivate to this level, he's at least 100 years old. Why is he acting like a little kid? Levi complained. He really could not understand the thoughts of the disciples of large families. What was the point of being in the limelight? Other than that moment of vanity and satisfaction, it was meaningless. There were 3,000 great Daos, and the hidden Dao existed forever. Levi silently followed behind and stepped into the glowing door. When he reappeared, Levi was already in a place filled with birds and flowers. Sir Levi, don't run around and try not to fly. The crimson netherworld sparrow won't leave the botanical garden. Instead, it's the least dangerous here. From the last time we explored, there might be some other dangers in this secret realm. It's elusive and unpredictable. It's impossible to guard against it, the Rose Witch reminded. Levi nodded and followed the group. Everything around him was within the range of his intuition perception. This secret realm was much larger than the giant tree secret realm and Levi's hurricane secret realm. The giant tree secret realm was a miniature secret realm, while the hurricane secret realm was a small secret realm. This was a medium secret realm. It was unknown how far they had traveled. Master! I'm hungry. In the Greenfield Immortal House, Leon was lying on the ground. The strange insects were pacing back and forth, as if they were very anxious. Levi was helpless. He sent some transcendent creature meat into it. He realized that he seemed to have been left far behind by the Rose Witch and the others. He quickly chased after them and followed behind silently. As he walked, Levi realized that the Rose Witch and the others in front of him seemed to have stopped talking. He felt a little strange. Your Excellency Rose, how far is the botanical garden? Levi asked without batting an eyelid as he looked at the slightly standing hare. The Rose Witch in front just kept walking without looking back or paying attention to Levi. The White Water Witch and Lager Leo did the same. The dense forest covered the sky and the sun. The light became dimmer and dimmer, and the sound of birds seemed to have gradually faded away. The air was a little wet and cold, and the faint sound of water dripping could be heard. There was a cold wind that seemed to be able to penetrate one's body and brush one's soul. Chapter 788, Evil Spirit. 6. In his mind, the Divine Ring Tower spun slowly. Everything looked normal. Levi closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the Ashen Eye appeared. A grey kingdom was reflected in his pupils. Ashes fell from the sky. The 3 wizards in front of Levi did not have any flames on their bodies at this moment, as if they were made of ashes. This meant that they had no chance of survival. Levi's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. With a light tap, the glacial sword finger flew out and pierced through Lager Leo. Like a punctured balloon, Lager Leo began to deflate, emitting puffing sounds. At the same time, grayish-white water flowed out of the hole. A moment later, Lager Leo had transformed into a human skin and a pool of grayish-white water. The Rose Witch and the White Water Witch in front were still walking forward. They did not seem to notice the changes in Lager Leo. A moment later, Lager Leo stood up and walked forward shakily, as if he were a paper effigy. Interesting. Levi's lips curled up. Leo's voice came from the Greenfield Immortal House. Master, let me out. I want to eat, Leo said. Wait a minute. With that, Levi chanted and a golden flame that emitted a scorching heat appeared in his hand. Boom! He directly let the golden flames explode with him as the center. Flames soared into the sky. The trees were instantly charred and turned into nothingness. Ashes soared into the sky under the high temperature. Everything within a radius of nearly 100 meters was burned into nothingness, including the 3 phantoms that only cared about walking. The human skin and grey water began to melt and dissipate into ashes. Flames, purifying everything. Pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind came from behind. A heavy water barrier lit up. The golden snake's scale was layered. Levi revealed his fire dragon true form. His entire body was burning with flames, but that was all. The death ember power wrapped around his body. Ashes and flames rose. There was a thud. It was as if a foreign object had hit Levi's back. Levi grabbed it backhanded. A thin snake with a mini beauty's head was struggling in his hand, letting out an unpleasant roar that Levi could not understand at all. Levi threw out a copper ashen coin. Unyielding silver seat Owens. He said coldly. Windmill village in the Ashen world. The armored man who was sitting alone at the entrance of the village in a daze had an excited expression. He drew his silver sword and cried out. Windmill Village's #1 expert, Owens, is here. Then, Halfling Owens, who was only more than a meter tall, looked at his stunted body with a worried expression. I say, can you summon me with silver coins next time, Owens said. I'm not asking you to fight. Help me see what this is. Is it the death fall you mentioned? Levi's ashen power grabbed the human-headed snake and wrapped its body around Levi's arm, struggling non-stop. This is death fall. What's going on? Has your world been invaded by death fall too? Owens's expression was solemn. I'm not sure. Levi's death ember power and flames erupted and finally crushed death fall to death. What exactly is death fall? Levi asked. In his hand was an irregular grey crystal that contained a trace of mysterious energy. This is good stuff. Unfortunately, this is my incarnation and I can't bring it back. Owens looked at the crystal. Master, I want to eat, I want to eat. I'm hungry. Leon's anxious voice reached Levi's mind. Levi was not in a hurry to give it to Leon. He only gave it some ordinary flesh and blood before keeping the grey crystal. What is death fall? I can't explain it either. Baron Megan said that they seem to be an undying existence formed by the negative, dark, and decadent obsessions of all living beings. In our world, only the sword of the Grey Swordsman can kill death fall. You can kill death fall probably because your strength and the power of the Grey Swordsman come from the same source. It's also this power that can allow a foreigner like you to enter the Ashen world. To a certain extent, you can be considered a member of our Ashen world, Owens said. Levi took out a silver coin with a death ember dragon engraved on it. So what is this? Levi asked. This is the coin of life, Owens said honestly. I mean the pattern on it. Oh, about that, I don't know. After all, I haven't studied and am illiterate. I only heard Baron Megan say that a long time ago, there were quite a number of big shots in the Ashen world who had the authority to mint coins. They were collectively known as the Ashen Lord or the Ashen King. The patterns on the coin of life forged by each Ashen Lord were different, but they basically looked like themselves as the supreme symbol of royalty. They would reward these coins of life to the most heroic Grey Swordsmen under their command. At that time, there would be many experts above the 6th stage of the Grey Swordsman in the Ashen world. Unlike now, a 3rd stage Grey Swordsman like me is already an expert. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Ashen Lords had all disappeared. It was also possible that they had fallen. After that, death fall began to spread in our world. The coins of life are getting fewer and fewer, and it's getting harder and harder for the Grey Swordsman to advance. The strong are gradually withering, and death falls are becoming more and more common. This is an endless cycle. Levi's expression was solemn as he looked at the silver coin and pondered. Isn't this forged by me? Could it be that I'm the Ashen Lord? He put away the silver coins. Not long after, Owens disappeared from the secret realm because his strength was exhausted. Levi stared at the charred glade. He continued to move forward. Those things just now should be something like an illusion created by the Deathfall beauty snake. This Deathfall's ability was indeed as Rose had said. It was impossible to guard against it. Even Levi did not know when he had fallen for it. Beauty snake was what Levi called it. Its strength was probably no weaker than a third circle wizard. The most troublesome thing was that it might take a lot of effort to kill it with spells alone. Not long after, Levi found Rose and the rest who were resting in the forest through intuition. They were chatting and laughing at this moment and did not realize that they had disappeared. Levi's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Beside the Rose Witch, there was another Levi who had the same expression and aura as him. He was sitting silently. Then who am I? This secret realm did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. Levi suddenly thought of a terrifying question. The last time we explored the secret realm, did Rose and the rest really come back alive? Chapter 789, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 1. Nameless Secret Realm. In the lush primitive forest, Levi did not advance rashly. At first, he only suspected that the Levi beside Rose was fake. Now, he began to suspect that Rose and the rest were fake too. No, that's impossible. I'm scaring myself. Rose is a member of the witch's family. There are so many high-level primordial soul wizards in the witch's family. If it was really an evil spirit in disguise, with their terrifying spiritual force and knowledge, it was impossible for them not to sense it. Unless this evil spirit was stronger than a primordial soul wizard. This was even more impossible. Such a powerful existence did not need to be so mysterious and mysterious. What was the point of doing this? Everything required a motive. He was already so strong. Was he doing all this to fool others? Was there a point? He was so bored that his balls hurt. Therefore, if there was really an evil spirit or some kind of Deathfall playing tricks, it would not be very strong. Therefore, he could only rely on this old-fashioned perception deception to create illusions. To lure me into a trap step by step, or to deal me a fatal blow when I had a mental breakdown and let my guard down. I won't fall for it. Other than that, my danger perception didn't alarm me. However, speaking of which, is danger perception accurate? At this moment, Levi suddenly realized that he seemed to have relied too much on danger perception. These supernatural things and ghosts are so boring. Levi's expression was cold. Inside the storage bag, Leon paced back and forth anxiously. Leon, what's wrong with you today? Levi asked. Master, I'm hungry, Leon said. Why are you hungry? I don't know. I'm hungry, Master. I want to eat that thing. Leon kept repeating the same sentence like a child who didn't know anything. Levi didn't waste any more time. All around him, an endless coldness assaulted him. Following that, there was the chatter from Rose and company. Other than that, the surroundings were quiet. There was only Levi's heartbeat, which was like a burning furnace. It was like firewood exploding in the fireplace. He touched his chest muscles that were as exaggerated as gold and iron, and the cold scales on his body. He held Frostmourne tightly in his hand. A sense of security emerged. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. I'm not afraid of these things. Levi clenched his fists and began to retreat silently. No matter what, this place was a little strange. It was better not to explore for the time being. It wasn't that Levi was afraid. He just felt that it was boring. It's just a monster. How dare it appear in front of me? I'll crush it with the giant dragon warrior. I'll let the flames purify everything. Levi muttered to himself as he retreated. A creaking sound came from the soles of his feet. He did not look down. His intuition told him that it was just a fallen branch. Suddenly, he looked at a big tree that was full of vitality beside him. On the rough surface of the bark, unknown insects were crawling. Levi frowned and opened his right palm. There was still a trace of the casting materials of the sun flame explosion spell in his palm. I used the sun flame explosion to burn this place just now. Everything within 100 meters is ashes. What's going on? It grew out so quickly? Damn it! I haven't broken the illusion yet. Levi's expression changed slightly. He looked into his storage bags. The grey crystal formed by the death of the Deathfall was still there. It's a little strange. It feels like a dream, but it also feels like reality. I can't tell, Levi muttered to himself. In his previous life, when he dreamed, such a situation would always appear. He thought that he had woken up from a nightmare, but in fact, he had only entered a deeper dream, which was what was called a dream in a dream. After he was really woken up by the alarm clock, he realized that the last time he thought he had woke up was also in a dream. However, ever since he became a wizard, he did not sleep at all. Occasionally, he would sleep and not dream. Dreams were a sign of low sleep quality. How cliché! He no longer cared about Rose and the rest in front of him. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, Levi did not care anymore. He only wanted to leave this place now. He knew that nothing good would come out of exploring relics. Gradually, their voices drifted further and further away from Levi. Levi's battle with the beauty snake seemed to have never happened. The sound of birds chirping could be heard in the deep forest once again. It was as if he had just pressed the pause button, and at this moment, he pressed the play button again. In the dense forest, Levi was on full alert as he walked towards the exit in his memory. He did not run or fly. That would only make him look afraid of the other party. In fact, Levi was not afraid at all. If that thing dared to appear in front of him, he would directly exorcise it. Levi returned to the exit in his memory, a pitch-black cave. There was no green door of light in the cave. A rotten smell assailed his nose, as if it had been a long time in the future. This was the cave that Levi and the others had entered. Logically speaking, it should be a green door of light. Through the door of light was the underwater abyss. As expected, the exit is gone. Either someone has closed the exit, or I'm still in the illusion. Even my memories are starting to become chaotic. Levi's heart turned cold. He took a deep breath, held Frostmourne, and turned back in the direction he had come from. Chapter 790, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 2. Let me see what the hell you are. Soon, Levi returned to the dense forest. Rose and the others were no longer at the place where they had been resting previously. Levi followed expressionlessly. He did not know how much time had passed. As the voices of the conversation in front gradually appeared, he finally caught up with Rose and the rest. They also seemed to be looking anxiously for Levi. The moment Rose saw Levi, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Sir Levi, why did you fall behind? We were all waiting for you." Levi's intuition spread out and his heart skipped a beat. The fake Levi had disappeared. The illusion was gone. The ashen eye appeared. The world in front of him turned grey again. Rose and the rest were like clusters of bonfires with ashes flying everywhere. "They're alive," Levi said to himself. "Sir Levi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you encounter an evil spirit?" Lady Whitewater asked with concern. When Lager Leo saw this scene, his expression did not change. He only urged from the side, "Since we're here, let's hurry to the botanical garden. After dealing with the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow and dividing the medicinal herbs, let's leave. This place is indeed a little strange. It seems to be different from the last time we came. It makes me feel uncomfortable." "I'm fine. Let's continue," Levi said with a smile. No one knew what he was thinking. "Let's go." The group set off again. This time, Levi followed them closely. At the same time, he opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Snake Breathing Technique, Level 14. Phew. For some reason, Levi's nervous and anxious heart calmed down again when he saw the proficiency panel. After an unknown period of time, Levi and the others finally passed through the forest and arrived at the entrance of a deep valley. There was a layer of grey fog lingering in the valley, making it impossible to see the scenery inside. The outline of some plants could be seen inside, as if a silent person was standing there. Vaguely, they felt that something was peeping through the fog. A simple road sign that was similar to the one in the mortal world stood there. Botanical Garden. Below the sign, there were also small blood-colored words. "There are guardians inside. You are not allowed to trespass into the botanical garden to steal medicinal herbs. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Botanical Garden Management Committee." Levi stood in front of the sign and stopped. Danger perception. There was a sense of danger. The general direction was the botanical garden. It could be the Crimson Nether Sparrow or something else. "Don't worry about that. This was established before this organization was destroyed, Lager Leo said with a frown. Didn't you come here once? By the way, do you know why this organization was destroyed? Levi suddenly asked. Rose shook her head. Lady Whitewater thought about it and was also puzzled. She looked at her partner, Lager Leo. Don't ask me. Although I was the first to discover this place, my understanding of this place isn't much better than yours. I guessed that he might have done some forbidden experiments, or he might have harmed a dark wizard. Sir Levi, if you're worried about the danger, just back off. Anyway, without you, I'm confident that I can take down the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow now. If it wasn't for Lady Rose, I'm afraid that she would go back on her word to you. Actually, I didn't want to bring you here, Lager Leo said impatiently. Levi, don't worry. Didn't we sign an agreement not to hurt each other before we came in? Rose revealed a helpless and pleading look. She did not want Levi to get into a conflict with Lager Leo. Let's go. I'm just curious. I don't mean any harm. Levi was not angry. He took the lead and stepped into the territory of the botanical garden. As soon as he entered, he could feel the elemental power that seemed to be richer than the outside. Levi guessed that there should be a large-scale elemental convergence array to make it easier for plants to grow. Levi could already hear some kind of bird chirping. It was deeper in the valley. The sound was a little hoarse, mournful, and intermittent. Be careful. There might be evil spirits hidden in the botanical garden. Lady, stay closer to me. This way, it'll be easier for me to protect you. Evil spirits are most afraid of flames and lightning. Lady Rose, you'd better not be too far away from me, Lager Leo suddenly reminded her. Sir Levi, I heard that you're a body-refining wizard. You should be able to protect yourself, right? He asked again. Yes, don't mind me. The heavy water barrier around Levi lit up, and the coldness gradually disappeared like the ebbing tide. A force field vortex that was as bright as golden smoke also lit up around Lager Leo. It revolved around him, forming a golden tornado. In the tornado, wisps of golden electric current interweaved into a net, forming a terrifying force field that could shatter all darkness. The crackling sound of electricity was loud, and the fog in the botanical garden seemed to be dispersed. It had to be said that this Lager Leo was probably the strongest third circle wizard Levi had ever seen. He even suspected that the other party might have mastered 3 innate spells. If it's an illusion, everything that has happened so far is too realistic. Even I, a third circle wizard, can't see through the illusion, Levi pondered. Suddenly, the sound of insects grinding their wings could be heard in the fog. Levi was about to attack when Lager Leo stretched out his hand and pointed. A golden chain of lightning tore something out of the fog like a whip. Chapter 791, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 3. It was an emerald green mantis the size of a puppy. However, the difference was that the head of the mantis was a human head. It was also a beautiful head. Moreover, this beauty looked exactly the same as the beauty snake that Levi had killed previously. Deathfall. Levi was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see how Lager Leo would deal with the other party. Master. I'm hungry. Leon's voice came again. Go hungry. I'll give you a good meal when I get out, Levi said. Golden lightning chains appeared around Lager Leo's body like tentacles from his golden thundercloud-shaped protective force field vortex. These lightning chains all hit the monster Levi called the Beauty Mantis. A terrifying electric explosion resounded throughout the botanical garden. Under Lager Leo's terrifying fire power, the Beauty Mantis died after experiencing pain for a few minutes. A grey crystal appeared on the ground. Lager Leo looked at it. This did not seem to be the first time he had killed a deathfall. He collected the crystals and Levi noticed that they were much smaller than the beauty snake he killed. According to Owens, the larger the crystals produced after the death of the deathfall monster, the stronger the monster. Lager Leo heaved a sigh of relief. He quietly drank a bottle of spell power recovery potion. This thing is an evil spirit. It's especially strange and extremely difficult to kill. If it were an ordinary third circle transcendent creature, it wouldn't have lasted more than half a minute under my attack, Lager Leo said with a frown. An evil spirit. Be it evil spirit or deathfall, they were just different names for the same thing. These monsters gave Levi a sense of déjà vu. He had never seen them before. A human-headed monster. He suddenly remembered the specimen known as the nightmare creatures he found at the bottom of the Yellow Earth Continent's Mirror Lake in the Dreamland Steeple Branch. There were frogs with human faces on their backs, human-faced spiders, and even strange birds with human faces on their hips. The mouths of the human faces were the excrement of the strange birds. Nightmare world, Ashen world. Are these two worlds related? Levi suppressed the doubt in his heart. Rose and the rest were already walking forward. Following that, they occasionally encountered some evil spirits on the way. Levi had yet to make a move when these guys were killed by Lager Leo. Although Levi did not like family disciples, he had to admit that Lager Leo was a very reliable and powerful teammate. Every time, he would put away the grey crystal. He did not know what it was for. Leon kept complaining about his hunger along the way. This strange insect seemed to have entered a state of uneasiness and anxiety after entering this secret realm. Eventually, Levi and the others stopped in a clearing. In the fog ahead, there were tall stone pillars vaguely displayed with the trajectory patterns of some array. At the top of one of the stone pillars, a big black bird was entrenched. It seemed to have noticed Levi and the others and opened its eyes that were burning with black flames. The crimson netherworld sparrow is indeed a transcendent creature that has been declared extinct, Levi muttered in his heart. No matter what, he had to think of a way to capture this thing alive. A dead crimson netherworld sparrow could not be provided to Levi to cultivate the breathing technique for a long time. After Legendary, the secret medicines needed to practice the breathing technique required the blood of transcendent creatures. The blood required was not just ordinary blood. It required a lot of blood to purify the bloodline essence into medicine. Therefore, only living transcendent creatures could be used by Levi for a long time. In fact, the ideal state was that every transcendent creature could have a partner of the opposite sex. This way, they could pair up and give birth to more descendants in Alice's ring for his personal use. Unfortunately, it was already very difficult to find just one transcendent creature for most creatures. It was even more difficult to find a pair to breed. Even for these transcendent creatures, with their long lives, it was unknown if they could find their other half. The stronger the transcendent creature, the more difficult it was. Do you see that stone array? As far as I know, that's the fourth circle array, the Undying Wind Fire array. It's precisely because of this array that this damned beast is so arrogant. Later, I'll use the third circle array that I've prepared to temporarily suppress the effect of this array. The three of you, especially Sir Levi, must take advantage of this opportunity and remember to kill the other party within a minute. My array can only last for a minute. Even if you only leave a trace of life for that beast, it will be reborn in the Grand Array, Lager Leo emphasized. Understood. Be careful, Lady Whitewater said with concern. Thank you for your concern, Lady. Lager Leo smiled. Rose looked at Levi. Levi nodded, indicating that there was no problem. If you're ready, I'll begin. In Lager Leo's pupils, golden lightning was flickering. He chanted a complicated incantation. Golden array flags broke through the fog and rushed into the clouds. Then, a golden 8-pointed star array appeared on the ground and headed towards the stone pillar. In an instant, the collision between the two grand arrays began. The stone pillars trembled, and beams of black light connected between the different stone pillars. Chapter 792, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 4. The Rose Witch's eyes were focused. In front of her, a mirror made of huge water currents appeared. A ray of white light shot out and shot towards the crimson netherworld sparrow. This was the Rose Witch's innate spell, Flowing Water Shot. As for Lady Whitewater, she used her second innate spell, Gluttony Flower. As a terrifying giant man-eating flower took shape, the black bird was enveloped. Its tragic cries pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks, making one's eardrums feel uncomfortable. Levi, get ready! Rose said. Slash! The blackbird claw tore apart the gluttony flower's defense and was riddled with wounds. However, these wounds were constantly healing. Without the effect of the Grand Array, the self-healing effect was weaker. The crimson netherworld sparrow wrapped in black flames rushed towards Levi and the others. Levi revealed his fire dragon true form and the death ember power wrapped around his body. Boom! He rose from the ground and collided with the crimson netherworld sparrow. In the next moment, the crimson netherworld sparrow was forced back. Levi retreated slightly. His large hand that was wrapped in the death ember power grabbed at the crimson netherworld sparrow. Endless black flames swept across and drowned Levi. Although these flames were strange, they were still flames. To him, who had high fire element resistance, the damage was very low. Moreover, he had the golden scales to protect his body, so Levi was fine after the flames swept past. This shocked the Rose Witch and Lady Whitewater, and then they were overjoyed. Levi's strength was stronger than they had imagined. From the looks of it, killing the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow should not be a problem. Seconds ticked by. Half a minute later, Lager Leo was already urging him. Come on, I can't hold on much longer. Levi's Frostmourne slashed out, and Destruction Sword Chi swept out. The Crimson Netherworld Sparrow was beheaded. In the next moment, new heads began to appear on the cross-section. The Death Ember power wrapped around it and restrained its growth. Levi took a step forward and stepped the Crimson Nether Sparrow from the sky into the ground. Rumble! In the botanical garden, countless birds were startled. The earth trembled, and the fog parted. It suddenly opened up. The power of a single kick was so terrifying. Levi quickly cut the Crimson Nether Sparrow into pieces. This fellow's shattered body was trembling, as if it wanted to reassemble. Death Ember. Levi increased the power of the Death Ember. A surging power that was like a tide of ashes wrapped around these bodies like chicken pieces wrapped in bread. The great black sky curtain bound the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. Levi's 5 Dragon's Might formed waves of mental attacks that attacked the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow's soul. The enslavement effect of the 5 Dragon's Might was only effective on the Dragon Clan. However, it could also produce a mental attack effect on other existences whose spiritual force was weaker than Levi's. The Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, which was held down by Levi, wailed. Its spirit gradually dissipated and it was about to turn into ashes. Levi's Scarlet Dragon breathing technique had yet to advance. Otherwise, he could forcefully contract the other party now. He prepared a third circle life binding ring that he had prepared long ago. He had deliberately prepared this to capture the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow and had spent nearly 200,000 ether stones on it. It could be said that he had invested a lot. Some trashy fourth circle wizard tool might only cost this much. Levi now had less than 100,000 ether stones on him. However, with the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow's potential and importance, it was still worth it. With the contract wizard tool taking effect, the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow began to stop struggling. Levi did not let go of the other party. After tying it up with the great black sky curtain, he placed it in Alice's ring and let the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon Raja and Tyrant 2 take a good look. Now that I've resolved one of my worries, the next step is to think of a way to leave this place. Levi quickly rested. On the other side, Lager Leo put away the array. His face was pale. After drinking some expensive-looking potions, his face quickly turned rosy. Didn't I ask you to kill it? Lager Leo questioned coldly. I'm a transcendent biologist. Isn't it the same if I capture the other party alive? What if the other party breaks your contract? Don't worry, it won't happen. Levi's expression didn't change. Golden lightning flashed in Leo's pupils. Lady Whitewater grabbed his arm and shook her head gently, indicating for him to relax. Then you can only take 10% of the medicinal herbs, Lager Leo said. It doesn't matter. Levi shrugged. Rose walked over and tried to smooth things over. Levi is a transcendent biologist. Although he's a little stronger than Newt and not to the extent that he can't bear to kill transcendent creatures, he definitely can't bear to kill a transcendent creature with his own hands. Don't worry, he has the ability to suppress it. There won't be a next time, Lager Leo said coldly. Then, he quickly brought Lady Whitewater to the precious medicinal herb garden on the other side of the array. Rose smiled bitterly. Let's go too. Levi looked apologetic. I'm sorry. Sigh, we're all friends. There's no need to do this. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, it would be very difficult for us 2 witches to deal with the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow in a minute. After Rose finished speaking, she quickly flew towards the herb garden. As the battle subsided, the scattered fog surged over from all directions. It was cold and gloomy, and it made a comeback. Levi stepped out and extended his hand into the fog at the same time. He grabbed a chameleon with a beautiful woman's head. The beauty was caught and could not move. She opened her mouth and stuck out her long tongue like a chameleon. Along with her saliva, she shot towards Levi's face. Chapter 793, strength breaks all techniques. 5. Levi saw that the circles of teeth in the beauty's mouth were similar to his own vampire touch. Without a word, he used the Death Ember power and the Crimson Emperor's fire to turn the chameleon into nothingness. Bah, ugly thing! In the herb garden, Lager Leo, Rose, and Lady Whitewater were already gathering medicinal herbs. Levi looked at these medicinal herbs. He had a large portion of them. They were also produced in the plain where the ancient Saint Empire was located. Moreover, he had already obtained the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. He could not be too greedy. In the end, he could just casually take the leftovers. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to pick it. This secret realm was filled with strangeness. He looked around, planning to go back together after the few of them finished picking the herbs. Leon said, "Master, I'm hungry. We'll be out soon." Levi looked at the strange insect that was getting more and more anxious. "This is mine," Lager Leo said expressionlessly as he appeared in front of a herb. "This is mine," Rose said. "This is mine." The Whitewater Witch did the same. "You guys choose. I don't want the herbs. Let's leave after choosing." Levi lowered his head and said. His expression turned cold. He looked at his arm and his hair stood stubbornly in the cold wind. The cold and strange feeling seemed to have entered the tide again. It was unstoppable and drowned Levi. "This is mine. This is mine. This is mine." In front of Levi, Rose and the other two kept appearing in front of the medicinal herbs. Then, they repeated this sentence emotionlessly. Accompanied by the fog, this scene was like an old camera scene. They seemed to have forgotten Levi again. Again. Sigh. Levi sighed. He held out his palm. As flames mixed with endless death ember power soared into the sky in this herb garden, the terrifying explosion dispersed the fog again. In the firelight, Rose and the others were still flashing in front of the herbs that had been destroyed. She repeated a sentence. "This is mine." In an instant, Levi's ears seemed to be filled with thousands of voices saying the same thing. "So, you damn things only know how to use repetition to play tricks." Levi roared and suddenly soared into the sky. He jumped high into the air, and the phantom of the 9 swords Azura appeared behind him. Golden scales as armor, flames as a battle robe, scarlet cloak. Bloodline Dharma body 9 swords Azura. Grayish-white air currents wrapped in the death ember power shot in all directions. Faint screams could be heard in the fog. "This is mine. It's mine. Mine." The repetitive voice gradually faded away. Levi put away his bloodline Dharma body and let Leon out of the Greenfield Immortal House. In his heart, which was as calm as stagnant water, some ferocious vortexes began to appear. "Master. I'm hungry," Leon repeated. If it weren't for the fact that he still felt like a real master and servant due to the spell, Levi would have killed him too. "If you're hungry, then go hunt. I'll wait for you here. Come back when you're full." Levi's eyes were cold. He stabbed Frostmourne into the ground of the herb garden in front of him while he sat cross-legged behind his sword. His right hand was on the hilt of his sword, motionless like a king. After getting permission, Leon's blurry face revealed a happy expression. "Thank you, Master. There's so much delicious food." Leon roared and rushed into the fog. Screams came from inside. A silver coin appeared in Levi's palm. He flicked his finger, and the silver coin formed into Owens's tall body in midair. Owens landed on the ground with a bang. He looked at Levi, who was sitting there, and said, "You were surrounded by Deathfall? There are so many auras of Deathfall. Oh my god, how did you persist? I'm the 100 Slayers of Death. I'm not even sure I can survive under the siege of so many Deathfall. I think so, but these Deathfalls are unimportant. There's something behind the scenes." At this moment, Levi did not panic. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Owens, chat with me for a while." "Huh? You actually used a precious silver coin to summon me to chat with you? You? What a waste." Owens imitated Levi and stabbed the silver sword into the ground in front of him. "Tell me what you want to talk about. Tell me the story of Windmill Village and Baron Megan." Levi looked ahead, his gaze piercing through the layers of fog. His voice gradually became low. Owens nodded and began to tell his story. Baron Megan is a very gentlemanly lord. After an unknown period of time, Levi listened to Owens's story and was almost hypnotized by boredom. He looked at the empty ground beside him. Owens had left not long ago. Leon was still hungry. After another day, the fog in the valley had completely dissipated. In the dense forest, a round figure appeared. Verb. Master, I'm full. There's so much. I can't finish it all. They've all run away. Do you know where it went? Levi asked, her eyes twinkling. I know, but I'm too full. I can't move. Leon lay on the ground. Leon, do you know what you're eating? Levi asked. Chapter 794, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 6. He felt that Leon's speech and intelligence seemed to have improved. He was growing. Food. Leon said. Forget I asked. Levi was silent. He now suspected that Leon might have accidentally mutated after the Saint Scorpions ate something similar to these death falls. Levi carefully recalled the food he had fed them. Seconds ticked by. Levi wasn't used to not having Owens around to nag. Unfortunately, he did not have any silver coins left. He had to admit that the ghost behind the scenes had some ability. As he thought about it, he gradually couldn't tell the difference. It was sometimes true and sometimes false, and sometimes true and sometimes false. These were not important. The important thing was, there was nothing that couldn't be killed. Levi firmly believed in this. Mortal knights feared the so-called unkillable evil spirits and undead because they were ignorant and lacked fire power. It was the same in the wizard world. Even wizards had areas beyond their knowledge. The greatest horror was the unknown. This was because he didn't know anything about that damned thing, which led to this situation. It didn't mean that the other party was very strong. If it was really strong, whether it wanted to possess Levi, kill Levi, or had other intentions, it could directly subdue Levi. However, it did not. It relied on the 3 teammates who came in with Levi to constantly torture Levi's mind and will. By the way, where did the fake me go? Levi remembered the fake Levi that had disappeared after he returned. He sent his consciousness into Alice's ring again to confirm that the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow was still there and hadn't turned into anything. The grey crystals left behind by the death fall that he had killed were also there. All of this should be true. Leon, bring me to your food. Levi waited for a long time, but the existence did not come to him. Therefore, he wanted to take the initiative to attack. All right. The carapace on Leon's back suddenly opened, and a thin membrane-like wing grew out. Levi followed Leon and disappeared into the empty valley. After a long time, the fog surged over again, and the botanical garden seemed to have returned to normal. Levi followed Leon and left the strange botanical garden. A secret realm was not big to begin with. He did not believe that he could not find that sneaky thing in such a small place. After that, Levi searched for a long time but could not find Rose and the rest. He stopped looking for them. Now, it seemed that something might have happened to the 3 of them. In the secret realm, Levi's perception of time seemed to have begun to weaken. He did not know how long he had been walking. Now, he stopped under a huge tree. The huge tree was covered in green vines, plants, flowers, and butterflies. The patterns on the butterflies' wings seemed like a pair of big eyes. Fortunately, if it's not a human face, it's a normal butterfly, Levi whispered in his heart. His intuition sensed a corpse behind the vines. The flames in his hand burned away the vines, revealing the decayed hollow tree hole inside. In the tree hole, there was a rotten corpse whose original appearance could not be seen. There was a large number of caterpillars lying on it. Some of them had even formed pupas. The ones hatching from the pupas were the butterflies Levi had just seen. After being frightened, these bugs quickly ran away and disappeared in an instant. Levi looked at the robe that was still in good condition. There was a golden lightning pattern on it. Later Leo. Levi did not come to a conclusion. He spat out a golden snake tongue to collect his aura. Although the smell of decay was potent and mixed with countless auras, Levi sensed that the aura of this corpse might not belong to Lager Leo. Earlier, a disciple of the Letny family entered this place and died in this tree hole. According to Levi's understanding of the decaying speed of a wizard's corpse, this disciple might have only died a few years ago. The first person to discover this secret realm was Lager Leo. Could this be a companion who entered with him and died here? Lager Leo had not mentioned this situation before. It was just Levi's guess. Levi was on guard as he searched the body. Unexpectedly, the corpse's storage ring was still there. Levi broke the restriction on it and opened it. He realized that there were still some pleasant surprises inside. 50,000 ether stones, some low-level spell books, and 3 spell crystal balls. The crystal ball was filled with third circle spells. Thunder Snake Technique, Thunderstorm Force Field, Lightning Chain. The Thunder Snake spell is the advanced spell of the Thunderbird that I need. It saved me a lot of money. The other 2 are not bad either. That force field should be the one used by Lager Leo. Levi put these away. He also found a scarlet metal the size of a human head in the corner of his storage bags. This is actually heavenly fire meteorite iron, an elemental metal of a higher grade than luminant gold. Even with Levi's state of mind, he was excited. Such a piece of heavenly fire meteorite iron was worth more than the luminant gold Levi used to forge Tyrant 2. This was because this meteorite iron could be used to forge 4th circle, 5th circle wizard tools, and even soul artifacts. Even if Levi did not obtain the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, this trip to the secret realm was worth it. Chapter 795, Strength Breaks All Techniques. 7. Of course, that was assuming Levi could get out. With my current realm, Frostmourne forged with luminant gold is indeed not enough. It's time to forge a better weapon for myself. From the looks of it, this disciple of the Letny family shouldn't have died in a wizard's hand. Otherwise, this storage bag would have been taken away long ago. After confirming that there were no other clues, Levi left and asked Leon to continue leading the way. The twisted and deformed skeleton in the tree hole was silent until the caterpillars surged over again and the vines covered the tree hole again. In the end, Levi followed Leon to a plain filled with fog. In the fog, he could vaguely see some buildings. The outermost area was the huts of mortals, and inside were the residences and wizard towers of wizards. In the center, Levi saw a towering wizard tower. From the outside, there were 5 floors in the wizard tower. Some more particular wizard organizations usually used the number of floors in the wizard tower to show their status. The 5th floor might be the tower of a 5th circle wizard. If this secret realm was an intermediate wizard organization, then this place seemed to be the core of the entire secret realm. Master, there's so much food inside. I want to kill all of them, and eat them all. Leon looked at the wizard tower greedily. Levi patted Leon's head, and Leon rubbed Levi's hand affectionately. Then come with me to take a look. Since some things only dare to hide in the dark and play tricks and don't dare to face me directly, we'll take the initiative to face them. Levi's bones crackled. He tilted his head and held Frostmourne in his hand. He stepped into the fog and headed for the wizard tower. Along the way, the walls of the mortal residences were dark and damp. They were covered in colorful mold and were sticky. Levi carefully paid attention to all the details around him. He did not waste any more energy to destroy the surroundings. After the previous battle, he roughly knew that this secret realm might have been interfered with by some kind of strength. It could be an array or an illusion. In short, the answer might be in the wizard tower. From the surrounding fog, the laughter of women could be heard. Through the laughter, it was as if one could see the enchanting, plaintive, or cold faces of women. Roar! Leon hugged a beauty centipede that was charging at Levi. It opened its mouth and swallowed the centipede whole. The centipede struggled with its legs. More and more weak death falls pounced at Levi, who was wrapped in the death ember power, like moths to a flame. Levi looked at the annihilating fallen monsters and suddenly felt confident. Are you afraid? Levi grabbed a monster that pounced on him. This monster had a lizard-like body and insect-like thin wings on both sides. There was a crown-like thing on its neck, and colorful scales shone. This looks a little like the nightmare lizard in the dream dragon breathing technique inheritance diagram, but that nightmare lizard doesn't have a crown or such a gorgeous body color. This was one of the few monsters in the fog that did not have a human head. Like the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, it should be an ordinary transcendent creature. The 5 dragons' dignity in Levi's body was activated and swept towards the strange lizard's mind. The lizard's mind was blank. 5 terrifying dragons of different shapes but all high and mighty were watching it from an indescribable distance. Without much effort, the strange lizard quieted down. It wailed in fear and begged for mercy. Levi knocked this lizard out, tied it up, and put it in Alice's ring. Even if it's not a nightmare lizard, it probably has the dream dragon bloodline. Levi dripped blood into Rolling's crystal ball. Unknown Transcendent Lizard Bloodline 67%, Unknown Dragon Clan Biological Bloodline 4.3%. Looks like there's no database in the crystal ball, but there's a high chance it's a dream dragon. Wherever Levi passed, the weak death falls quickly died and turned into grey crystals. He didn't know how many he had killed. Leon didn't even want to eat any more. He told Leon to keep the rest. Owen's 100-strike record paled in comparison to Levi's. His intuition swept across the mansions and small wizard towers. Some timid figures were hiding among them. Perhaps they were death falls or something else. However, they were beginning to be afraid. Levi arrived at the bottom of the largest wizard tower and the fog broke. Someone was standing there. It was someone who looked exactly like Levi. Levi smiled. He smiled back. Levi stirred, and so did he. Levi sighed in his heart. Recalling the process of being teased along the way, the moment he saw this fake Levi, an unknown anger burned. Hellfire wrapped around Frostmourne and turned into a flaming sword. Levi's body quickly expanded until he was the tallest existence on this plane apart from the wizard tower. He spat out a mouthful of sulphurous air. Endless flames cleared the fog around the wizard tower. He looked down at the tiny fake Levi. You do this too. The terrifying world-extinguishing flame sword was wrapped in the black death ember power and the greyish-white destruction sword chi. The two forces, black and white, spun and coiled like yin-yang fish. Fuck it. Boom. The fog on the plain seemed to have been torn open by a furious god. Sunlight penetrated and illuminated the fake Levi's face. This face seemed to be constantly changing. There was Levi, Lager Leo, Rose, Lady Whitewater, and the face of an unfamiliar man. In the end, its appearance was finally fixed. It became a face that Levi had seen before, expressionless and hollow-eyed. Dense death falls surrounded him like locusts, blocking the sunlight. Boom! The flames collided with the darkness. The wizard tower collapsed in a huge quake. Levi looked at everything that had been reduced to ashes and the distorted face. Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. Chapter 796, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 1. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard was also a legendary figure in Area 9. He disappeared because he was exploring ancient wizard relics. When he returned, he was already a third circle wizard. Kulam and Joanne, who were working for Levi, were both members of the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard organization. However, after the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard was defeated by the Black-Eyed Crow and disappeared, these two people followed Levi. To be honest, Levi was a little surprised to see the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard. However, after being fooled so many times, Levi was no longer sure if this was real or fake. Regardless of whether he was real or not, he just had to kill it. A group of death falls fell under Levi's world destruction sword. A rain of grey crystals fell from the sky. Levi planned to collect them after he was done. He would study some of them himself and send some to Owens in the Windmill Village when he went to the Ashen World next time. That guy's strength needed to be improved. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard did not speak and looked like a puppet. He did not even use any spells. He only kept attacking Levi with death falls. Levi relied on his powerful endurance and death ember power to destroy all these death falls. These death falls were especially weak. They were more like groups of creatures like the toxic swarm. However, it might be a headache for other wizards. Even fourth circle wizards might be exhausted to death if they fell into it. As another golden flame appeared, the sun flame explosion erupted again. Terrifying shockwaves swept out. The Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard's entire body seemed to melt. His face was melted wax, as was his body. He turned into a pool of pus and evaporated under the flames. The fog that enveloped this plane seemed to have faded a lot. He died just like that. Levi felt surreal. He stayed where he was for a long time. Then, he came to the wizard tower that had been destroyed by his sword. The array on the wizard tower seemed to have been destroyed long ago. It was covered in all kinds of vines and flowers. Levi's intuition swept across. After confirming that there was no danger in the wizard tower, he stepped in. The damp walls of the tower were covered with slimy fungus, and there was the sound of dripping water in the darkness. Everything inside was infected by the black nameless fungus, be it living or dead. A virus? It's just that ordinary viruses infect living beings, but this virus, infects everything. Levi muttered to himself. He used the heavy water barrier to protect himself. The surroundings were also emitting flames, so these fungi could not approach him. Suddenly, Levi saw a book on an already fungus-covered bookcase. Dream Analysis by Freud. This should also be the relic of the Dreamland steeple. When Levi saw this, he realized that an identical book had appeared in his hand. The wizard leader of Dreamland steeple, Daydream Wizard, was named Freud. Could this place have been invaded by the nightmare world? Levi thought of a terrible thing. The Dreamland steeple was an organization dedicated to researching the nightmare world. All the members of the organization had once taken hallucinatory potions and entered the nightmare world. In the end, he was lost in the nightmare world and never returned. Everyone had vanished into thin air in the wizard world. The nightmare world was a very high-end world. According to the research of the Dreamland steeple, it might be a high-dimensional spiritual plane like the underworld and the astral world. It was not an ordinary material plane similar to Nora. After an unknown period of time, Levi, who had gained nothing, saw a mirror on the third floor of the wizard tower. This mirror looked ordinary, as if it was an antique artwork. The frame of the mirror was also covered in mold, but the mirror itself was still clean. Levi looked at the mirror and was stunned. On the surface of the mirror, Levi was not the only one reflected. And behind Levi, the spider-bodied monster with the face of a woman. This woman's face looked exactly the same as the beauty snake and beauty chameleon. It had 8 compound eyes, each of which was made up of a human face. Levi's expression changed. The surging power of the death ember behind him surged towards the human-headed spider behind him. The wall of the wizard tower was blown away. There was nothing behind Levi. However, the moment he looked at the mirror, he realized that the human-headed spider was clearly behind him. No, it's not behind me. It's inside the mirror. Levi was enlightened. He slapped out with his palm, and endless flames turned the fungus in front of him into nothingness. The wall was cleared. After such a terrifying attack, the mirror on the wall was as good as new. The spider's 8 female faces revealed a teasing smile. It was the feeling of a hunter teasing his prey. At this moment, Levi understood that the extreme fire ancestral wizard was only its puppet. This strange human-headed spider was the main culprit. He took out a breathing technique inheritance diagram. Man-faced spider breathing technique. This was the first perception-type breathing technique that Levi had obtained. Along with Levi's progress, spider sensing and powerful vibration perception had become Levi's most important and commonly used skills. Man-faced spider, right? Levi asked with a smile, somewhat relieved. The spider in the mirror ignored Levi. Its 8 female faces stared at Levi. Chapter 797, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 2. No wonder my perception was disrupted. It turns out that I've met the main character, Levi muttered in his heart. Although the man-faced spider on the breathing technique inheritance diagram was more abstract, one could tell that it was the same spider as the one in the mirror. Legend had it that the man-faced spider was good at creating illusions. It would use terrifying abilities to drag its prey into the deepest nightmare. Levi and the man-faced spider in the mirror looked at each other. In the end, the man-faced spider gradually disappeared into the mirror. Levi felt that there was a real mirror world in the mirror. Levi knew where that was. Nightmare world. He looked at the disappearing man-faced spider. Levi blasted it with fire again. The next moment, the mirror shattered into pieces and melted into glass water. From the looks of it, this was just an ordinary mirror. It was just that the man-faced spider had chosen to let Levi see it in some form. At the same time, after entering the secret realm, the cold feeling of being watched receded. Levi continued to search in the wizard tower. In the end, he found 4 white cocoons in the laboratory of the master of the wizard tower. In addition, in the transparent containers in the laboratory, there were some specimens that looked like nightmare creatures. They were strange and seemed to be the random combination of monsters in everyone's dreams. After confirming that there was nothing else, Levi looked at the white cocoon. This should be made of cobwebs. There were a total of 4. Levi used Frostmourne to cut open the white cocoons from left to right. The first one was empty. The second one was empty. In the third one, Levi saw Lady Whitewater, who had her eyes closed. She was breathing regularly, as if she was immersed in a dream. Levi nudged her, but there was no reaction. In the fourth one was the Rose Witch, who was in a similar situation as Lady Whitewater. Where did Lager Leo go? Levi looked at the second cocoon and extended the golden snake's message. The second aura belonged to Lager Leo. The first one was most likely the extreme fire ancestral wizard. On the floor of the first cocoon, he saw a complicated pattern carved with spells. It seemed to be some kind of symbol. He recorded it on the memory slate. In fact, with Levi's mental strength, it was not difficult for him to remember these symbols. However, he was worried that his memory would still be affected. Levi carried the Rose Witch in one hand and Lady Whitewater in the other. They quickly left the wizard tower and the plain. He returned to the botanical garden. At this moment, there was no fog in the botanical garden. Levi even saw traces of his battle with the crimson netherworld sparrow. His expression was calm as he passed through the primitive forest and arrived at the cave. At this moment, the rotten smell in the cave had disappeared without a trace. The familiar green light door appeared again. Levi thought for a moment and stepped into it. The secret realm behind him was silent. After an unknown period of time, the fog seemed to have started to spread out from the plain again. On the collapsed wall of the wizard tower, the antique mirror appeared again. The mirror reflected everything around it, the broken walls, and the blue sky that was about to be shrouded in fog. Under the reflection of this scene, it seemed to be a deeper and more drowsy world. Countless black fungi covered the earth, as if they were trees made of flesh and blood. Some vaguely human-shaped fungi were attached to the tree. In the distant darkness, there were whispers. There were 8-legged tall shadows hiding inside, as if countless faces were spying on everything. In a deep underground cave, white cocoons were displayed. 2 of the cocoons had already cracked. In one of them was the peaceful and sleeping face of the extreme fire ancestral wizard. There was no longer any aura. The other was a handsome face with a frown, as if he was still immersed in some nightmare. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Golden lightning flashed, and wisps of electricity burned the white cocoon. He crawled out of it. He took a deep breath and carefully walked out of the cave. Through the forest of flesh and blood, he looked at the sky and saw. It was a red and black curtain. The sky was filled with cracks, and indescribable monsters were flying around. Through these cracks, he seemed to see the rebirth and destruction of countless worlds. Then, something seemed to block his vision. It was a huge spider that was like a mountain. Its 8 legs were like pillars that supported the sky, enveloping the surroundings. Its head and compound eyes made up of the faces of 8 women were all staring at him. Endless oppression and suffocation assaulted him. At this moment, even Lager Leo, who was a third circle wizard, felt a little insignificant. Welcome to the nightmare world. On a deserted island in the Star Sea, Levi had set up a concealment array and was hiding inside. He brought the Rose Witch and Lady Whitewater out. He had a lot of questions to ask them. It seemed that the human-faced spider had found a way to invade the Nora plane. He had to prepare in advance. Levi put the 2 witches down and gave them some potions. Then, he began to confirm his gains from this trip. He first sent his consciousness into the Greenfield Immortal House. Leon was sleeping. Its body had grown larger. This fellow should be related to Deathfall and the Nightmare World. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking the Nightmare World. It could be said to be the nemesis of Deathfall, just like Levi. It directly fed on Deathfall. Chapter 798, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 3. Levi repeatedly confirmed that his insect control spell was still effective before leaving. Before leaving, he once again used the dream entry spell to give it a subconscious psychological hint. Only Leon who listens to his master is a good child. Those who don't listen will have to wander outside and starve. Leon was most afraid of starving. Levi retracted his consciousness. No matter what, without Leon, Levi might still need some time to come out. Levi then looked at his heavenly fire meteorite iron. It was still there. It wasn't an illusion, which relieved him. The crimson netherworld sparrow was the same. It had been contracted by Levi's wizard tool and was lying listlessly in a corner, surrounded by Raja and Leviathan. Levi let Kulam out. Kulam and Joanne were cleaning the feces of transcendent creatures in Alice's ring. When they came out, they immediately smiled and said, "Senior, why are you looking for me? You said that the extreme fire ancestral wizard entered the ancient ruins. Do you know which ancient ruins it is?" Levi asked. This. I really don't know. Why don't we ask Joanne? He's a ruin hunter, so he might know something, Kulam said. Did anything happen to the extreme fire ancestral wizard after he came out of the ruins? Levi changed the question. I didn't sense anything abnormal. He always did research in the wizard tower alone and never seemed to sleep or rest. Members like us rarely interacted with him, but he found many wizard tools in the relic that seemed to have been around for a long time and sold them to us. Kulam took out a holy grail-shaped wizard tool. This wizard tool can form a protective shield, but it's already broken. It was broken when I accidentally barged into Senior's Black Fire Island. The extreme fire ancestral wizard was too deceitful. He clearly knew that it wouldn't last long, but he still sold it to us at the normal price of a wizard tool. Levi looked at the Holy Grail wizard tool in Kulam's hand. It looked like an ordinary second circle wizard tool. Perhaps the extreme fire ancestral wizard had discovered it in the ruins of ancient wizards. Levi asked Kulam to continue being a poop picker and asked Joanne to come out. He asked similar questions, but Joanne knew nothing. Although he was a ruin hunter, he had joined the wizard organization late. At that time, the extreme fire ancestral wizard had already returned from the ruins. Levi did not waste any more time. He took care of himself and waited for the two witches to wake up. 3 days later, Lady Whitewater was the first to wake up. The first thing she said when she woke up was, "Sir Levi, run quickly. There's something strange about this secret realm." "Madam, we've already left the secret realm," Levi said. "Have we left? Where's my husband, Lager Leo?" Lady Whitewater asked. Levi omitted some details of his experience and told Lady Whitewater. "You're saying that we teamed up to defeat the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow in the Botanical Garden?" Lady Whitewater asked in confusion. "Didn't we?" Levi asked, thinking. Lady Whitewater shook her head. "As we walked, we realized that you were missing. Rose said that she wanted to look for you. My husband said not to bother about you. We had a dispute over this. Then, you returned very quickly, so we advanced together. On the way to the Botanical Garden, we got lost. Perhaps some kind of evil spirit was playing tricks on us. Then, we accidentally walked to a huge plain and saw a 5-story wizard tower. My husband suggested that we explore it. In the wizard tower, I saw the extreme fire ancestral wizard. He no longer recognized me and even controlled those strange evil spirits to attack us. We were not his match and were quickly captured. At this time, we realized that we had been separated again. Then, I lost consciousness. I had a dream. I dreamed of an extremely terrifying world. The sky there was dark, and the magma river hung upside down in the sky. Lady Whitewater curled up there in shock. That dream was so real. She felt that if she hadn't woken up, she might have been left in it forever. Levi pondered. From the looks of it, after he was separated from Lady Whitewater and the rest for the first time, the man-faced spider used an illusion to replicate him. It separated the real Levi from Rose and the rest and brought them to the wizard tower on the plains. Levi, on the other hand, was attracted to the botanical garden by the illusion of Rose and the others created by the man-faced spider, which interfered with his perception. He felt that the illusion created by the man-faced spider might last for a certain period of time. When it was about to lose its effectiveness, it would start to repeat meaninglessly, just like a tape. From the beginning to the end, there was no cooperation at all. It was Levi who defeated the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow alone. Those conversations might have been subconsciously formed by Levi under the influence of the illusion, just like in the dream. In short, Levi and Rose were forced to split into two groups. The man-faced spider must have seen how powerful Levi's Death Ember power was and knew that the Death Falls under its control could not defeat Levi. It was afraid that Levi would delay its plans. This way, Levi was delayed in the Botanic Garden. On the other hand, it was trying to bring Rose and the rest away through some method. If Levi was not wrong, the ancient ruins that the extreme fire ancestral wizard had entered might be a branch under the Dreamland steeple. It was very likely here. He might have taken the hallucinatory potion and entered the nightmare world on his own accord. Of course, judging from the white cocoon, he might have been dragged into the nightmare world by the man-faced spider. If it was the latter, it would be a little terrifying. Chapter 799, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 4. At the same time, Levi analyzed that it was also because of the extreme fire ancestral wizard that the man-faced spider had a medium to invade the secret realm. Otherwise, without any medium and separated by two distant worlds, even an illusion-type ability should not be able to be used. Even legendary wizards and the seven gods were not that powerful. The seven gods also had to send saints and angels to interfere with the main material plane. As for Lager Leo, this unlucky fellow, there was a high chance that he had already been pulled to the nightmare world. If he had not arrived in time and broken the white cocoon, Rose and Lady Whitewater might have been pulled into the nightmare world as well. Are the man-faced spiders actually some powerful nightmare creatures? In terms of appearance and style, the man-faced spider did indeed look like a nightmare world creature. In fact, among the six-dimensional breathing techniques, perception-type creatures seemed to be some strange creatures, such as Great Nightmare, Dream Dragon, Cloud Insect. My realm is still too low and I fell for the man-faced spider's trick. This thing is similar to what I guessed. I can only rely on illusions and death fall to kill it. Because the man-faced spider's main body was in the nightmare world in the mirror, it was not in the secret realm. Therefore, even if I faced it directly, it could not do anything to me. Of course, it might also be related to the heavenly nightmare power in my body. The man-faced spider breathing technique is only of shallow quality, while the heavenly nightmare technique is far superior to the man-faced spider. From the looks of it, the sky nightmare might also be a nightmare creature, including the nightmare lizard and the dream dragon. These are all related to nightmares. Levi looked at the trembling creature he called the nightmare crown lizard in Alice's ring. I still have to continue cultivating the dream dragon breathing technique. If I want to resist the nightmare creatures that might invade the wizard world, the perception-type breathing technique might be the key. Levi made up his mind. He did not retreat because of this. No matter what, he could not give up on the breathing technique. If he ran away because of his fear of nightmares, he would only be toyed with in front of that damned man-faced spider. If there was a chance, when Levi was strong enough, he would personally visit the nightmare world and let these mysterious fellows know what true fear and nightmares were. Not long after Lady Whitewater woke up, the Rose Witch also woke up. "Are we out yet?" she asked, looking around. "That's right, Sir Levi saved us." Lady Whitewater hugged her knees and curled up in a corner, her eyes gloomy. "Where's Lager Leo? He's missing. According to Levi and my analysis, he might have entered an alternate plane. I have his soul lamp. He's still alive." A small lamp appeared in Lady Whitewater's hand. The candle flame inside was burning quietly. "This is troublesome. The last time we entered the secret realm, it was not this terrifying. If I had known earlier, I would not have come." Rose touched her body. Her storage bags were still there. "What should we do next?" Rose looked at Lady Whitewater. "I don't know. I think I should tell Lager Leo's father about this. His father is a fifth circle wizard. There might be a way to resolve it," Lady Whitewater said, feeling uncertain. "That way, you might die," Rose said. With Lager Leo's cautious and suspicious personality, he would not tell anyone, including his father, that he would explore the secret realm. "Now, you are saying that you went to explore the secret realm with Lager Leo. You came out alive, and Lager Leo went missing. What would his father think? Even if he knew the truth, that you are innocent and that Lager Leo was brought to the alternate plane by a monster, how likely do you think that he would not blame you at all? Actually, I didn't agree with you being with Lager Leo at first. You think it's a good thing to marry into a big family. In my opinion, this is also a restriction. You should know your place. The Letney family doesn't fancy you, but your master behind you, a young and promising primordial soul wizard. To them, you're just a tool for marriage." Lady Whitewater felt that what she said made sense. She said in a low voice, "Lager Leo is missing. It's fine for a short period of time, but as time passes, the Letney family will definitely discover it. It's wartime now. It's normal to go out and be robbed by dark wizards and disappear or die. You don't have to go back to the Letney family either. Find a place to hide and wait for Master to come back from her plane trip," Rose said. Levi listened to the two women's conversation and wiped his frost morn. There might be two disciples of the Letney family who had entered the secret realm. The first one had been dead for some time. He must have gone crazy from the torture of the illusion and committed suicide in the tree hole. Until now, the Letney family had not found his corpse. He felt that later Leo would not be able to return. In any case, Levi had gained a lot this time. It was not a loss. Sir Levi, let's sign a contract. No one should tell anyone about this secret realm. This might be better for us, Rose said. That's fine with me, Levi said. Lady Whitewater also nodded. The three of them signed a confidentiality contract. Rose said to Lady Whitewater, find a place to hide. Don't enter that secret realm again. Let it be buried deep at the bottom of the sea. When Master comes back, we will tell her about this matter. She seems to have done some research on that nightmare world. Chapter 800, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 5. I understand. Lady Whitewater nodded with a heavy heart. Thank you, Sir Levi, for saving me. I owe you a favor. I will work hard to repay you in the future, Rose said gratefully. I did it in passing. On the path of wizards, it's only right for us to help each other, Levi said. If not for the fact that he had already appointed a future core member of the Twilight Knights, the Flower Knight, he might not have saved the two of them. With the help of these two witches, it would be easier for Levi to deal with the Flower Knight in the future. Rose nodded her head. Her evaluation of Levi went up another level. Hence, Lady Whitewater and Levi bid farewell on the island. Levi returned to Nether Capital with Rose. After returning to Nether Capital, Levi quickly went to the witch's family to submit the quest. The little witch, Kelly, was busy. Kelly, how many days ago was the last time I submitted a mission? I can't remember clearly, Levi asked. Sir Levi, it was 7 days ago, Kelly said obediently. Levi nodded and left the witch's family, deep in thought. Returning to the wizard tower that he had rented, Levi closed the array. He carefully checked if there were any special marks on his body to prevent himself from being schemed against by the man-faced spider. In addition, Levi also checked the crimson netherworld sparrow in Alice's ring and even the other transcendent creatures. In short, he was a little worried about everything brought out from the secret realm this time. In the end, everything was normal, and Levi was relieved. Before long, Levi used the bloodline essence of the Nightmare Crown Lizard to make a Dream Dragon potion. He took a little and experimented. He saw that his proficiency in the Dream Dragon breathing technique had increased significantly compared to his normal cultivation. As expected, this is the Nightmare Lizard. It should be a superior substitute. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. This way, in this secret realm, he had actually solved the two most difficult secret medicines, the Undying Bird and the Dream Dragon, in one go. Algerta, take care of the house. I plan on going into seclusion for some time. Remember to send the potions I made to the witch's family regularly, Levi said. All right, Master. Among Levi's fur tribe, Algerta had entered the legendary night realm a long time ago. Under the condition of transforming into a frost wolf, her strength was no weaker than a senior first circle wizard. As for the other three fur clans, so far, only Tiga had become a legendary knight. The other two should have failed. Although the lifespan of fur clans was slightly shorter than that of human clan leaders, it was also limited. If they couldn't become legendary before the end of their lifespan, Levi would be helpless. He had already created excellent training conditions for them. Levi had no intention of including the legendary knights of the fur clan in the Twilight Knights system for the time being. He would still use them as his servants. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Levi's pharmacy, cultivation, and spiritual force gradually increased in the Nether Capital. At the same time, his proficiency in the Death Ember breathing technique and the Dream Dragon breathing technique also began to advance by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Levi's maximum level 7 Thunderbird advanced to level 8 through the proficiency panel after he had constructed the spell model structure of the Thunder Snake technique. Levi. Thunder Snake technique, level 8, 1/100,000. The attack power of the level 8 Thunder Snake was 24 Ka, which was not yet perfection. Levi was probably at the maximum of level 9, which should be around 30 Ka. As he chanted, lightning appeared on his fingertips. Like a long snake, it burrowed into the void and crackled. The lightning faction is so cool. Levi couldn't help but praise. After collecting spells during this period of time, he had basically decided on the direction of his future innate spells. Of the 3 third circle innate spells, he planned to use one for attack, one for defense, and one for control. In terms of attack, it should be either the burning faction or the lightning faction. There were too few spells in the bronze school, so it was not convenient to combine them. Then, he could synthesize a defense and control. Levi's idea was that apart from some functional spells, the main combat spells were quality rather than quantity. At the third circle stage, he could create 3 top-grade innate spells and cultivate all of them to the maximum level. This was completely enough. It was enough to fight against ordinary fourth circle wizards. After reaching the third circle, even though the wizards had mastered many spells, when it came to real battles, they usually focused on instantaneous, energy-saving, and powerful innate spells. Levi came out of seclusion this time to continue refining a batch of potions needed by the witch's family. On the other hand, he wanted to forge a suitable weapon with the heavenly fire meteorite metal. But before that, he had to meet the Rose Witch first. There was a tavern. In the private room, the Rose Witch had already ordered a drink. Levi bent over and sat opposite her. "What's wrong, Your Excellency Rose?" Levi asked. "Lager Leo is dead. The sole lamp he left in the family has been extinguished," Rose said. "Sigh." Levi sighed. Lager Leo was really unlucky. "Any news from Lady Whitewater?" Levi asked. "No, I don't know where she went either." "She should be feeling guilty towards Lager Leo," Rose said. "Lady Rose, you must have other matters to discuss with me, right?" Levi asked. "Yes, Sir Levi. In the past 6 months, I've had nightmares every time I sleep. It's very difficult for me to wake up on my own when I have nightmares. Every time I dream, it's about the strange world with the crack in the sky and the giant spider with 8 faces." Chapter 801, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon, Knight's Life. 6. In the end, I didn't dare to sleep at all. Although wizards can use meditation as a substitute for sleep, it's still not a solution if it's too tense after a long time, Lady Rose said solemnly. "It seems that the influence of the nightmare world is still there." Levi frowned. "Do you have one too? How did you solve it?" Rose seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She looked at Levi expectantly. "I didn't. I rarely sleep. After all, the nightmare world sounds like it's related to dreams." "Have you taken any potions in the secret realm?" Levi asked. "Apart from normal potions to restore spiritual force and spell power, I have not taken any other potions," Rose said. "Don't sleep anymore. If you really can't hold on anymore, just take some medicine to soothe your spiritual force. My suggestion is to wait for your master to come back." "I don't understand this at all." Levi knew that Rose had come to him for help. The problem was that he knew very little about the nightmare world. He had slept a few times during this period of time, but nothing had happened and he had not dreamed at all. "All right. Sigh, I don't know when Master will be back from this trip." Rose was in a daze. Not sleeping was not a big problem for her. It was just that she originally thought that she had escaped and gotten rid of the man-faced spider, but she realized that it did not seem to be that simple. This feeling was very uncomfortable. After parting ways with Rose, Levi felt an additional sense of urgency in his heart. The nightmare world was different from the abyss. At the very least, wizards knew a lot about the abyss. Other than the Dreamland Steeple, there might only be some scattered wizards secretly studying nightmares. Levi felt that if he did not have the Death Ember breathing technique and the Sky Nightmare breathing technique, he might have ended up like Rose and the rest. "Forget it, I'll forge first and calm my heart." Levi returned to the wizard tower. In the smelting room, a fiery red meteorite floated. Elemental metal, as the name suggested, in addition to its hard and special material, often contained natural and abundant elemental energy. Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron was a fire element metal. It was suitable for burning faction wizards to forge high-level wizard tools that could increase the power of spells. Levi planned to use the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron to forge a knight's sword. Frostmourne kept breaking, affecting his strength. Fire Elemental Spirit Ace tried his best to fuse the Heavenly Fire Meteorite Iron with his flames. Half a day later, the meteorite iron did not change at all. "Forget it. Go rest." Levi looked at Ace, who was about to extinguish, and gave up. Ace was only a level 1 fire elemental spirit. It was making things difficult for him to melt the meteorite. "If only I could take the level 5 fire elemental spirit from the magma sea." Levi sighed. He could not count on Ace, so he could only do it himself. The flames of his fire dragon true form began to spew out, enveloping the heavenly fire meteorite iron. Half a day later, the outer layer of the heavenly fire meteorite iron seemed to have started to melt and become soft. There's a chance. My flames are good, but they're a little slow. Levi was overjoyed. In the following days, apart from cultivation and pharmacy, Levi had another new thing to do, which was burning metal. The smelting room he was in was always filled with high temperatures. Only he could stay in this place. Algerta and company only stayed outside the smelting room for a while before they felt extremely hot, as though they were in an oven. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1097, Month of Flowing Fire. Levi's smelting room was red and filled with flames. Levi held a huge hammer and refined the sword embryo in front of him. After more than a year of smelting, hammering, and casting, now, this knight's sword in Levi's heart was finally about to take shape. As a knight's main weapon, although the sword was common and not outstanding enough, it was a habit and could better cooperate with the destruction sword chi. Not long after, the sword took shape with the completion of the last step. This was a pitch-black sword. It was simple and unadorned. There were no runes, arrays, or patterns. It was just a simple sword. Levi held the sword, but there was a feeling of telepathy. He felt the rich fire elemental power in the sword and held the hot hilt. With a slash, the old generation's pure luminant gold frostmorn was cut off. It can cut through iron like mud. What a good sword! Levi could not help but be happy. He tried again and cut at his palm. The blade collided with the golden scales and sparks flew, making an ear-piercing and unpleasant sound. In the end, the sword easily cut through Levi's golden scales. This meant that it was not difficult for this sword to break through the defensive field of an ordinary fourth circle wizard. Suddenly, Levi noticed that after being cut by the sword, the hot blood in his palm began to flow backward towards the sword. The red-hot blood fused into the sword. In the next moment, a feeling of blood connection appeared. At the same time, a red fire dragon pattern that bared its fangs and brandished its claws automatically appeared on the sword. Its wings covered the sky. This pattern seemed to be formed by countless blood-colored runes, emitting a mysterious and profound aura. The Crimson Emperor dragon seed in Levi's heart began to roar. The black sword shrank visibly and finally turned into a red light that disappeared from Levi's palm. After that, a small and mini black knight's sword was firmly placed in the Crimson Emperor dragon's mouth. The Crimson Emperor dragon revealed a satisfied expression and was rather pleased with itself. At his heart, the Golden Snake, the Sky Dragon, and the Scarlet Dragon all looked at the Crimson Emperor dragon. Levi could sense that these bloodline seeds seemed to be envious and yearning. They also wanted their weapons. The Crimson Dragon holds a sword and can cut through iron like mud. "I'll call you Crimson Dragon Slash," Levi said in a low voice. Crimson Dragon Slash was not as simple as a knight's sword. It actually formed some kind of resonance with the Crimson Emperor dragon seed in its body and was eventually taken by the Crimson Emperor dragon. With a thought, the sword appeared in Levi's palm and enlarged until it returned to its original size. The Crimson Dragon totem emitted a scorching heat. It was lifelike, and every scale seemed to be a type of rune. Although it's not a wizard tool and doesn't have any spell runes, it has the transcendent characteristic of size. The runes that make up this Crimson Dragon pattern seem to be completely different from the rune system of wizards. Could it be that the Path of Knights can also have its own rune system? Levi was shocked. Levi tried to inject more of the Crimson Emperor dragon's power into the Crimson Dragon Slash. Then, the Crimson Dragon Slash could actually grow longer and larger. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Levi stopped. Any longer and the smelting room would be punctured. In the future, he would really be able to use a 40-meter-long saber to slash people. Interesting, interesting. Levi clicked his tongue in wonder. He discovered a pattern. Only when it reached level 13 and above, which was the bloodline seed of the first transformation of the blood source realm, would it express its desire for the Crimson Dragon Slash that the Crimson Emperor dragon mentioned. This seemed to be a watershed. This should be a hidden transformation of a knight after the first transformation of the blood source realm. I didn't have a good weapon before, so I didn't notice it. Weapons forged from the above-mentioned good materials can be attracted by the bloodline seed and form a bloodline connection, similar to natal weapons. Sky Nightmare, which was still at level 11, and Death Ember, which was at level 12, did not express that desire. This weapon could increase the power of the bloodline power. It could hide in the body and be nurtured by the bloodline seed, constantly growing as the bloodline power advanced. In other words, after the blood source, knights could use their bloodline to forge weapons and nurture their own natal weapons that could grow. One day, it might even be comparable to wizard tools, soul artifacts, divine soul artifacts, and legendary wizard tools. If that's the case, I, Levi, will give you a famous name. Bloodline Divine Weapon. Chapter 802, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 1. At Levi's heart, the Crimson Dragon greedily absorbed the bloodline power from the Crimson Emperor Dragon seed. At this moment, Levi could feel that the Crimson Dragon seemed to have a life of its own. As a knight, I should indeed have a weapon of my own. When I go back, I have to talk to the Blood Knights and the others about the path of a blood source divine weapon so that they can increase their cultivation motivation and step into the blood source realm as soon as possible to start the path of a divine weapon. If one day, he accidentally dies, the divine weapon can also be a knight's relic and become an ancestral treasure of his descendants. It can be passed down from generation to generation. From Levi's years of research, there was a very important problem with the continuation of the knight family. As time passed and generations passed, the bloodline primer in their descendants became thinner and thinner. Even for some legendary families, it was very difficult for their descendants to produce legends, especially before the Dark Wave revival. The human world was in the Doomsday era, and it was very difficult to find high-level breathing technique secret medicine. As a result, ordinary beasts like the earthly dragon beasts had become scarce. This caused the overall strength of the knights to decrease continuously. This made things worse for the knights who already had a low upper limit. In the past, in order to prevent the noble bloodline of these knight families from being thinned out, many of them used the method of marriage by close relatives. However, this could not solve these problems at all. The marriage of close relatives would bring more problems. However, with the bloodline divine weapon, this situation might improve. After a long period of nourishment and refinement, the divine weapon had already contained a large amount of bloodline power. If there was a suitable technique, this bloodline power should be used to strengthen the bloodline power in the bodies of the descendants of the bloodline. In fact, if he could develop some knight family techniques in the future, he might be able to use his bloodline and divine weapons as the foundation to connect the divine weapons of the knight family with their descendants and form a sustainable ecosystem of knights. The knights at the top of the pyramid used their divine weapons to radiate the divine weapons of their descendants. The stronger the cultivation of their descendants, the stronger they would be. In this way, it was similar to the divine tower of a high-level primordial soul wizard. Wonderful! Levi felt more and more that if this idea was successful, it might be able to fundamentally improve the situation of the weak knights. This was only a preliminary idea. If he wanted to develop it, many problems needed to be solved. It was not something Levi could complete with his current realm. Perhaps he still needed a lot of wizard knowledge. Levi kept the Crimson Dragon back into the bloodline seed to nurture it. I wonder who will be the first soul to die under my Crimson Dragon sword. Levi was in a good mood. He opened the proficiency panel. When the Crimson Dragon was successfully refined, there seemed to be some changes in the panel interface. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 13, 189,032/500,000. Special Effect, Fire Dragon's True Form, Level 1, Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Level 1, 1/1,000. Crimson Dragon an exclusive weapon used to carry the Crimson Emperor Dragon's strength and will. It can increase the attack power of the owner of the Crimson Emperor Dragon's bloodline. You can gradually increase the power of your exclusive weapon through bloodline nourishment and battle coordination. You can increase the upper limit of the exclusive weapon's quality by adding higher level materials through forging. I see. Levi looked at the proficiency panel thoughtfully. Divine weapons also have their growth path. Through bloodlines and battles, they can increase the power of divine weapons, but this increase is not unlimited. If I want to break through the upper limit of the divine weapon, I need to break through the limit just like the breathing technique. The way to break through the limit of the divine weapon is to add higher level materials and reforge it. Levi put away the panel and exhaled a hot breath. The growth of a divine weapon was not something that could be accomplished in a day. It also required a lot of effort and could not be rushed. As long as it was nurtured in his body at all times, within the growth limit, the divine weapon could grow on its own and gradually increase its power. Levi did not have to worry about it. If it was complemented by suitable battle coordination, it could speed up this process. Furthermore, other than the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the other breathing techniques would have their unique divine weapons. However, other divine weapons that were exclusive to breathing techniques might not necessarily be swords. That was because different breathing techniques had different characteristics. If the characteristics of the weapon and the attributes of the breathing technique were not compatible, it would not work. The Crimson Emperor Dragon mainly focused on strength and killing. Therefore, it used the sword as a divine weapon to increase the user's attack power. The Golden Snake focused on defense. If Levi forged a sword, he would not be able to use the power of the Golden Snake. A divine weapon suitable for a Golden Snake should be a shield or armor. Levi was enlightened. The next day, Levi opened the proficiency panel and found that the proficiency level of the Crimson Dragon Slash had increased from 1 point yesterday to 2 points. If we let nature take its course, does 1 day mean 1 point? It should take about 3 years to advance to level 2. It's alright, but it takes more than 10 years to advance from level 2 to level 3. From then on, every advancement of the divine weapon would take decades. Therefore, just relying on natural nourishment shouldn't be enough. I still have to increase the cultivation speed in other aspects. In the future, I have to try the path of battle coordination. Levi pondered. Chapter 803, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 2. In the following days, Levi would pay attention to the changes in the Crimson Dragon Slash every day. This feeling was like being pregnant for 10 months. This feeling of growing up together was not bad. Apart from cultivating, Levi began to record the process of forging and refining divine weapons. At the same time, Levi also started deciphering the crimson runes on the Crimson Emperor Dragon Totem of the Crimson Dragon Slash sword. These runes were not created by Levi. He felt that they should have existed. They were runes hidden in the Crimson Emperor Dragon's bloodline. After preliminary research, Levi discovered that these runes might be the key to the transcendent power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He temporarily called them bloodline runes. To a certain extent, these bloodline runes were similar to the genes of his previous life. By arranging these bloodline runes in a suitable way, they might be able to produce an effect similar to that of spells. If he could decipher it, perhaps he could integrate the bloodline runes with the wizard's spell runes and form his own Levi's unique path of knights and wizards. Time was like an arrow, and the sun and moon were like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1098, Month of Beginning. Levi's compilation of knowledge on the Divine Weapon System was also completed. In front of Levi were 3 specially made books. Primary Understanding of Bloodline Divine Weapons, Primary Understanding of Bloodline Runes, Introduction to Bloodline Dharma Body. These 3 books were Levi's summary and summary of some of his insights on knight cultivation over the years, and then formed a systematic knowledge system. Among them, the introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body was some adjustments and modifications to the previous Black Devil Blade. With Levi's current Black Devil Blade realm, he could analyze the first stage of this dual cultivation technique that fused spirit and bloodline in his own way. This technique had a high threshold because not only did it require the bloodline power in one's body, but it also required one's spiritual force. It was destined to be an elite technique that only a few people could cultivate. The entry-level content was divided into 3 levels. The first and second levels were Blood Chi Outburst and Blood Chi Separation respectively. It required the cultivation of a Grand Knight and relatively outstanding mental strength. Generally speaking, the level of low-level apprentice wizards was the best. Originally, the Black Devil Blade technique contained Black Gas Outburst and Black Gas Separation. Now, it seemed that Blood Chi was more suitable than Black Gas. Previously, due to the limitations of a knight's vision, they could only see the appearance. They called the Black Strength born after advancing to a knight Black Gas. However, in fact, after Legendary, the strength was no longer purely black. It could be said that every breathing technique had its own color label. Blood Chi referred to the strength stimulated by bloodline power and relied on the physical body. The more bloodline power a knight had, the purer their Blood Chi would be. The first 2 levels were the most basic use of Blood Chi. It was not difficult. Starting from the 3rd level, he began to condense the Bloodline Dharma Body with his heart as the foundation. This Bloodline Dharma Body was different from Levi's current one. It was only the lowest level and probably had the outline of a Bloodline Dharma Body. At this stage, a mid-level apprentice wizard's spiritual force level was needed, which was only 5 points of spiritual force. It was not a problem for a legendary knight to cultivate. After all, there was a certain requirement for spiritual force to break through the key point of legendary. Levi had only written 3 levels of this book. After that, not many people in the entire Twilight Knights could reach it. They could not learn it even if they made it up. Hence, Levi was not worried that the church's disciples would starve their masters to death. With the panel, no one else could catch up to him. His current bloodline avatar should be at the 6th level. Levi. Bloodline Dharma Body, Level 6, 37,890/40,000. After Levi gave birth to the divine weapon, he realized that he seemed to have the right to change the name of the skill on the panel. Therefore, in order to be appropriate, he changed the original Black Devil Blade to Bloodline Dharma Body. However, the cultivation of the Bloodline Dharma Body became more and more difficult. Even Levi could not break through to level 7. Other than the introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body book, the other 2 books were about the analysis of the Bloodline Divine Weapon and Bloodline Runes. The threshold for these 2 was even higher. Without reaching the Blood Source realm, it was impossible to understand them. Hence, Levi's compilation was mainly for his revision. It was still too early for the other members to reach this realm. He planned to place the introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body book in the Twilight Nights after returning to the human world for the core members to cultivate. After coming out of seclusion, Levi received a few messages in the mailbox of the Wizard Tower. Nether Capital's inner city mansion, Wizard Tower, has a big promotion. The price is as low as 100 ether stones per square meter. Official mail from the City Lord Manor of Nether Capital. You're here to cut leaks again. Earning the money of commoner wizards like us? No way. Levi destroyed the message. Beautiful Witches Home Service, all kinds of styles, poses, and entertainment methods. Dancer's Tavern. Levi looked at Algerta, who was practicing her sword, and felt that it was better to be a beautiful, adorable, and natural white wolf girl who had no plastic surgery. The last letter was from the Rose Witch. There was a pink rose painted on the letter. The letter said that the Letney family was currently investigating the cause of Lager Leo's death. They suspected that Lady Whitewater had murdered her husband, so they were now looking for her. Chapter 804, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 3. Rose also told Levi to be careful and not get involved in this matter. It was said that not only Lager Leo's father, but even a primordial soul wizard of the Letney family was furious. After all, Lager Leo's talent was not bad even in a wizard family. He was only 150 years old, but he was already a 3rd circle senior wizard. He had mastered 2 innate spells, and it was certain that he would become a 4th circle wizard in the future. At the same time, the Rose Witch also expressed her fear of the nightmare world in the letter. She felt that one day, she would be pulled into that terrifying nightmare and disappear from the wizard world, never to see Newt again. Rose Witch did not dare to tell Newt about this. That would only mean that another pitiful person would be worried about her. Therefore, she could only communicate with Levi to alleviate her anxiety. Levi could understand this. The man-faced spider alone was enough to give them a hard time. It was hard to imagine how many powerful existences there were in that unknown and terrifying nightmare world. The disappearance of the Dreamland Steeple, the disappearance of the Ashen Lord in the Ashen World, and the invasion of the Ashen World, turning the Ashen World into an apocalyptic wasteland. All of this seemed to have something to do with the nightmare world. Levi wrote back that there was no point in being blindly afraid. When wizards encountered difficulties, they should not be afraid and had to face them bravely. All fear was caused by insufficient strength. The Rose Witch's current plan was to wait for the Flower Witch to return. On the other hand, she had to work hard to improve herself and advance to a higher realm as soon as possible. Levi walked out of the Wizard Tower and took the potions he had refined during this period to the witch's family. Suddenly, he felt a few streams of light flying over his head. As far as Levi knew, other than primordial soul wizards, only the enforcers with special privileges could fly in the Nether Capital. Looks like something happened. Levi murmured in his heart. He watched as the stream of light left and arrived at the witch's family. The little witch, Kelly, was sleeping on top of a thick book. Celia, on the other hand, was reading. She smiled when Levi arrived. "Your Excellency Celia, I saw enforcers flying over. Did something happen?" Levi asked. If Nether Capital was going to be finished, he had to prepare to escape in advance. It's nothing serious. I just heard that an enforcer killed a disciple of a large family in the Nether Capital yesterday and escaped overnight, Celia said. Wow, to commit murder in the Nether Capital. Does this person want to die? Levi said in surprise. After all, Nether Capital was a city guarded by more than one primordial soul wizard. That's right. It's said that the disciple of the family who was killed was a core disciple of a 6th circle wizard family in the Star Sea who had a primordial soul wizard. He was extremely talented and was a 3rd circle senior. He was not far from the 4th circle. He even received the Truth Oddity Water Dragon's song from the primordial soul wizard. For some reason, this news of obtaining the Truth Oddity was targeted by people with ulterior motives. Now, he has nothing. It's too tragic. If he digests the Truth Oddity and combines it with a breakthrough potion, he should be able to advance to the 4th circle. Celia felt a wave of pity. To her, although she was a disciple of the House of Witches, she was too far away from a legendary thing like the Truth Oddity. What? Truth Oddity? There's actually such a thing in the wizard world now. Levi was shocked. He had also heard of the Truth Oddity. It was said that it was a natural thing born from the will of the truth, so the wizards called it the Truth Oddity. This Truth Oddity had endless uses. The most direct and brutal use was to increase the probability of breaking through when a wizard advanced. Moreover, this could be superimposed with the breakthrough potion. It could be said that with Levi's current talent, he did not even need to prepare a breakthrough potion to have a 100% success rate when he was a low-level wizard. Even ordinary children of chaos had a high chance of success. So far, the Truth Oddities could be divided into 6 categories: Earth, Sky, Morning Star, Bright Moon, Bright Sun, and Legendary. The higher the quality of the Truth Oddity, the higher the probability of breaking through, and the higher the realm it could be used for. For example, Earth and Sky could only work on low-level and intermediate wizards. It had little effect on high-level wizards. But even so, the Truth Oddity was still the most precious thing in the wizard world. It could be said that there was no other. If a wizard could digest the Truth Oddity, other than increasing the probability of breaking through, they could also slightly improve their elemental affinity talent and increase the power of their spells. It was said that some Truth Oddities could even give birth to a wizard's talent for ordinary people without talent, giving birth to a special second talent for some wizards. This was a real item that could change one's fate. Those who could obtain it were all the children of luck, the protagonists of legendary novels. However, there were very few Truth Oddities. They required luck to be born, and many of them were non-renewable resources. It could be said that after such a long period of development and plundering in the wizard world, even the lowest grade Truth Oddities were extinct in the wizard world. There were only some shadow realms that had yet to be discovered or secret realms that had been lost for a long time. There might also be a few Truth Oddities. Chapter 805, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 4. That was why Levi was so surprised. The Water Dragon's song was accidentally obtained by the primordial soul wizard of the wizard family when he was traveling in the multidimensional plane. It should be very beneficial to the cultivation of the ocean faction. Celia's eyes were filled with envy. She was also from the ocean faction. With this thing, even she could break through to the 4th circle. At that time, her status in the witch's family would increase greatly and she would be directly in the upper middle class. I see. Levi shook her head. After chanting an incantation, he arrived at the witch's family's base camp. He estimated that in the following period of time, there would be many armies from Nether Capital and Star Sea searching for the Truth Oddity. Even Levi would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. However, he knew that this mysterious treasure was a hot potato. He didn't want to be sucked into the whirlpool. With my current talent and the breakthrough potion, the probability of successfully breaking through to the 4th circle should be more than 60%. Moreover, I still have the Divine Ring Tower to assist in the spiritual force liquefaction. The success rate is almost 70%. I don't have to force the Truth Oddity. On the demonic tree, the immortal banyan dragon, Lady Yggdrasila, was still sleeping. This was the daily life of pure-blooded dragons. They were born with 100% dragon blood purity. As long as they grew up step by step and did not die prematurely, they could grow from a young dragon to a strong dragon comparable to a 9th circle wizard. Of course, the price to pay was that it was very difficult for pure-blooded dragon clans to give birth. There were very few of them. Most of the people who remained in the world were mixed-blood dragon clans. The magic potion cabin. Madame Triss was drinking tea and had a charming temperament. Her slender and fair legs protruded from the sleeping robe and rested on the other jade leg. Under the wide sleeping robe, she looked extremely beautiful. Looking at the charming Madame Triss, it was hard to imagine that she was an old witch who was hundreds of years old. Levi, our cooperation can be considered perfect, but our friendship won't end because of this. I'm very satisfied with the quality of the potions you made. A pharmacist genius like you shouldn't be buried by those old rules. Therefore, I specially applied to the Witch Lord to arrange an assessment for you. If you can pass, you can become an external wizard of the witch's family. Although the external wizard is not part of the witch's family, there are still some benefits that you can enjoy. Of course, in terms of publicity, you are still not a member of the witch's family. If you cause trouble outside in the future, we will not acknowledge your identity. What do you think? Madame Triss asked with a smile, confident and unhurried. Joining the witch's family was probably an irresistible temptation to any male wizard in the Endless Sea. After all, this was one of the 6 towers that represented the highest level of the Endless Sea. It was one of the 6 permanent council members of the Star Tower, and it was the 6 giants mentioned by countless Endless Sea wizards. What's more, all of them were beautiful and powerful witches. It was simply a man's paradise. She believed that Levi would not refuse. Thank you, Madame Triss. I want to ask, what do I need to do for the Wizard Tower to become an external wizard of the witch's family? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I know this, Levi asked. Recent realities had made Levi realize that it was best to find a backer before he rose. Whether it was the inheritance of knowledge or resources, he could not do without the support of an ancient and powerful organization. Take the potion ingredients for example. Even if Levi had a small plane in the ancient Saint Empire, the exploration of the plane would take a long time. Moreover, different planes had their own unique resources. Many of the potion formulas of the wizard world were based on the unique ingredients of the wizard world. It was a long process to find substitute ingredients. This was also the reason why Levi had yet to develop the purification elixir that he had been longing for. There was no saint fruit in the wizard world at all, not since ancient times. That thing should be a specialty of the other dimension. He had spent decades just to find a substitute ingredient for the saint fruit, but he had yet to succeed. You will join as an external pharmacist. Therefore, your mission in the witch's family is to study and refine potions. I won't let you participate in dangerous combat missions, although I know your strength is not bad. Moreover, in most cases, external pharmacists don't need to be stationed in the base camp for a long time. They only need to complete missions regularly. Between you and us, it's a more intimate cooperation and win-win relationship. Madame Triss said with a smile. May I ask when the assessment will begin so that I can make some preparations? Levi asked. He had been convinced. If the terms of the final contract were like this, it would not be bad. It would not delay his matters and he could even exchange resources from the organization. Our witch's family values the independent research and innovation ability of pharmacists more. If you have an original potion formula, you can hand it to me. I will judge it and give you bonus points. The official assessment will be held 3 days later, said Madame Triss. Madam, I have an original potion called the Water of Eve. It can be used to eliminate the side effects of the transformation spell. Levi took out a potion and handed it to Triss. Chapter 806, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 5. Triss took it and observed it for a while. After opening it, she smelled it. She smiled and nodded. Although it's only a first circle potion, it's ingenious. Very few wizards have paid attention to the side effects of the transformation spell before. I can tell that you're a very meticulous wizard. By the way, if you join the witch's family, you can hand over some original spells or potion formulas to the organization. The organization will give you a certain reward. After the war ends, we can also help you apply for a scholar seat in the parliament. You can also obtain a certain percentage of the authorization fee. That's great. Thank you, Madame Triss. Levi retreated excitedly. What a cute little wizard. Watching Levi disappear, Madame Triss licked her lips and muttered to herself. 3 days later. Levi passed the assessment without any suspense. In fact, with Madame Triss around, it was a confirmed fact that he had become an external pharmacist. Just like that, Levi became a member of the witch's family. He had obtained a permanent witch medal. With this medal, Levi could return to the witch's family base camp through incantations within the 12 witch cities. It was extremely convenient. The first thing Levi did after becoming an external member was to go to the witch shop in the witch's family. He had joined the witch's family for this thing. Seeing that it was a male wizard who came in, the witch in the witch shop was slightly surprised. "Who are you?" she asked. "Hello, I'm Levi, an external wizard from the witch's family. This is my medal. It's been a long time since a new member joined us. It seems that you have some strong points in some aspects." The witch sighed. Levi smiled and immediately started browsing the list of shops. In the end, he found his target item. 1 portion of Immortal Banyan Dragon Bloodline Essence, price, 100,000 ether stones, no stock. The witch's family was different from other wizard organizations. There were no points or merit points in it. The currency used was the ether stone. A portion of the Immortal Banyan Dragon's Bloodline Essence costs 100,000 ether stones? Sorry to disturb you. It's so expensive, but there's no stock. Levi originally wanted to use the Immortal Banyan Dragon's blood to refine the Golden Snake's secret medicine in the future to test its effect. However, he realized that he was overthinking. The bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon clan was a top-grade material for refining many high-level potions. In the wizard world, it was undoubtedly a treasure. After consulting with the store manager, Levi learned that the witch's family had signed an agreement with the Immortal Banyan Dragon. The Immortal Banyan Dragon would take the initiative to provide the witch's family with 10 portions of bloodline essence every year. The witch's family also had to pay a considerable price, which was why the price was so high. If this was in the outside world, the price would only be higher. After all, there were still some discounts for the members of the organization. To the Immortal Banyan Dragon, although she was big, refining a portion of bloodline essence consumed a lot of energy. She needed a long time to recover, so she could only provide 10 portions a year. Levi only had 100,000 ether stones on him now. He could only buy 1 bloodline essence. The essence of the Immortal Banyan Dragon's bloodline must have been taken by those primordial soul wizards. Ordinary wizards can't buy it even if they have money. Sigh. He did not dwell on it anymore. He settled for the next best thing and exchanged for some potion materials and some low-level spells. He left 50,000 ether stones for emergencies. Sigh, I don't have any money after all. Compared to Levi's meager income, his consumption was too terrifying. It's time to sell a lake fairy potion. 2 years passed in a flash. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1100, month of flowers. Levi was now 110 years old. After all these years of cultivating potions, his cultivation speed of the ether meditation art was much faster. Levi's spiritual power had reached 150 points. His spell power had also reached the upper limit of 6,000 points. He was already halfway through his mental power cultivation as a third circle wizard. I advanced to the third circle at the age of 80. Now that 30 years have passed, I'm only halfway through the third circle. Cultivation after the middle level is indeed difficult. However, to be able to have 150 points of spiritual force at the age of 110 was rare even in large wizards' families. From the looks of it, it is not a problem for my spiritual force to reach 200 points before I am 150 years old. If he was lucky, he could advance to the fourth circle. Compared to Lager Leo, who was nurtured by a top-notch wizard family since young, I'm not bad either. After all, my path as a wizard started a little late and I missed the best time. Of course, before that, I still have to master 3 innate spells. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage in the future. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Meditation Art, Ether Meditation Art, 3rd Circle Level 9, 1/150,000, Special Effect, Ether Dominance. Spell, Fire Dragon Tribulation, 1st Talent Level 8, 1/100,000. Breathing Technique, Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 1st Transformation of the Blood Source Level 13, 220,001/500,000, Special Effect, Flame Dragon's True Form, Level 1, Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 2, 1/5000. The name editing and tidying function of this panel interface is quite good. I can clearly see the corresponding realm of the skill. Ever since Levi discovered that he could name himself, he had tidied his panel. This way, he would be more comfortable looking at the proficiency panel in the future. However, his greatest gain from these 2 years of seclusion was still that Fire Dragon Tribulation spell. Using the third circle spell Fire Dragon Guide that he had bought from Jacob as the foundation, he fused it with the low-level Burning Faction spell that he already had and created this top-grade spell. Chapter 807, Divine Weapon Family, Panel Interface Changes. 6. Now, in Levi's mind, on the wall of the first level of the Divine Ring Tower, he could see a model structure formed by spell runes similar to the Divine Dragon in his previous life, entrenched on the Divine Tower. As the Divine Tower spun, the Flame Divine Dragon seemed to be about to soar into the sky. This was his first innate spell. Fire Dragon Tribulation. He left the Wizard Tower. Levi came to the surface of the sea outside the Nether capital and found a deserted place. He put on his monocle. He didn't chant. With just a thought, the Flame Divine Dragon on the Divine Ring Tower seemed to come alive. In the next moment, as surging spell power surged into the spell model, a blurry 5-clawed fire dragon appeared on Levi's fingertip. It grew in the wind and turned into a 10-meter-long fire dragon that flew out of his hand. In an instant, the Divine Dragon flew 5 miles away and exploded in the air with a dragon roar. Boom! Flames lit up the distant sea. The sea was roasted, and white smoke rose. That's a long-range spell, Levi exclaimed inwardly. He then let the fire dragon level explode around him. On the frame, the number of attack strength appeared. 32 Ka. The power of the level 8 Fire Dragon Tribulation is already about the same as the maximum Sun Flame Explosion. If it's at the maximum of level 9, it can definitely reach the theoretical maximum of third circle spells. Coupled with my Ether Dominance special effect, the power of the Fire Dragon Tribulation has already touched the level of fourth circle spells. Before the birth of innate spells, a wizard's casting tempo is easily interrupted by chanting, and innate spells have become a wizard's instinctive skill. Instant casting is also very powerful. Ordinary spells, unless they are spells with special functions, basically have very few opportunities to appear after the birth of innate spells. Now, Levi had finally become a qualified third circle wizard. Back in Nether Capital. Witch's family. Celia looked at Levi, who was in a good mood, and smiled. Sir Levi, it looks like you've made a breakthrough. Levi nodded slightly. It's just a small breakthrough. It's not worth mentioning. Has anything happened in Nether Capital recently? Levi asked casually. There's nothing much. There are primordial soul wizards guarding this place. Ordinary dark wizards won't dare to cause trouble at all. However, that truth oddity seems to have been snatched away by a fourth circle dark wizard in the end. Those third circle wizards who participated in the competition suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, I know my limits. Such a treasure is destined not to be mine, Celia said lazily. I knew it. I knew that even the lowest level truth oddity could alarm a fourth circle wizard, Levi thought to himself. It seemed that he was right not to participate. After mastering innate spells, he finally understood why the number of innate spells one had mastered could differentiate between ordinary wizards and senior wizards after reaching the third circle. Every time a wizard mastered an innate spell, it was a qualitative leap. The difference between them was unimaginable without reaching this level. Celia, I have something to do recently. I need to apply for leave from the organization. Please inform Madame Driss. All right, Sir Levi. Be careful when you go out. Celia nodded. Sir Levi, please be careful, the little witch, Kelly, repeated. Levi smiled and turned to leave. He went to the wizard tower to pack up. He called his subordinates from the Fur clan and left Nether Capital. It had been many years since he had returned to the human world. He had to go back. Chapter 808, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 1. Endless Sea. In the inner sea region, on a deserted island. Underground, there was a simple cave abode. Simple arrays were set up around it. Lady Whitewater was meditating. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she suddenly woke up. After waking up, she panted heavily, her chest heaving as if she had just experienced some kind of nightmare. Even meditation is affected now, Lady Whitewater muttered to herself. Just now, when she was meditating, she dreamed of the strange world with cracks in the dark red sky and flowing magma. Nightmare! She did not expect that the power from that strange existence would be so lingering. At first, she only had nightmares when she slept, and it was difficult for her to wake up from them. Later, she used meditation as a substitute for sleep and finally avoided nightmares. Just as she thought that everything was over, even her meditation would fall into a nightmare. Lady Whitewater was about to go crazy. She took the calming medicine and stood on the deserted island. She looked at the blue sky and despair and helplessness filled her heart. In the clouds high in the sky, the flying shark tore through the air. It had been 2 months since Levi had left Nether Capital. He returned to the inner sea region. However, before leaving the human world, he still had to make a trip to the Yellow Earth continent. He wanted to see if dinos had broken through the legendary barrier at Lion King City on the Yellow Earth continent. When Levi's figure descended, Leon immediately sensed it. "Sir Levi, are you looking for dinos?" Leon asked. Levi nodded. Not long after, dinos appeared in front of Levi excitedly. "Senior, I've broken through the legendary barrier." "Well done, it seems like you have been working hard in your cultivation. I know a place that is suitable for you to cultivate the Path of Knights. If you are interested, I can bring you there," Levi said. Dinos readily agreed. In the wizard world, other than Emperor Mew, he had no one to communicate with. Now that Emperor Mew was nowhere to be found, he was even more lonely. Dinos looked at Leon and said solemnly, "Father, I'm going to cultivate with Sir Levi." Old Golden Lion smiled. "Go ahead. Just come home often when you have time." Originally, Old Golden Lion wanted Dinos to inherit the family business, but now it seemed that he could not count on Dinos. Dinos was obsessed with night cultivation. Fortunately, he had enough children and did not lack heirs. As for the giant tree secret realm, Levi did not go there again. Ms. Marlene and the others would probably not leave the wizard world for the time being. In short, at this stage, the human world was not a suitable place for wizards to cultivate. Inside the flying shark, Dinos observed the interior of the airship and said, "Senior, your airship is really good. Tell me the price and I'll give up." "I don't know the price. Someone gave it to me." "Well, if only I had friends like that." The Outer Sea Region, Area 9. In Black Crow Tower of the Blackfire Island. The 4th Circle Senior Wizard, Black-Eyed Crow Modi, was a powerhouse ranked 8th on the Dark List. This place was heavily guarded. There were 6 Third Circle Wizards alone. With this powerful force, Modi became the ruler of Area 9. On the top floor of the Black Crow Tower, Modi was chatting with another 4th Circle Wizard. This Dark Wizard's name was Otasilio. He was a member of the high-level Dark Wizard organization Immersed Ancient Castle and was ranked 10th on the Dark List in the Outer Sea region. Immersed Ancient Castle was also an ancient Dark Wizard organization. Their base was located in a bottomless abyss somewhere in the Endless Sea. It was said that there was an ancient city that was drowned there. Otasilio looked at Modi with a calm gaze, but he was secretly looking forward to it. "Sir Modi didn't lie to me, right? Did you really obtain a truth oddity?" "Otasilio, we're old friends. Why would I lie to you? Look." At some point, a small blue water dragon had appeared in Modi's hand. At a glance, it seemed to be formed from ordinary spells. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that the water dragon's body contained extremely rich elemental power and some traces of charm that contained the truth of the world. After looking at it for a long time, it was as if one was immersed in a turbulent water world. "It's indeed a truth oddity. Sir Modi, name a price. I'm here to buy it sincerely." "You're from the Burning Faction. No matter how good this truth oddity is, it probably won't be of much use to you," Otasilio said. "I heard that you obtained the wizard tool of that wizard family in the battle against a wizard family some time ago. If my information is correct, that wizard tool should be from the Burning Faction," Modi said with a smile. "You even know this?" As expected of the black-eyed crow, Otasilio frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "That's right. I did obtain a 5th Circle wizard tool." With a wave of his hand, a circular wizard tool appeared in midair and slowly spun. This wizard tool was like a long flame snake with its head and tail connected. As soon as it appeared, it made the Modi Wizard Tower emit a scorching heat. Hehe, this is the precious treasure of the Cartier wizard family, the fifth circle wizard tool, the fire Ouroboros. Why? Do you want to use that wizard item to exchange for my fifth circle wizard tool? Otasilio said in a low voice. Modi nodded. You're from the ocean faction, so you can't use this wizard tool. You can only sell it for money. Instead of that, let's make a deal. It's the best of both worlds. Chapter 809, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 2. Otasilio analyzed the pros and cons and slowly said, it's not impossible, but your wizard tool is only of the lowest quality. It's still a little difficult to exchange for my fifth circle wizard tool. You also know that after the third circle, wizard tool is getting rarer and rarer. Most fourth circle wizards like you and I in the Endless Sea are still using third circle wizard tools. Humph, in terms of rarity, this wizard tool of mine is even more precious than your fifth circle wizard tool. You can still buy a fifth circle wizard tool with money. However, if you miss out on this wizard tool, you won't be able to get it anymore. If not for the fact that I can't use it, why would I let you have it? Instead, you despise my wizard tool, Modi said with a cold smile. Otasilio thought for a moment. Indeed, in terms of the long-term impact on cultivation, the wizard tool was still better. There was still a chance of obtaining a fifth circle wizard tool when he advanced to the fifth circle. However, that might not be the case for the truth oddity. Most importantly, he did not have the confidence to advance to the fifth circle without it. Thinking of this, he said, all right, it's a deal. Let's sign a contract. Don't play any tricks and don't mention our deal to anyone. Fire Ouroboros. Modi smiled and nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them signed a contract. Modi obtained the fire Ouroboros, while Otasilio obtained the truth oddity water dragon's song. In that case, both of us can be considered to have won. Happy cooperation, my friend. Modi smiled. Then I'll take my leave. After getting the water dragon's song, Otasilio left in a hurry, obviously worried that Modi would do something bad. Modi stood at the top of the wizard tower, holding the fire Ouroboros in his hand. He looked into the distance with a mocking expression. I spent so much effort to obtain this wizard tool. How can I let you take it away for real? The fifth circle wizard tool is mine, and the wizard tool is also mine. Realm of Ice. In a stronghold of the frost giant resistance. Elsa was using medicine to heal Emperor Mu's wounds. With my physique, these are just superficial wounds. You don't have to worry so much. Emperor Mu coughed and said in embarrassment. This scene reminded him of the scene when his wife applied medicine to him in the Tuva Empire. It's always good to be careful, Elsa said softly as she glanced at Emperor Mu. Thank you. When the war is over, I will bring you to find the organization and meet our commander. Emperor Mu smiled and revealed his white teeth. Elsa nodded. After meeting Emperor Mu, she suddenly felt that she finally had a companion in this vast snowfield. This feeling was really good. Moreover, after interacting with Emperor Mu for so many years, Elsa felt that she seemed to have some special feelings or dependence on the man in front of her. However, Emperor Mu didn't seem to have noticed it until now, or rather, he pretended not to know. He kept talking about the commander. It was obvious how important this commander was to Emperor Mu. What kind of man can make Emperor Mu so obsessed with him? At the Endless Sea. After picking up Dinos, Levi quickly rushed in the direction of the 100-eyed demon territory. The flying ship continued to move forward at a constant speed. Commander, where are we going now? To the human world. The human world? I haven't been there yet. I also want to go back to the human world and see the place where the Lionheart Knight lived. Compared to the wizard world, the elemental power in the human world is very thin. However, it doesn't have much of an impact on cultivating the path of knights. As long as you have secret medicine, you can cultivate anywhere. Levi and Dinos chatted. Suddenly, his intuition sensed that a wizard was rapidly approaching his airship. At the same time, danger perception was also reminding him. There's a dark wizard here. Dinos, prepare for battle. Dinos immediately stood up, looking eager to try. He had just broken through to the second step of knighthood and also wanted to test his current strength. Before long, Levi's flying shark was surrounded by a group of red-robed wizards. It's the Red Robe Association. Be careful, Commander. This is a relatively famous dark wizard organization in recent years. It's said that their president is a 4th circle wizard and is ranked 23rd on the dark list, Dino's reminded with a solemn expression. He was too unlucky. Not long after he left home, he encountered dark wizards in the outer ring of the sea. The wizard world was indeed in chaos now. Levi did not panic. He used perception. There was no aura of a 4th circle wizard in this group of people. 2/3 circle wizards were not difficult for him to deal with. Buddy in the airship, come out. Take out your things obediently and sign a slave contract with the Red Robe Association. We won't make things difficult for you, said a short 3rd circle red-robed wizard. He was protected by a protective force field and was very vigilant. That's right. We red-robed wizards don't like killing either. It's better for everyone if we know what's good for us. Another 3rd circle wizard advised. In fact, he was already secretly preparing spells. There was no response from the airship. This made the 2/3 circle wizards' expressions turn cold. Everyone, attack together. It seems that the enemy is planning to resist until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly figure appeared from the void behind these 2/3 circle wizards. Chapter 810, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 3. The Hermit rune dimmed and was replaced by the Strength rune and the Chariot rune. Levi did not even reveal his Fire Dragon true form. He only held the Crimson Dragon slash and slashed down. The Destruction Sword Chi was like a grayish-white line that cut through the world. When the 2/3 circle wizards who were shouting sensed that the enemy had appeared behind them, their protective force fields flashed, and their respective 3rd circle innate spells also blasted towards Levi. The Red Robe Association was mainly made up of a group of black wizards from the burning school of thought wandering in the endless sea. Therefore, their spells were all from the burning faction. On the left and right, 2 sun flame explosions accompanied the other 1st circle spells. The 2nd ring spells drowned Levi. Rumble. Flames soared into the sky, burning everything. Humph, overestimating yourself. The short wizard sneered. That's right. He wants to ambush us by relying on his invisibility technique. He wants to fight 2 people alone. Little does he know that we've long been prepared, another wizard said. They had no intention of persuading Levi to surrender in the first place. It was all to confuse Levi. In the core area of the sun flame explosion, Levi exhaled a breath of hot air, his expression unchanged. To his current fire element resistance, the high temperature of the sun flame explosion was already very difficult to harm him. Moreover, the sun flame explosion of these 2 people had not been cultivated to perfection at all. Its power was less than 20 Ka. It was incomparable to his 33 Ka power. What could really do damage to Levi was the shockwave from the explosion of the fireball. However, with the golden snake scales, the shockwaves were also blocked. Die! As the sword chi tore through the flames. Slash! The 2/3 circle wizards were cut in half by Levi's sword. The 3rd circle protective force field was like a decoration. They looked at everything in disbelief. Although they had been cut in half, they were not dead yet. Before they died, what they saw in their eyes was a flame divine dragon with antlers and eagle eyes. Fire Dragon Tribulation. Boom! After easily dealing with the 2/3 circle wizards, Levi casually took away the lives of the low-level wizards. The other wizards of the Red Robe Association were all dumbfounded. This was the Outer Sea region, and 4th circle wizards were basically famous. Therefore, the Red Robe Association would try its best to avoid the 4th circle wizards. Under the lead of the 2/3 circle wizards, they chose Levi as their target. He thought that it would be a piece of cake, but he did not expect the 2/3 circle wizards on his side to be instantly killed by the enemy. Even a 4th circle wizard wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? The low-level wizards scattered like birds and beasts. Unfortunately, they had no chance at all in front of Levi. Not long after, the entire place fell silent. The power of the Destruction Sword Chi and the Fire Dragon Tribulation has increased by more than 40 Ka. They've reached the level of 4th circle spells. Levi was in a good mood as he analyzed the battle process. From the looks of it, the Crimson Dragon Slash was extremely hard and was many levels harder than Luminant Gold. On the other hand, it could increase the attack power of Sword Aura and Burning Faction spells. After Levi cleaned up the battlefield, he brought a red-robed wizard with the strength of a 2nd circle to the airship. At this moment, this second circle wizard was pierced by the blood imprisonment all one after another. He was better off dead. Levi held him in his palm as if he was holding a little bird. "Tell me, who sent you?" Levi asked calmly. He was worried that he had been targeted by someone, so he had to ask about the situation first. "You're in big trouble. Our boss is the Blood Flame Demon Wizard ranked 23rd on the dark list." This second circle wizard was still stubborn. After being slapped by Levi, he recognized the reality. If Levi hadn't deliberately controlled his strength, the slap would have taken his head off like a top. His fingertips turned black as mixed venom was injected into his wounds. The toxic swarm began to spread and devour his body, making him wish he was dead. How strong is the Blood Flame Demon Wizard? Where is he? What wizard tool does he have? Which wizard organization is he from? Spill the beans, then I can let you die painlessly, Levi said. Without much effort, this wizard, who only knew how to rely on others, confessed everything. However, he did not know much about the boss of the Blood Flame Demon Wizard, so Levi still did not know much key information. This made Levi frown. From the rankings and the information from the outside world, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard should be an ordinary 4th circle wizard who had mastered 2 3rd circle innate spells and 1 4th circle innate spell. He could also confirm that the other party was from the Burning faction. If that was the case, Levi felt that he might be able to meet the other party. To prevent him from taking revenge, I might as well strike first. Levi made a decision in his heart. In any case, with his strength, even if the other party was the number 1 on the blacklist, as long as he was not a 5th circle wizard, he would definitely have no problem escaping if he could not win. He had escaped under the nose of a level 5 fire elemental spirit. Most importantly, he also wanted to test the true power of the divine weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash. The battle just now could not even be considered a warm-up. It was really not satisfying. Of course, there was another reason. Levi was out of money. In the past few years, he had bought all kinds of potion materials, cultivation resources, wizard tool, and so on. He had already emptied the huge sum of money he had saved previously. Later on, he had to sell a lake fairy potion for 100,000 ether stones to resolve his urgent need. Chapter 811, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 4. It was not bad to kill a few dark wizards to get some money. With this thought in mind, Levi flew towards the lair of the Blood Flame Demon Wizard. Area 6 of the Outer Sea region. A red island on the sea. There were several active volcanoes on the island. The island's underground contained rich underground fire power, and the fire elemental power was also relatively rich. This was the Red Robe Association's base. On the coast, a red wizard tower stood there, merging with the earth. From time to time, wizards in red robes would come in and out. At the top of the wizard tower, a 4th circle wizard emitting a powerful aura was listening to his subordinates' report. He was the Blood Flame Demon Wizard, ranked 23rd on the dark list in the Outer Sea region. In Area 6, he was considered a notorious fiend. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. Suddenly, the 2 tokens hanging on the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's waist shattered and scattered on the ground. What's going on? Rick and Bodo are dead. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard's expression changed. He clearly couldn't believe that his 2 capable 3rd circle subordinates would die at the same time. Could it be that they provoked some powerful enemies? The Blood Flame Demon Wizard was also a black wizard who had fought from the bottom. At this moment, he did not panic. Instead, he analyzed calmly. To be able to kill 2 3rd circle wizards at the same time, he shouldn't be weaker than me. He might even be stronger than me. He may be a powerful enforcer on the righteous wizard's side. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to the wizard tower and packed up his things. Everyone, prepare to leave this place. Our location might have been exposed, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard ordered. In an instant, the Red Robe Association took action. Lord, the wizards led by Rick and Bodo are all dead, a 3rd circle wizard said fearfully. This was the first time such a thing had happened since the establishment of the Red Robe Association. I already know. The enemy's strength is extraordinary. Let's lie low for the time being, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard said. In addition to him, there were also 2 3rd circle wizards, more than 10 2nd circle wizards, dozens of 1st circle wizards, and hundreds of apprentices. These forces could make a comeback in any region of the Outer Sea region, there was no need to fight to the death here. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Soon, the Red Robe Association took the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's airship and left this place. Before he left, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard used a spell to activate the power of the underground fire under the active volcano. Then, with the eruption of the volcano, magma and ash engulfed the island. Boss, aren't we worrying too much? How many people in the Outer Sea region are your match? In the airship, a third circle wizard asked carefully. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard sneered. What do you know? In our line of work, if we're not careful, we'll die without a burial place sooner or later. The enemy can kill 2 third circle wizards at the same time. With such strength, he's probably in the top 10 of the dark list. It's really not wise to fight him head-on. Every one of the top 10 on the dark list had their own strengths. Basically, they were all 4th circle senior wizards. Although he was ranked 23rd, he knew that the gap between him and the top 10 was not small. When Levi arrived at his base based on the clues obtained from the red-robed wizards he killed, the people from the Red Robe Association had already left. He landed on the island and activated his intuition. A smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. They actually retreated. When Dinos saw this scene, he asked, Commander, are we still going to chase after them? How are we going to find them in this vast sea? Levi's snake tongue moved, capturing any remaining aura on the island. They just evacuated not long ago. You enter my transcendent creature space. I'm going to do my best next, Levi said. Yes, Commander. As a crack appeared, Alice's ring sucked Dinos into it. This was the first time Dinos had entered someone else's transcendent creature space. He was stunned the moment he entered. What he saw was all kinds of transcendent creatures galloping in the wilderness. In the sky, the wind thunder winged dragon and a huge black bird soared in the sky. In the lake, there were also creatures with powerful auras. These are all our commander's pets. Dinos was shocked. He couldn't even defeat his commander's pets. In the outside world, Levi had already followed the direction where the scent had disappeared and was chasing after it. He planned to spend a few days looking for it. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he would give up. On the boundless sea, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's wizard airship slowly advanced. This time, I'll find a remote sea area to hide for a period of time. After the storm passes, I'll return to Area 6. He pondered. At this moment, in the sky in front of the wizard airship, flames suddenly rushed out of the white clouds. The white clouds turned into burning clouds, and the sky was filled with red clouds. What's that? Inside the wizard airship, an apprentice wizard looked puzzled. The next moment, the clouds dispersed. In the sky, a majestic figure that was 100 feet tall and held a black greatsword appeared. Endless grayish-white air currents wrapped around the sword, and the power of flames rose on the surface. Behind this majestic figure, there was also the phantom of a golden armored god with 3 heads and 6 arms. The phantom wore gilded scale armor that shone brightly under the sunlight. He wore a scarlet cloak that fluttered in the sky. On one of his arms was an exaggerated black greatsword engraved with a dragon pattern. Chapter 812, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 5. The moment the giant swung his sword, the sky in front of the apprentice, including the wizard airship, turned black without warning. In the dark night, the aura of the flame demon was even more terrifying. Immediately after, the apprentice heard the furious roar of the blood flame demon lord and the explosion of the wizard airship. Then, he lost consciousness. He died in the aftermath. Boom! The wizard airship shattered, and figures wrapped in protective force fields flew out. The leader was naturally the blood flame demon wizard. He looked at the insufferably arrogant flame demon giant and his heart trembled. He knew that this must be the powerhouse who killed his 2 third circle wizard subordinates. Why are you so stubborn? You've already killed so many of my subordinates. We're even now. The blood flame demon wizard waved his hand, and boundless blood-colored flames formed a shield that protected him. The 3rd circle innate spell, Blood Flame Barrier. Boom! The great sword collided with the shield. As the shockwave swept through, the shield shattered, but the great sword continued to slash down. Damn it! The Blood Flame Demon Wizard quickly used a spell to dodge the fatal blow. However, several of the other 2nd circle wizards in the organization died. The power of a single sword strike was terrifying. You forced me to do this. Seeing that he was unable to communicate with the person, the blood flame demon wizard smiled sinisterly and used his fourth circle innate spell. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He clasped his hands together and slapped out. Blood-colored flames gathered in front of him and formed a huge palm that blotted out the sky. Fourth circle innate spell, Blood Demon Flame Palm. This was a spell that the Blood Flame Demon Wizard had made famous for. With a single palm strike, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and everything was incinerated. Levi felt the terrifying energy coming from the surface. I should have 60 Ka by now. With my current defense, I can't take it head-on. However, I can cut it open. Crimson Dragon Destruction Slash. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Levi had already activated the 3 forms of the Giant Dragon Warrior, Nightmare Walker, and Bloodline Dharma Body. With the addition of the Destruction Sword Chi, its attack power had long exceeded 100 Ka. An unstoppable and indomitable sword strike. The grayish-white sword Chi that was wrapped in flames slashed open the high-temperature Blood Demon Flame Palm. The blood-red palm split into 2 in front of Levi. The remaining high-temperature energy roasted Levi's body, but Levi was fearless. Seizing this opportunity, he wanted to see if his defense could withstand the attack of the fourth circle burning faction spell. If possible, he would find an opportunity to deal with the black-eyed crow in the future. The battle between the 2 experts really changed the color of the world. Idiot, how can a fourth circle spell be resisted with one's body? I wonder where this body refining wizard came from. It seems that I've overestimated him. He only has brute force. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard was overjoyed. At the same time, he struck out with a new palm. However, in the next moment, a sharp figure cut through his attack again and quickly arrived in front of him. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard's protective force field lit up, and incomparably thick blood-colored demonic flames rotated around his body. Fourth circle defensive spell, Blood Fire Entanglement. Splat! The black sword was blocked by the protective force field for a moment. Before the Blood Flame Demon Wizard could rejoice, the protective force field shattered the next moment. The moment the Crimson Dragon slash pierced through his chest, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard turned into a ball of blood-colored flames that gathered and dissipated. The third circle innate spell, Blood Flame Body. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard condensed his figure in the distance. It was the Blood Flame Demon Wizard who still had a lingering fear. He realized that he was no match for that person at all. The other party practically ignored his attack. His defensive field was also mercilessly shattered. He immediately used a spell to transform into a blood flame and escape. The next moment, these blood flames plunged into Levi's third circle heavenly net array. The array flickered and resisted for a moment before it was forcefully broken by the blood flame demon. At this moment, a large ball of blood fog had already enveloped the blood flames. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the 2 sides fought in an almost elementalized form. In the end, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's body condensed into form. The duration of his elementalization spell was limited and could not be compared to Levi's blood fog form. Don't kill me, I can give you money. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard was shocked. He was supposed to be a robber. Why was he the one being robbed now? What answered him was the relentless destruction sword Chi. If you die, your money will be mine. Levi was amused. In his extreme unwillingness, the Blood Flame Demon Wizard left peacefully. His soul had been devoured by Leon. This strange insect would starve to death if it didn't eat for a minute. His body turned into a shiny gold coin under Levi's ashen eye. On the gold coin, the Death Ember Dragon tore through the sky and dominated everything. The legendary golden coin of life. I wonder if this thing can help Owen's breakthrough. Levi put away the gold coin and looked at the other wizards who had fled. With a thought, the black asphalt-like toxic swarm emerged from his body and turned into a black demon. It chased after one of the third circle wizards, while the strange insect Leon went after the other. The Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, and the other flying transcendent creatures also began to kill these surviving low-level wizards. Levi picked up the storage bags and waited for the battle to end. The next day, after a night of slaughter, the Red Robe Association was completely wiped out. Levi rode the wizard airship again and flew towards the Hundred-Eyed Demon territory. Chapter 813, Crimson Dragon Slays the Heavens. 6. During the trip, Levi did an inventory of the spoils of war and gained a lot. There were a total of 700,000 ether stones. There were more than 400,000 in the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's storage bags alone. No matter what, it was an organization of 4th Circle Wizards. They still had this bit of wealth. In addition, there were 3 3rd Circle Wizard tools, 9 2nd Circle Wizard tools, and 29 1st Circle Wizard tools. As for low-level spell books, they were already in Levi's spell library, so they were not worth mentioning. The Blood Flame Demon Wizard also contributed 2 4th Circle spell models, Blood Demon Flame Palm and Blood Fire Entanglement. However, both spells required the cultivation of a special Blood Flame meditation art. Judging from the Blood Flame Demon Wizard's inheritance, he seemed to be a high-level member of a 5th Circle Dark Wizard organization in the realm of Crimson, the Blood Fire Demon Tower. However, to avoid his enemies, he ran to the Endless Sea and tangled with some local wizards from the Burning faction. Taking advantage of the war, he started his old profession in the Endless Sea. The Blood Fire Demon Tower was located in the realm of Crimson, which was the Burning faction's territory. It was thousands of miles away from here, so Levi wasn't too worried. Half a month later, Levi arrived safely at the Magma Sea. Let's see if the fire elemental spirit is nearby. Levi released his perception, accompanied by the hint of danger perception and the faint powerful aura coming from the depths of the magma. Levi knew that the guy was still there. After making a decision, Levi sighed and said, "Forget it, let's wait." Just like that, Levi began to wait in the sea near the Magma Sea. While waiting, he did not delay his cultivation. He lacked everything but patience. On this day, Levi came out of his cultivation state with excitement in his eyes. It was not because the fire elemental spirit had left, but because while he was waiting, his Scarlet Dragon breathing technique had broken through. Levi. Scarlet Dragon breathing technique, level 14, 1/600,000. Special effects, Scarlet Poison Body, level 2, Scarlet Contract, 2/3, 1000 Faces, Boiling Blood, Scarlet Escape. The Scarlet Poison Body has advanced to level 2. Its speed, poison, and life-saving abilities have increased again. The contract slot of the Scarlet Contract has also increased by 1. With my current level as a Scarlet Dragon and the speed of the Chariot Runes, my speed in my normal state should not be inferior to a 4th Circle Wizard. If I use Scarlet Escape, even a 5th Circle Wizard might not be able to catch up to me at 3 times my speed. It's about time. Let's go and see if that fellow is still around. With the enhancement of the Hermit Rune, Levi approached the sub-dimensional portal node. After perception, he sensed that the level 5 fire elemental spirit should have left. I can't be careless. This guy's intelligence is very high. He might be hiding and preparing to ambush me. Levi no longer hesitated. He used the Hermit Rune to hide his figure and arrived at the entrance of the sub-dimensional portal node. Golden scales covered his body and the heavy water barrier surrounded him. He stepped into the sub-dimensional portal node decisively. At this moment, danger perception started to call the police. Levi's expression changed as soon as he used perception. In the distance, a huge fiery red bird was rushing over at an astonishing speed. The magma around it was stirred up. Ambush me, right? When I advance, I'll deal with you sooner or later. The moment the subspace power tore open Levi's protective force field, he had already disappeared into the subspace channel. The huge bird made of flames looked at Levi, who had disappeared into the spatial passage, as if it was thinking and hesitating. In the end, it made up its mind and took that step. It turned into a flaming tornado and entered the subspace tunnel. On the other side, Levi, who had just come out of the volcano, had not relaxed for a moment when danger perception sounded the alarm again. Without hesitation, he used Scarlet Escape and burned the scarlet power and the blood in his body. He used all his strength and turned into a blood light that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not long after Levi left, the silent volcano erupted again. Endless lava rushed into the sky. Amidst the lava rain, a flaming bird with wings that almost covered the volcanic crater crawled out. It looked at this new world curiously. Its eyes flashed as it chased after Levi. After traveling hundreds of kilometers in one breath, Levi directly burrowed into the bottom of the sea and hid in the abyss. The concealment array and runes took effect at the same time. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. This level 5 fire elemental spirit's perception was also very strong. It could be said to be the strongest enemy Levi had encountered so far. Not long after, in the sky above his head, a flaming divine bird that dyed the sky red and turned the white clouds into burning clouds let out a long cry and flew forward. Even at a height of thousands of meters, the surface of the sea was boiling and evaporating under this high temperature. Wherever the giant bird passed, white steam pillars shot into the sky. After the giant bird left, Levi's expression was solemn when he confirmed that it was safe. This guy was just passing by, but the energy fluctuations naturally emitted from his body were as high as 8 Ka, which was equivalent to a second ring spell. Levi was at the bottom of the sea. It was high in the sky. There was a long distance between them. This level 5 fire elemental spirit was stronger than he had imagined. Even ordinary 5th circle wizards were probably not its match. And the direction in which he saw the giant bird heading was, the Seven Kingdoms continent. Things will change. Chapter 814, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi Transforming into Wings, 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1101, Month of Northern Wind. The 70th year of the Great Expedition. Boundless Land of Darkness. A huge sky city was advancing at a constant speed. The barrier around Sky City isolated the dark forces in the Land of Darkness. It was said that the Land of Darkness was a boundless void without air, temperature, or life. It was filled with all kinds of unknown radiation and corrosive power. Everything was meaningless in the Land of Darkness, and only the void and dead silence were eternal. In a small tavern in Sky City, 2 spherical alchemical creatures were leaning against each other and chatting with the other wizards in the battle group. After a long battle, the surviving wizards were exhausted, but their faces were filled with happiness. After sailing for a few more years, they would be able to go home. Come, let's drink. Herman's alchemy arm held the wine glass, and the only head that could be considered a body of flesh and blood emerged from his body, looking comical. Can your alchemy body taste good wine? A battle group wizard joked. Why not? Herman smiled and gulped down the wine. You old drunkard, you weren't like this in the past, Stella, Herman's lover, said plaintively as she bumped into Herman with the sphere. It's rare for me to relax. It's not like I drink every day. Herman looked at Stella and asked for her permission to drink. Stella snorted and closed her eyes, ignoring him. Herman chuckled and continued to drink and chat as he recalled his 70 years of expedition. This trip to the Myriad machine plane could be considered a blessing in disguise. On the eve of the end of the war, when he and Stella were avoiding the pursuit of the Plague Legion, they accidentally entered a lost ancient mechanical cemetery. There were many broken, dead remains of mechanical creatures. Over there, Herman and Stella were reborn. They modified the modules and parts of some powerful mechanical creatures that could be used on their alchemy bodies and repaired their injuries. Not only that, but he had also advanced from an ordinary alchemy body to a powerful mechanical body. His strength had also reached the 4th circle level, and Stella had also entered the 3rd circle. If he had not come to the Myriad machine plane and cultivated in the endless sea step by step, his strength would not have been able to obtain such a huge increase. In the mechanical cemetery, the biggest gain was a brass gravestone similar to a memory slate. Above, many technical problems that troubled the alchemy wizards of the wizard world had long been answered. Spiritual mechanical unity technique, mechanical resonance technique, mechanical army manufacturing and control technique, as well as the knowledge of the ancestors of alchemy runes, mechanical runes, everything. All this mechanical knowledge, including the remains of various powerful mechanical creatures in the mechanical cemetery, came from an ancient powerhouse from the Myriad machine plane. Machine Sage Madison. According to Herman's guess, this was at least a powerhouse from the Myriad machine plane that was comparable to a primordial soul wizard. He might even be in existence on the level of a grand wizard. The new alchemy knowledge of the wizard world was not worth mentioning in front of this machine sage. One had to know that the alchemy knowledge of the wizard world originated from the Myriad machine plane. This was also an important reason why Herman had risked his life to come here. In the wizard world, his talent could not be used. If not for the great expedition, with his cultivation and financial resources, it would be impossible for him to come to the Myriad machine plane. Therefore, if he could digest this knowledge, Herman felt that it might be a little difficult to advance to a primordial soul wizard in the future, but it would not be a problem to advance to the 5th circle level. At that time, he could be considered to have made a name for himself in the endless sea. He could better protect those who needed his protection. While Herman was chatting with his comrades, at the top of the Blue Wizard Tower in the middle of Sky City. Deep Blue Sage's brows were tightly knitted. His aura seemed to be a little unstable compared to before. There were even some livor mortis spots on his face. In the battle with the Father of Plagues, although he had sneak attacked first and won, the Father of Plagues' counterattack before his death still caused him some serious injuries. The Father of Plagues' divine authority was 100% plague and part despair and death. The powerful plague divine power that could infect legendary wizards made Luther feel uncomfortable. However, the Father of Plagues was in a worse state than him. The Father of Plagues and the other three evil gods were not gods that were born directly in the astral world. They were once the rulers of powerful multidimensional planes. However, after they were recruited by the Lord of Chaos, their true souls were brought to the chaotic wilderness and condensed into the astral world incarnation. They were promoted to gods. Gods whose bodies were not in the astral world were usually called Akan gods by legendary wizards. Some powerful rulers of multidimensional planes, mythical creatures, abyssal demon lords, and hell demon lords were all Akan gods. According to the standards of wizards, Akan gods and legendary wizards were all above level 10. The main body of the Akan god Father of Plagues, who was below the astral world, had already been destroyed by Luther. Luther knew that it was impossible for an existence like the Father of Plagues to truly die. Wherever the plague, despair, and death pervaded, there was the soil that the Father of Plagues bred. Furthermore, the Father of Plagues' true soul had already occupied the chaotic wilderness. Unless he stepped into the astral world and destroyed his true soul in front of the Lord of Chaos, the Father of Plagues would make a comeback sooner or later. Chapter 815, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi Transforming into Wings, 2. However, it would take at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years to recover the strength of his main body. This period of time was enough for the wizards to make preparations. However, the reason why Luther's brows could not relax was not because of the Father of Plagues, nor was it because of the plague divine power that was eroding his soul and will. It was an unknown danger from the land of darkness. The crystal ball in front of him was completely dark. Hiss. Rustle. Like a cassette recorder, a certain voice came from the crystal ball. This voice was terrifying, crazy, angry, hungry, and savage, as if it wanted to devour everything. Suddenly, there seemed to be a vast willpower pervading the wizard tower. The level of this willpower was so high that even Deep Blue Sage, who had just defeated the Father of Plagues, could not help but change his expression. He did not know who the owner of this will was. However, he could sense the endless malice towards all living beings. Cracks began to appear on the crystal ball. With a bang, the wizard tool that he had been using for a long time shattered. He arrived at the top of the wizard tower, and his voice spread throughout Sky City like a yellow bell. This is an emergency. We will no longer return to the wizard world. Sky City's route has changed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hearing the voice of the legendary wizard, the wizards of the battle group, including Herman, became nervous. They had never seen this legendary wizard's tone carry a trace of panic and helplessness. They believed that even if the angels of the gods or even the gods themselves descended from the astral world, this calm and wise top expert of the ocean school would still fight against the gods with a determined expression. Luther took a deep breath and looked helplessly at the land of darkness in the distance. On the other side of the deep space was Nora's plane, the wizard world. Originally, according to the set flight schedule, he would be able to return in a few years. But now, he could not go back. The level and status of the will just now made him know that if he returned to Nora's plane at this time, he might bring back the terrifying existence lingering in the land of darkness. Deep Blue Sage, bring up the plane closest to Sky City, Luther said in a low voice. An old but gentlemanly voice sounded from the wizard tower, as if an old butler was speaking. Retrieving. The transfer is complete. The planes closest to Sky City are the Tide Plane, the Stardust Plane, and the Grey Eagle Plane. Deep Blue Sage's voice was heard. This won't do. Some of these planes are Federation planes under the jurisdiction of wizards. Some planes don't even have level 9 existences. They have to be at least at the legendary level to be able to compete with this will. Deep Blue, this time, directly extract the information of planes with level 10 and above existences. Don't care about the distance. The stronger the plane, the better, Luther said. Retrieving, planes with level 10 and above are the Traveler Plane, the Wilderness Plane, the Abyssal Plane. Wait, how far is the abyssal plane from us? Luther suddenly interrupted Deep Blue and asked. The abyssal plane is 20 years away from us. If we push it at full speed, it will take 10 years. If we push it too far, it will take 5 years. Lord Luther, are you going to do it? Deep Blue Sage asked. That's right. Now, turn around and head to the abyssal plane. Go forward with all your might and prepare to enter a state of overload at any time. But, Lord, if that's the case, Sky City might also be destroyed after reaching the abyssal plane. At that time, returning will be a problem. Moreover, there are too many level 10 existences on the abyssal plane. After evaluation, if we barge into the bottom of the abyssal plane alone, the chances of survival are not high. It's less than 1/3, Deep Blue said. This is an order. Just carry it out. If it's a critical moment, I'll put Sky City and these battle group wizards into my demi-plane and sail alone in the land of darkness. I won't let everyone make meaningless sacrifices, Luther said. Will do. Not long after, the massive Sky City began to change direction, heading towards a certain place in the land of darkness. I wonder where we're going? Herman asked. No matter what, let's trust the legendary wizard lord's decision, Stella said solemnly. They traveled in the land of darkness for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a tremor came from the barrier outside Sky City. The wizards looked in the direction of the tremor and saw a super-large creature that was about the same size as Sky City appear in the land of darkness. This giant creature looked like a worm. Its entire body was covered in a thick metal shell, and its sides were filled with scarlet eyeballs that were constantly moving. Its entire body was covered in dense pits, like a beehive. In these deep pits, various aberrations were flying out of the beehive tunnels on huge fly-like worms. Not only that, but on the back of the giant creature, there were also several strange powerhouses with auras that were not inferior to the Grand Wizards. All of them looked at the wizards in the Sky City with bloodthirsty eyes. These strange insects had a clear division of labor and were in an orderly manner. They were comparable to a well-trained wizard battle group. A blue gel-like breath shot out from the mouth of the giant worm and landed on Sky City's defensive barrier. Accompanied by the breath landed on the defensive barrier were strange-looking insects that were small but had sharp mouths. Chapter 816, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi transforming into wings, 3. As soon as these bugs appeared, they began to gnaw at the protective shield. The sound of friction on the protective shield spread into Sky City. Boom! Light flickered on the defensive barrier. All the bugs were shattered into powder. At this moment, all the wizards in Sky City understood why the legendary wizard lord had suddenly changed directions. A terrifying monster had locked onto Sky City. If they returned now, they would undoubtedly expose the wizard world to them. The wizard civilization, which had already experienced the Great Expedition and Civil War, could no longer withstand the invasion of external enemies. Inside the supergiant worm's body, there were strange-shaped buildings covered in mucus. Many strange monsters were gathered around a church-style building in the center. Over there, there was an aberration wearing gorgeous wing membranes and had a crown antenna on its head. It sensed the supreme will and let out an unknown loud voice. The Mother Nest's will is watching us. Children of the Mother Nest, follow me. In the human world. Deep at the bottom of the sea of the Outer Sea region. Levi rested there for half a month. This time, to get rid of the damned fire elemental spirit, he had done everything he could. This beast, I have to conquer it in the future. As my slave, it burns fire for me every day and acts as an engine for Tyrant 2 to relieve the hatred in my heart, Levi thought. I wonder where that guy went? Logically speaking, with the saint of the church around, there shouldn't be any big trouble, right? Levi rose. While recuperating, he also reviewed his battles over the years. The battle with the Blood Flame Demon Wizard proved that Levi could win against an ordinary Fourth Circle Wizard of the Burning Faction. Levi had already understood the system of contrast between the Night Realm and the Wizard Realm. A normal single-dimensional night without a cheat. Level 11, Legendary vs First Circle Wizards, Level 12, Bloodthirst vs Second Circle Wizards, Level 13 First Transformation of the Blood Source vs Third Circle Wizards, and Level 14 Second Transformation of the Blood Source vs Third Circle Seniors. Ordinary single-dimensional knights should be comparable to ordinary Fourth Circle Wizards after Level 15 Third Transformation of the Blood Source. Of course, this was only theoretical. Because the knight system was not perfect yet, ordinary knights, like the ancient saint, could not fly, nor did they have the complete spell system like wizards, which could deal with complicated situations. Therefore, the overall combat power of a knight was still weaker than that of a wizard. The bloodline divine weapon that matched the wizard tool could only appear in the blood source realm. Before this, knights could only use weapons and bloodline power forged by mortals to deal with enemies. At most, they could master some powerful combat techniques, but they were still weak compared to spells. Levi was strong because of the 9 swords Azura bloodline Dharma body, 6-dimensional polygonal attributes, and mutated fused super legendary quality breathing technique. These were exclusive to Levi's cheat, which allowed him to kill wizards above his level. A knight's methods are still single-handed, and how to fly is also a problem. Other than a few breathing techniques that can fly, many knights with strength, defense, and physique, such as the Black Knight, who is a bloodthirst expert, have not mastered the ability to fly. They can only jump up and hit wizards, but their height is also limited. When I return to the human world this time, I'll study the way to fly as a knight. I can imitate the blood beast breathing techniques blood wings and see if I can develop a way to turn blood chi into wings. This way, as long as the blood chi in a knight's body is abundant enough, no matter what kind of knight it is, after reaching a certain realm, they can at least master the ability to fly short distances. In this transcendent world, it would be too tragic if they could not fly. They would be played to death by wizards using flying spells and long-range spells. Let's return to the Dusk Holy Temple first. Levi stepped out of his hiding place and soared into the air. When Levi returned to Dusk Island, he found that everything was normal on Dusk Island. He used perception to check. Other than the trainee knights who were cultivating, the only official knights on the island were the Black Knights. Black Demon Temple. The Black Knight was thinking about a combat technique that he had just created. He racked his brains but failed to grasp the crux of the matter. He frowned. "What are you worried about?" Levi's voice rang out. The Black Knight suddenly woke up and realized that a familiar face was standing in the hall with a smile. Beside him was an unfamiliar golden-haired burly man. The Black Knight smiled bitterly and said, "I've been researching a sword skill recently. Since you're here, Commander, please give me some pointers." "Tell me about it," Levi said. The Black Knight explained his difficulties to Levi. After listening, Levi gave him some pointers. What troubled the Black Knight was that he realized that his sword skills could not perfectly fuse with his bloodline power. This way, he could not unleash the power of his bloodline power. Levi's suggestion was to refer to the thoughts of the bloodline Dharma body. He took out a book, Introduction to the Bloodline Dharma Body, and handed it to the Black Knight. "Here are some principles, techniques, and knowledge of the bloodline Dharma body that I compiled. They are all very basic. You also cultivate the bloodline Dharma body. Study this book carefully. When the Blood Knight and the others return, you can show them. By the way, this book is limited to official members and some talented core members. When the Dusk Holy Temple's knowledge management system is built in the future, these will require corresponding contributions," Levi said. Chapter 817, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi Transforming into Wings, 4. Understood. "Oh right, Commander, who is this knight?" "Hello, you're the Black Knight, right? I'm the Golden Lion Knight, Dinos. Our commander told me about you." Dinos smiled. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. "So it's Sir Dinos. I've heard about you from my commander. I heard that you're the descendant of the Lionheart Knight. I've heard a lot about you." The Lionheart Knight was a legendary knight even earlier than the Black Knight. He had been famous for a long time and was the idol of the Black Knight when he was young. "I'll be cultivating in the human world from now on. Please enlighten me," Dinos said. "Not really. We've improved on each other. I see that you've also broken through the shackles of legendary. You've reached the second step of knighthood at such a young age. I'm impressed," the Black Knight said humbly. Levi interrupted them and asked, "What are the Blood Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Nighthawk doing now?" The Blood Knight traveled the 7 kingdoms in the human world. Now, the dark creatures in the human world are too rampant. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he used this method to cultivate and sharpen himself. The Divine Light Knight went to the Peacock capital. It seems that something happened to his family. Nighthawk has always been in Myriad Dragon City. Levi nodded and said, "Send someone to summon them back. The 7 Kingdoms continent is not safe from now on." Try not to go there as much as possible. In addition, our Dusk Holy Temple will be moving soon. We need to make some preparations. Understood. I'll get right on it. After letting the Black Knight and Dinos get to know each other, Levi left Dusk Island alone. Now, the only official member of the Twilight Knights is Emperor Mew. I wonder where he went. Levi sighed and headed in the direction of the Seven Kingdoms. Storm City's Shining Tavern. Levi listened to the recent changes in the world. In the past few years, the plague continued to erupt in a small area. It was as if a strength was controlling the progress of the plague. The seven churches also displayed their abilities and tried their best to find the source of the plague. So far, there did not seem to be any results. In short, the plague had become a normal phenomenon. Although it happened from time to time, it did not cause many deaths. Gradually, everyone was already used to it. This made Levi feel like the culprit behind the plague was boiling a frog in warm water. That existence must be secretly accumulating strength, so he doesn't dare to be too high profile. He's waiting for an opportunity. The existence Levi was talking about was naturally the father of plagues. He had been defeated by a legendary wizard and might have left a backup plan in the human world. Except for the plague disaster. Recently, the sudden drought in the Tuva Empire and the forest fires dealt a heavy blow to the Tuva Empire. This was undoubtedly related to the fire elemental spirit. With its strength, it was no joke to be able to travel thousands of miles in the bare land. Levi guessed that the fire elemental spirit should have been defeated by the church. Otherwise, the disaster that guy brought to the human world would not be as simple as a drought or a fire. In other words, that saint from the Church of Storm is actually able to contend with a level 5 fire elemental spirit. This should be because of the sealing sacred object. Otherwise, the speed at which these saints improve is a little terrifying. Levi felt a lingering fear in his heart. He felt that his advancement was fast enough. However, he realized that those saints were even more exaggerated than him. Sigh. Is this the god's power? He muttered to himself. No matter what, from the looks of it, the problem of the level 5 fire elemental spirit should have been resolved safely. Levi was relieved. After all, he didn't want the human world to be destroyed by that guy. Except for the plague and drought. In recent years, some evil cults had appeared more and more frequently. Some time ago, in the Peacock Kingdom, there were traces of the Wilderness Brotherhood's activities again. This restless organization that believed in the Lord of the Wilderness was the same as the White Lotus Society in his previous life. Once there was a chaotic world, they would start to appear and rebel. The last time the Wilderness Brotherhood appeared was during the period of Montenegro Mountains rebellion before the demise of the Emerald Kingdom. All kinds of evil sects had emerged. This meant that other than the seven gods, some other ambitious non-orthodox gods were also about to start intervening in the war of faith. It's getting messy. Levi pondered. He had to quickly finish exploring the small plain where the ancient Saint Empire was located. With the divine weapon, Levi felt that he should be able to unify the three empires. He would move the Dusk Holy Temple into a small plain and let the knights and the natives explore the plain together to make use of the resources. Levi would then be able to sit on the sidelines of a small plain and watch the fierce battles between the monsters and gods. On the other hand, he was doing his own thing and farming happily. Occasionally, he would go out to pick up scraps and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be wonderful? On the other side, in Flower City, life was peaceful. Levi left after giving Andrew some instructions. In the Outer Sea region, Levi's figure descended on the deserted island that connected to the ancient Saint Plain. Sensing its master's aura, a pile of rocks suddenly took shape, forming Bo Gang's figure. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. With Bo Gang guarding this place, Levi was very relieved. He stepped into the altar and disappeared. When he appeared, he was already in the dilapidated temple. Everything seemed to be no different from when he left. Black Stripe City. Chapter 818, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi transforming into wings, 5. The old lizard Kane became even older. He was sleepy all day long. He looked at the battle report in front of him and was worried. A few years ago, after the new ancient Saint Empire was established, the various city-states stopped fighting and began to recuperate according to the will of the ruler of the empire, ancient sage Skybreaking. However, not long after he recuperated, he was attacked by the Wind God Empire from the Indus Mountains in the north and the Mosasaurus Empire from the South Sea. Although ancient Saint Skybreaking was powerful, he was still no match for the two rulers of the empires, Golden Feathers King and Vast Sea King. In particular, almost everyone in the feathered people had grasped the ability to fly and had an advantage in the air. Under their full attack, the ancient Saint Empire was repeatedly defeated and taken down one city after another. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the new empire. In the face of this sudden war, 2 ancient saints had even died. This was a high and mighty ancient saint. He was synonymous with power, but he had actually died. Old Cain wanted to kill the enemy, but with his old body, he could only do some simple paperwork in the city lord manor. He knew that before he died, he would not be able to see the ancient saint empire regain its former glory. The initial ancient saint that he had caught a glimpse of had long disappeared for 7 years. Perhaps if he was here, there was still hope to salvage the situation. Old Cain, what are you waiting for? Quickly pack your things and prepare to retreat. The feathered people's army is about to attack. Monka's berating voice sounded. Yes, Lord. Old Cain sighed. The unification of the ancient saints was ultimately a dream. It was all for nothing. Not long after. On the distant horizon of Black Stripe City, a black army attacked like a flock of birds. They were feathered people. The leader of the feathered people was a bird-beaked man with sharp eyes like an eagle. His name was Ito, and he was a member of the Crimson Falcon tribe among the feathered people. He was extremely fast and as fast as lightning. His strength was equivalent to an ancient serpent expert of the ancient Saint Empire. Behind him, feathered people flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Their vision was also extremely strong. They could lock onto prey underground from 10,000 meters in the air, and these feathered people had all kinds of weapons on their bird claw, most of which were arrows. The feathered people are here. All of you, hide in the bomb shelter and face the enemy. Monka's voice spread throughout Black Line City. His strong body stood proudly on the city tower. He held the great sword in his hand and the power of flame blood boiled. Since he couldn't run, he would fight. As the feathered people army passed through like locusts, there were all kinds of huge rocks, stone spears, and sharp arrows falling from the sky like rain. These things were getting faster and faster, and there was a mysterious power attached to them that was enough to pierce through the hard scales of the lizardmen from the ancient Saint Empire. In the eyes of the feathered people, lizardmen creatures were a synonym for primitive, backward, and antiques. Only the feathered people, who were as free as the wind, were the most advanced pets of the sky. They were the best form of life evolution. With the feathered people's airdrop attack, Black Line City seemed to have encountered a meteor shower. Houses collapsed one after another. Many lizardmen who couldn't escape to the bomb shelter in time were smashed to death on the spot. Only those lizard-level and snake-level experts could survive the rain of bullets with their powerful physiques and combat techniques. Old fogies, why aren't you surrendering? In the sky, Ito was hovering there, sneering at Monka below. There was a whoosh. An arrow tore through the air, but Ito dodged it. Your arrows are too slow, Ito said haughtily. Crimson feathers suddenly appeared on his body, emitting a metallic luster. The will of the King of Wind. He seemed to be chanting some incantation. In the next moment, the red feathers burned fiercely and turned into flaming arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Around Monka, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Hiss! Monka cried out in pain. Although he blocked with his great sword, his leg was still hit by an arrow. He pulled out the arrow and looked at the hideous wound. He spat out his snake tongue and smiled sinisterly. If the initial ancient saint was still around, how could I let you guys be impudent? As expected, your ancient saint empire is just a group of old antiques immersed in the glory of the past. They don't know that the era is improving and the feathered people are born according to the era. We are the protagonists of this era. As for you, you can only use the old-fashioned initial ancient saint as a deterrent. But where did the initial ancient saint go? After so many years, the ancient saint empire is already riddled with holes. Why didn't he save you? This is all your wishful thinking. Ito mocked him mercilessly. They're just a group of mutated monsters. Your ancestor was once from the ancient saint empire and was also a crawler. He forgot his ancestors after taking advantage of them, Monka said disdainfully. There's no point in saying more. Let's see what happens next. Ito waved his hand, and the hovering feathered people army launched the second wave of attacks. Although the soldiers of Black Lion City below attacked with arrows, they realized that the feathers seemed to have formed some kind of array. Strong winds swept through the world. Their arrows could not hit the feathers at all. Ha ha ha! Ito swooped down and turned into a red phantom that circled Monka. Attacks like wind blades attacked Monka. Monka was tired of dealing with it and did not last long before he was at a disadvantage. Blood blades appeared on his body and he felt intense pain. Chapter 819, Mother Nest's Will, Blood Chi transforming into wings, 6. Do you only know how to tickle me? Monka suddenly slashed out with his sword, and the scorching airflow hit Ito, who flashed past. Ito reeled back, crying out in pain as a searing pain shot through his chest. A hideous wound appeared there, bleeding profusely. He drank something similar to a potion, and a blurry green light enveloped his wound. Ito's face was ashen, his feathers standing on end. I was careless and let you succeed. He quickly distanced himself from Monka and used his long-range advantage to attack him with feather arrows and wind blades. At this moment, Monka was like a bull. Even though he had brute force, he was toyed with by Ito. He was extremely aggrieved. On the other hand, the other party's long-range attacks continued to cause damage to him. Die! Monka was no longer defending. City Lord, let's retreat. Old Kane's voice sounded from the bomb shelter. Just like Old Kane, the ordinary lizardmen hiding in the bomb shelter looked desperate. Even their powerful city lord, an ancient serpent-level powerhouse, was unable to fight back in front of the feathered people army. Did the lizardmen still have a future? Monka attacked crazily. More and more wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. He looked like he could collapse at any moment. He panted heavily and felt a little dazed. He stood rooted to the ground. This was because he saw a red figure rushing over from afar. Why did it look like Lord Nameless, the ancient saint? Could it be that I'm about to die and am hallucinating? Didn't Lord Ancient Saint claim that Ancient Saint Nameless, who was suspected to be the initial Ancient Saint, was already dead? Ito, who was flying at high speed, looked at the stunned Monka and sneered. The feathered people had received guidance from a god in the ancient ruins hundreds of years ago and had already mastered many divine spells and medicine. After 100 years of hibernation and development, the strength of the feathered people was naturally not something these backward antique lizardmen could compare to. Too weak. Can you keep up with my speed? Ito's laughter, accompanied by a strong wind, echoed between heaven and earth. Noisy. A large hand covered in red scales appeared in front of Ito and grabbed his neck. Ito's pupils dilated as he felt a strong sense of suffocation. He looked at the lizardman wrapped in red flames in horror. The other party spat out a golden snake tongue and looked at him as if he were looking at a little bug. There was no fluctuation at all. Ito was actually strangled by a lizardman and couldn't move. Feather explosion. The feathers on Ito's body began to tremble. Then, all the feathers gathered together and formed a torrent of arrows that blasted towards the lizardman. Crackle, crackle. After a series of sounds of metal colliding, Ito's steel feather blades were all damaged and shattered on the ground. The lizardman stood there unscathed. The featherless Ito looked terrified. This was undoubtedly an ancient saint. However, the problem was that the Hellfire Ancient Saint was seriously injured and in seclusion. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any ancient saints left in the fire lizard race, right? Wait, those old antiques said that the initial ancient saint was only in seclusion and did not die. Could it be that this was real? Could the person in front of him really be an initial ancient saint? In the sky, those feathered people saw that their boss was captured and immediately attacked. Levi grabbed the featherless birdman with one hand. With a thought, a mini-flame divine dragon roared and appeared from his fingertips. Then, it left his hand and grew in the wind as it rushed into the sky. One by one, the feathered people were burnt to death in front of the fire dragon, while the rest fled frantically. Explode! Levi said softly. Then, the fire dragon exploded. Flames that filled the sky baptized everything, and then the sky became clear. The feathered people's noise finally disappeared completely. Ito stopped struggling. He was horrified. This is the technique of a god. Chapter 820, Legacy, 1. Black Stripe City. City Lord's Mansion. The fire lizardman with a powerful aura sat on the high seat. Even the city lord, Monka, could only stand at the side. After the crisis was resolved, Old Cain looked at the initial ancient saint excitedly. He must be an initial ancient saint, Cain thought firmly in his heart. He had once asked this nameless ancient saint if he was an initial ancient saint. He didn't answer Old Cain directly. He only said that every lizardman could become an initial ancient saint. Time and time again, he tried to salvage the situation, but he always left quietly after the matter, unwilling to be ostentatious. What kind of magnanimity and bearing was this? Wasn't this the initial ancient saint? Who else was qualified to be the initial ancient saint? As expected of an existence that wanted to lead the ancient saint empire to greater heights. This was the layout. Levi learned about the situation after interrogating Ito the hairless bird. All of this was within his expectations. He had left in a hurry back then and did not deal with the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire. Because he was not sure of the strength of those two countries, he did not dare to attack rashly. He also had the idea of letting the ancient Saint Empire test the depths of the enemy. From the looks of it, the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire were on par with the ancient Saint Empire. However, Ito had said that a few hundred years ago, the Wind God Empire's Golden Feathers King had received guidance from a god in the ancient ruins of the Yuntus Mountains. He had mastered some powerful divine spells, and his strength was already unprecedented. This made Levi hesitate. From the clues left behind previously, the ancient ruins should have been left behind by the wizard who entered this place in the ancient era. From the height of the magic tree, it has been 300,000 years since the ancient era. After such a long time, even a legendary wizard should have died unless he became a true immortal god or mastered some longevity spell. What exactly is the god of the ancient ruins? 7 days later. Ancient Saint Empire. Strong winds blew on a nameless peak. Levi stood there with his hands behind his back. Not long after, a figure descended. The first to arrive was naturally ancient sage Skybreaking. This #1 expert of the ancient Saint Empire was now riddled with injuries. Even a corner of his wing was missing. It seemed that he had experienced many fierce battles. Skybreaking greets First Lord. Ancient Saint Skybreaking knelt on the ground and bowed his head. Get up. You're seriously injured. Levi looked at Skybreaking and said lightly. I just had a battle with that Golden Feathers King some time ago. If it wasn't for the fact that the Golden Feathers King had received guidance from a god, he might not have been my match, Skybreaking said indignantly. Everyone knew about his defeat in the battle with the Golden Feathers King. When the lizardmen of the ancient Saint Empire found out that their ruler was no match for Golden Feathers King, they were all dejected. Clearly, they did not think highly of the future of the ancient Saint Empire. Coupled with the fact that the Hellfire Ancient Saint had also fled with serious injuries in the battle with the White-Faced King and disappeared without a trace, the aura of the Empire was suppressed again. Currently, the feathers were revered by the Golden Feathers King. There were 4 heavenly kings under the Golden Feathers King, and all of them had the strength of top-notch ancient saints. The White-Faced King was one of them. There's no need to explain. A loss is a loss. You just have to win it back in the future. In this world, regardless of methods, only the outcome matters. This is some healing medicine. Take it. It'll be helpful to you. Thank you, First Lord. Ancient Saint Skybreaking was excited. He did not expect the First Lord to care so much about him. It made him feel flattered. In his opinion, after not seeing the First Lord for 7 years, his aura was even more terrifying than before. He must have had an even greater breakthrough. How's the popularization of the knowledge I gave you before I left? Levi asked. Lord, I'm also looking for talented people to learn that knowledge. However, there are too few talented people. Furthermore, that knowledge is too profound and difficult to comprehend, Skybreaking said helplessly. Even he felt like he was reading a book when he read those meditation arts, let alone the other crawlers. I've also sent people to collect some of those medicinal herbs. However, not long after you left, the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire came to attack us. Due to the war, these work were forced to stop. Skybreaking lowered his head and said. Just do your best. How many ancient saints are there in our ancient saint empire now? Levi asked. Including me, there are only 10, Skybreaking said. What about the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire? There should be 7 ancient saints in the Wind God Empire. There are 8 in the Mosasaurus Empire, but all the experts in the Wind God Empire can fly. We're really at a disadvantage, Ancient Saint Skybreaking said helplessly. I got it. Levi looked into the distance. It seemed that the research of the Blood Chi Wings technique had to be brought forward. Be it ancient saints or knights, if the problem of flying was not solved, they were not qualified to compete with wizards or feathered people. After Ancient Saint Skybreaking, the ancient saints who heard that their lord had returned came one after another. First Lord, Snake Demon came late. Blackstone greets First Lord. When everyone was here, Levi looked around. The Hellfire Ancient Saint did not come. This ancient saint was extremely obedient. After being severely injured, he disappeared. Other than that, there were still 2 ancient saints who had not come. Back then, the fake news of the initial ancient saint's death was also spread by these 2 ancient saints.